Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the name of the plugin that is used to integrate Eclipse IDE with Cucumber? Let me answer. The name of the plugin is Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin. Let me practically demonstrate this plugin for you. So whenever you create a Cucumber project and before you start creating any feature files, okay? So without that plugin, if you try to create a feature file, you will get some errors saying that there is no proper plugin to open these feature files, okay? And you will not get this Cucumber icon that you are seeing right now. So how to overcome this problem is once you create this Maven project and want to convert into Cucumber and all, and then you want to integrate Cucumber into this Eclipse IDE, then in that case, go to help and go to Eclipse Marketplace and you'll get this kind of dialog. Wait for the search box field to get enabled. Okay, so let's wait for the search box field to get enabled. So once it is enabled, here you search for Cucumber and search. When you search for Cucumber, you are getting this plugin name known as Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin. Okay, and if you get this install button here, you just install it. In my case, I already have installed, so I am getting installed option. Okay, if I want to uninstall this one, I can go to install tab and see all the plugins that are already installed in my Eclipse IDE, and I can uninstall them if I want to. Okay. So like this, many plugins are there in Eclipse IDE, but to integrate Cucumber into Eclipse IDE projects, we need this plugin known as Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin that we can install from the Eclipse IDE marketplace. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the meaning of test runner class in Cucumber projects? Let me answer. Using test runner, we can run the Cucumber tests. It is a starting point from where the Cucumber tests can be run in the Cucumber projects. Okay, in simple words. Okay, the meaning of the test runner or the purpose of the test runner class in Cucumber in simple words is a starting point from where we are going to run the Cucumber tests in Cucumber projects. Okay, and not only that, we can also link the feature files with the step definition files and hooks methods with the help of test runner class, with the help of different properties in test runner class. Okay, we can also decide which type of reports and what is the location where the reports need to be generated and many other stuff that is possible with the help of test runner class. But the main thing, the main meaning or purpose of the test runner class is to initiate the running of, or it's the starting point from where you start running the Cucumber tests in Cucumber projects. Let me show you practically how the test runner looks like in Cucumber projects. So if I take you to this one of this Cucumber framework or project, here we have this test runner class. So you can see here clearly that this is a place from where you will start running the Cucumber test. Okay, if I say run as JNE test, the Cucumber test will start running. Okay, you will see the Cucumber test will start running in real time in whatever the project you take. You generally run the Cucumber test using this approach. Okay, I'll stop this. I just don't want to show and waste your time here. But this is a starting point from where the Cucumber test will run, or we'll run the Cucumber test in Cucumber projects. And not only that, we will provide the location of the feature files, provide the location of the step definition files, link this feature files with the step definition files, and we'll decide the location where the reports need to be generated, type of reports, etc. And many more are possible with the help of this test runner class. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is web element a class or interface? Let me answer. Web element is a predefined interface in Selenium library or Selenium WebDriver library. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where I'm going to write some Selenium code. Okay, like this. WebDriver is equal to new Chrome driver. This will launch the Chrome browser in Selenium. Over the mouse on this WebDriver and import this WebDriver from Selenium library. Also import this Chrome driver class also from Selenium library. After that, driver.manage.window.maximize. Let's maximize the browser window manage dot window dot maximize. Then after that, I would like to open any application URL. Let's say I would like to open the sample application, that is ome.blogspot.com. Copy this URL and paste it here. And once you open that, okay, let's create a web element for this text area field. Right click inspect this text area field. This HTML code of the text area field. It has an ID. Copy this ID and create a web element out of it. Driver.find element by dot ID. Provide the ID locator of the text area field. Put a semicolon and create a text area field element is equal. Okay. So I'm creating a web element. Over the mouse, the return type of the find element here is nothing but the web element. Okay, over the mouse and say create, the return type will come and add up here. So this web element is a predefined interface or predefined class in Selenium library is the question. If you get this kind of question, you have to simply say it's a predefined interface. Okay, you cannot create object for this. Okay, but you can declare a variable with the help of this web element interface. And there's one way to prove you that web element is a predefined interface in Selenium library. For that, I'll take you to the official website of Selenium, selenium.dev, and then go to the downloads page. In the downloads page, here under the Selenium clients and WebDriver language bindings, find something known as Java. And here you will find something known as API docs. Click on the API docs. You'll be taken to the API library of Selenium WebDriver. Click on all classes and now search for web element. Web element. Okay. When you search for this web element, you'll find this web element. And it is simply italicized or it's slightly bent to the right side. That means it's a predefined interface. Okay, and over the mouse, you'll get the tooltip saying interface. Okay, and also you can prove it like this. Okay, you can click on this web element and you can clearly see web element in Selenium library is a predefined interface. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is web element in Selenium library is not a predefined class. Instead, it is a predefined interface. If you get this kind of question, say that the predefined interface in Selenium library. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the starting point of execution for feature files in Cucumber projects? Let me answer. The answer is test runner class. From test runner class, okay, we run the Cucumber tests in Cucumber projects. So the starting point of execution of the feature files in Cucumber projects is none other than the test runner class. Let me practically show you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. You can clearly see here are the feature files available, like login.feature file containing some scenarios inside it, register.feature file containing its own scenarios in it, and such.feature file. For sample, we have these three feature files. But from where I'm going to run these feature files? From the test runner class. Under the runner package, we have this test runner class. If you open here, the test runner class, it looks like this. And in this test runner class, you provided the location where the feature files are available. And you provided the location where the step definitions, where this steps of the scenarios of the feature files are implemented. This package name is provided here. Okay. And the location where the Cucumber HTML report or whatever the type of report should be generated and all. And this is a starting point. Okay, for the execution of the feature files. In order to run these feature files, we have to right click here and say run as JUnit test. When I do that, it will start running these feature files that are mentioned in this features property of this Cucumber options of the test runner class. And this feature file scenarios and steps will invoke the step definition methods in the step definition classes. Okay, and so on. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. That is, what is the starting point of execution for feature files in Cucumber projects? It's nothing but test runner class. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, do we need to write any code inside test runner class in Cucumber projects? The answer is no. We don't have to write even a single line of code inside the test runner class in Cucumber projects. Let me practically demonstrate that for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this Cucumber project or Cucumber framework. And in this Cucumber project or framework, we have this test runner class. Okay, this is a class from where we'll start running the Cucumber tests in Cucumber projects. Okay, From test runner class only, we'll run the Cucumber tests in Cucumber projects. And if you clearly observe inside this class, public class name, this is the starting of the class, this is the ending of the class. Did we write any code inside this class? Do you see any single line of code written from the starting of the class to the ending of the class? No. So the answer is no for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can we use same step definition in different scenarios? Let me answer. The answer is yes. If there is a common step across multiple scenarios, either in the same feature file or different feature files, if there is a common step, okay, which can be reused in multiple scenarios, whether it is in the same feature file or different feature file, then we can implement single step definition. Okay, in step definition file, we can only implement only one method. Okay, for that step, which is common across multiple scenarios within the same feature file or okay across the multiple feature files. Let me practically show you so that it will be more clear for you. So here we have this project, one sample Cucumber framework or project, and here we have the feature files. So let's go to one of the feature file, let's say search feature file. Okay, for example, here user clicks on search button. This step is part of this scenario. Again, the same step, user clicks on same similar step as it is copy paste step is there as part of another scenario of the same feature file. User clicks on search button. Again, if you go here, user clicks on search button, the same step. So if there is a same step for each and every step in every scenario, if it is same or common, we have to implement separate step definition methods for each and every step which is common. No, only one step definition method is enough. If you go to the search.java, where the steps of this feature scenarios of this feature file got implemented, if you go into the search.java step definition file, you see user clicks on search button is only implemented once. Okay, for all these steps. Okay, this particular step in the scenario 1 is calling this method only, and the same step in the second scenario is also calling the same method, which is implemented only once in the search.java step definition file. Again, this step, which is also same, is also calling the same step definition method in the search.java. Okay, so the answer is yes. Can we use same step definition in different scenarios? Yes, for common steps within the feature file or across the feature files, we can use the same step definition method. Okay, we don't have to repeatedly create multiple step definition methods. Only one is enough if there is a common step across multiple scenarios within the feature file or across the feature files. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the maximum number of steps that are to be written within a scenario? Let me answer. In Cucumber projects, we create some feature files. Inside the feature files, we create these scenarios. These scenarios will contain some steps. Okay, like given, when, then, and, but kind of steps. The question here is, how many steps can you write in a single scenario of a feature file? Is there any limit? The answer is, there is no limit. There is no fixed limit of how many steps you have to write in a single scenario of the feature file. Okay, so it all depends on the application type, the complexity of the functionality for which you are creating the scenario and all. So the answer is simply, there is no fixed limit of steps that need to be written or created inside a scenario. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what software do you need to run a Cucumber test in Cucumber projects? These are the list of the softwares that you need in Cucumber projects to run the Cucumber test. The first one is IDE. Okay, any IDE like Eclipse IDE, IntelliJ, whatever it is. So I'm using here Eclipse ID. Okay. So this ID, okay, Eclipse ID. So after this Eclipse ID, you need to install a plugin inside this Eclipse IDE. So once you create a Maven project here, and when you are trying to create a feature file, okay, without having that plugin installed, you will get some errors saying that some plugin is required to open the feature files and all. What is that plugin that I am talking about? It is nothing but Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin. So let me show you. Go to help, go to Eclipse Marketplace. So you'll get a dialog. In a while, this find box will get enabled. Let's wait. Once it got enabled, search for Cucumber here, Cucumber, and search here. And this is the plugin that I'm talking about. Okay. Apart from this IDE, Eclipse IDE or IntelliJ IDE. Okay. In Eclipse IDE, especially you need this plugin known as Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin. It's already installed in my machine or in this Eclipse IDE. So installed option is coming. If it is not installed, you'll get install button. You have to install it. Okay. So fine. So what's the next one? Maven project. You have to create a Maven project. So very simple to create a Maven project in Eclipse IDE. File, new. Just select file, select new, and select this project and search for Maven here. Type Maven here and it will be filtered, and select the Maven and create the project. Okay. So then you need this Cucumber dependencies. With Maven project, you will get a file known as form.xml file. Into this form.xml file, you need to add this Cucumber libraries in the form of dependencies. Let me show you what dependencies I have added for Cucumber as part of this Cucumber project. The form.xml file, under the dependency section, here you see Cucumber related, Cucumber Java, because I'm using Java as a programming language for the Selenium automation. So Cucumber Java from Cucumber. And other one is I'm using JUnit as a unit testing framework or testing framework. So from same Cucumber library, Cucumber JUnit is another dependency, and other one is Cucumber core. So all these Cucumber dependencies you can get from MVN repository. Okay, you can open the browser and navigate to this website. That is the MVN repository, and search for Cucumber here. From IO Cucumber, you will get Cucumber Java. From IO Cucumber, you will get Cucumber JUnit. From IO Cucumber, you will get Cucumber core. Okay, you need to get this dependency tags from there and copy paste into this form.xml file. Apart from this, which libraries you need? You need testing framework. Okay, so in this project, I'm using JUnit as a testing framework or unit testing framework. For that, I already have added the dependency tags. Similar way, go to the MVN repository, or when you create this project, by default, JUnit will come. Okay. So fine. These are the list of softwares that you need to run Cucumber test in Cucumber projects like Eclipse IDE, Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin, Maven project, Cucumber dependencies, testing framework. Okay. So, okay, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, Cucumber execution starts from where? Is a question. Let me answer. It starts from the test runner class. If you go to any Cucumber project in real time, okay, there will be some class file that you will be creating that you would generally call it as test runner class. Okay. So when you run the test runner class, it will run the feature files, and feature files will invoke the step definition files. And that's how your automation scripts will run or Cucumber tests will run. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample Cucumber framework or Cucumber project. Okay. And if I have to run the automation scripts in this Cucumber project, then I have to find out the test runner class. Okay, here under the runner package, I created the test runner class. Okay, public class, some test runner, some name I have given, and I provided some annotations that are required for this test runner class. And here in this test runner class, I provided the location where the feature files are located in my project. And here in the glue property of this Cucumber options, I provided the location where this steps of the scenarios of this feature files are implemented, okay, in the step definition files, okay, and the location where the report should be generated and what type of report should be generated and many more. This is a test runner class. Okay, this is the place from where you will start the execution of the Cucumber test in Cucumber projects. So the question here is, Cucumber execution starts from where? It starts from this test runner class, which will invoke these feature files. When the feature files are run with the help of the test runner class, they will invoke this step definition methods inside the step definition files, and because of which the automation scripts will run, and finally a report will be generated at the location that is mentioned in the test runner class. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, on what places you can write or mention the tags in feature file. Let me answer. In Cucumber projects, we generally create these feature files. In feature files, we have scenarios and steps in the scenarios and all. Okay. So in what locations of this feature file, we can specify the tags. Okay. Or mention the tags. These are the 4 locations in the feature file where we can specify or mention the tags. One is above the feature keyword. Okay, for example, let me show you practically each and everything for you. So I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where I have a sample Cucumber project or Cucumber framework. Okay, in this, I'll open one of the feature file. Let's say this login.feature file. You see, on the top of this feature keyword, Gherkin language keyword, you can mention the tags. You see, these are user-defined tags. @login is one of the, instead of specifying this @login for each and every scenario, okay, because all the scenarios belong to the login functionality. So I need to mention this @login for this scenario, for this scenario, for this, and everything. So instead of doing that, simply what I can do is I can mention this @login on the top of the feature keyword. So it is nothing but mentioning for all the scenarios in this feature file. Okay. So you can mention tags above the feature keyword in the feature files. Second place is above the scenario. For example, this is one of the scenario. For example, this is one of the scenario. So above which you have mentioned one of the tag. This is a user-defined tag. Any name you can add. @invalid credentials is the tag name. Okay. I have specified above this scenario. Okay. And the third place or location in the feature file where you can specify or mention the tags in the feature file is scenario outline. Not only for scenario, for data-driven test-related scenario outline also we can mention, okay, above the scenario outline. There's also a scenario, but it's a data-driven type where which runs the same scenario runs multiple times for each and every set of data provided here, okay, under the examples keyword. So above the, not only above the scenario, but above the scenario outline also you can mention the tag, okay. So generally the tag will start with symbol and all and some name, user-defined name. And the last one or location is examples. For example, scenario outline generally is accompanied with this examples keyword. Okay, examples keyword. Okay, Gherkin language keyword. Above this also you can mention. Above this examples also you can mention the keyword. For example, @positive. Okay, positive data. Like this you can mention. Again, you can mention one more negative data, and just copy paste this and some negative data like 666. Okay, and just writing some negative data. Okay, like this. You can mention the tags even above the examples keyword also. So when you mention these tags either above the examples or above the scenario outline or above the scenario or above the feature keyword, these tags, when running this scenarios, you have to mention these tags in the test runner class. Go to the test runner, and here, one of the property of the Cucumber options is tags is equal to, you just mention whatever the tag name. @login you can mention, or @all you can mention, valid credentials you can mention, all the user-defined tags, okay? Details you can mention, or positive data you can mention, okay? That I provided above the examples keyword, positive data or negative data, whatever it is, followed by comma, etc. Like that you can mention. Only those scenarios or those scenario outlines or those example data or those feature file provided with this particular tags will be running. Okay. Other scenarios will not be running. Only the tags specified scenarios will be running. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question on what places on which locations in the feature file you can mention the tags or specify the tags. These are the locations or places. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is it mandatory to use the keywords while writing scenario steps in Cucumber projects? Let me answer. The answer is yes. It is mandatory for us to write or mention the keywords while writing the steps in the scenarios in the feature files of these Cucumber projects. So let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample feature files in the sample Cucumber project. I'll open one of the feature file, let's say register.feature file, and I'll show you what will happen if you don't write the Gherkin language keywords. Here, some examples of the Gherkin language keywords are feature keyword, scenario keyword. For example, I'll remove this feature keyword. Okay, so you see, I'm already getting an error, syntax error. So you have to, it's mandatory for us to write the keyword. Okay, it's mandatory for us to write the keyword. So for example, this scenario, if you are not mentioning this scenario as a keyword here, Gherkin language keyword, save this. Now, you see, there is no error coming up for now, but this cannot be considered as a scenario. Okay. For example, if I remove the given keyword, okay, save this. And let me update this project, right click, Maven, update project, say okay. Building and all. Let's wait. It's taking some time to update. Now do one thing, even though you are not getting any error here. Now, if you run this feature file, right click, run as Cucumber feature, this scenario will not run because it is not mentioned with the scenario keyword. You see, from the second scenario only, onwards only, the scenarios are running, but the first scenario is not running. Okay. Register with mandatory field scenario is not running. Register with all field scenario is running, which is the second scenario. Only 3 scenarios will run. Out of 4 scenarios, only 3 scenarios are going to run. If you don't specify the keyword, this kind of things will happen. Sometimes you will get the error. Sometimes you will not be able to see the scenario running and all those stuff. Okay, that's why it's mandatory. Okay, you see only 3 scenarios got run out of 4 scenarios. If you see this feature file, register.feature. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Total 4 are there, but this one is not running because here we have not mentioned the scenario keyword. This kind of effects you will see. Okay, fine. So let me just say Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Go back. Okay, so it is mandatory for us to mention the keywords while writing the steps in the scenarios of the feature files in the Cucumber projects. Otherwise, you will get errors or they will not run. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to generate Cucumber execution reports. Let me answer. We can generate Cucumber execution reports in several formats like HTML format. We can generate in other formats like JSON format, XML format. So how to generate each and every format? Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. Okay, so let me do one thing. Let me close all this stuff and I'll go to this test runner class in this Cucumber project, test runner class. And here in the test runner, we have this Cucumber options annotation where we have one of the property that is plugin property to which we have to pass this. Okay, if you want to generate the HTML report, you have to pass something like this. First, you have to mention HTML as a type of the report. and where exactly, what is the location where you want to generate the report. For example, under this project, under the target folder, under the Cucumber reports, you want to generate this report. Okay. For example, I'll delete this folder itself so that freshly it will be generated. So I don't want to run the entire project. So I'll just do one thing. I'll just create, I'll go to some search dot and here add some, one tag like search one. Okay. This is not there for any other scenario. Only one scenario will run. I would like to quickly generate the report. So only one scenario I would like to run. So this tag name you just mention here somewhere here. Tags is equal to and give the tag name, put a comma. Now, whatever the number of scenarios that will run, it will generate only, one report, that is HTML report at this location with this name and extension. Under this location, under this folder, under this target, under this folder with this name, Cucumber report name and this extension, it will generate. And here also, I'll do one thing. So I'll just directly give features. Okay. I don't want to give multiple things. So remove all this stuff. Okay, done. Now it will fetch these feature files from here and it will search for the scenarios having this particular tag. Only one scenario is there and it will generate this Cucumber HTML report at this target folder under this location. Cucumber reports folder will be created under that with this name and HTML extension. It will be created. Right click, run as JUnit test. Only one scenario will run, as I mentioned. Just to, I don't want to waste your time. Only one scenario will run. And once it is run, a Cucumber report will be generated for us in HTML format. See, it got run and just go and refresh this target folder. Okay, you see Cucumber reports folder got created. This one under the target folder, expand this. We got this report. Right click, open with web browser and observe that the Cucumber HTML report got generated. This is HTML report. You can clearly see this is the HTML report. Okay. And similarly, we can also generate the JSON report. For that, instead of HTML, give JSON here. And here at the end, give the extension as JSON. That's it. Now delete this. Freshly let it create everything. Only one scenario will run again. This time JSON format report will be created, not the HTML format. So mostly in real time, we generate the HTML reports, but in some cases, very rare cases, JSON reports will be created. Done. Just refresh this project and Cucumber reports. Under that, you see JSON file is there. Okay. Double click and open this JSON file here. You can see that. Okay. You can copy paste this JSON file somewhere in the JSON viewers and all, and you can see that. Okay. So like this, we can generate the JSON report. And other thing is XML report. For generating the XML report, you have to write JUnit here instead of HTML or JSON. You have to write JUnit here, and here at the end you have to write XML. Okay, this is the thing. Now save this, delete this folder again. This time XML report will come. Right click, run as JUnit test. This time XML report, JUnit XML report will be created. Only one scenario for quick running. Let the scenario run and I'll show you the generated XML report for you. Done. Just refresh this and you got the Cucumber reports and it generated an XML report for you. So double click and open and you can see the JUnit XML report. Okay. So right click, open with XML editor. Okay. Let's see the XML report. Go to the source and you can see the XML content of the report. Fine. So hope guys you understood. Again, I'll change it back to HTML report. Generally, we generate the HTML reports only in real time. So let's go back. And this particular tag I'll remove. Fine. Done. So hope guys you understood how to generate Cucumber execution reports in different formats. Okay, in Cucumber projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to run a particular scenario from a feature file in Cucumber projects. Let me answer. In order to run a particular scenario from a feature file in Cucumber projects, we need to take the help of the tags. Okay. So we have to specify a particular tag which is not available for other scenarios in any other feature file or in the same feature file, and mention this tag in the test runner class. This is how we can run a particular scenario from a feature file. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Cucumber framework or project. And what I will do is I'll just go to one of the feature file and I'll pick one of the scenario. Let's say this particular scenario I'll take, and I'll provide a kind of tag, okay, on the top of this scenario that no other scenario in the same feature file or any other feature file contain in this project. Okay. For example, here I'll give my name itself. Okay. Arun, @Arun. Okay. Now I'll go to this test runner class and simply I have to mention the tag here. Tags is equal to @Arun. That's it. Okay. And put a comma here. That's it. Done. Now, only one scenario is there in my project, which is mentioned with this particular tag name as Arun. So when I run this test runner class, it will only run that particular scenario having this tag. So this is a way to do so. Okay. Only one scenario will run. You see, whatever the tag I mentioned, that tag related scenario is running. So let it run. As you can see, only one scenario got run. Okay. Only one scenario got run, which is mentioned with this tag name. So hope guys, you got the idea. I'll just remove this and just revert back to the normal way. I'll just remove this tag name from here. Fine. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question with the help of the tags, how to run a particular scenario from a feature file in the Cucumber projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are tagged hooks in Cucumber? Let me answer. First of all, what are normal hooks? Okay, before I explain what are tagged hooks, we need to know what are normal hooks. Normal hooks are the methods in Cucumber projects which run the setup and tear down code. Okay, there are some hook methods provided with some annotations like @before, @after. Okay, these hook methods will run before the scenario and after the scenario in every feature file. Whereas we also have other type of hook methods like which are annotated with @before step and @after step, which will run before every step in the scenario and after every step in the scenario of every feature file. So those are hooks. But what are tagged hooks? Tagged hooks are specific to those scenarios which are specified with that particular tag. Those particular setup and tear down code will only run for the scenario specified with the tag. Those are tagged hooks. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. And here, for example, if I take you to this test runner class, and we have this test runner, that's okay. I'll open this my hooks. Okay. In these hooks, we have @before hook and @after hook. @before hook method will have the setup code, okay, which need to be run before running any scenario in any feature file here. Okay. And after hook method will have the code which will contain the tear down code or closer code, which need to run after every scenario like closing the browser, etc. Okay, taking the screenshot, closing the browser, etc. Whereas here opening the browser, opening the URL like that. Okay, it will be in the setup code. Whereas closing the browser, etc. will be in the tear down code. But this before hook and after hook methods will run for every scenario in every feature file. For example, if you take this register.feature file, those before hook and after hook will run for each and every scenario, before every scenario and after every scenario. What if I add or convert this hook method into a tagged hook? For example, let me open some feature files here and see, for example, here. Okay. So this login is there, login. Okay. Login mentioned at the feature file level means will be applicable for all the scenarios in this feature file. So I'll simply do one thing. In this hook method, I'll simply write down, okay, I'll provide the tag as tagged hook as this one, that is this login. Okay, @login. Okay, like this. Now this before hook method will work for the scenarios which are specified with this particular tag, not all the scenarios. Okay, because this is not a normal hook anymore. This setup code will only run before the scenarios which are specified with this tag. Okay, at the rate login tag. So all the scenarios in this login.feature file are specified with at the rate login tag. So this before hook method will only run before the scenarios in that login.feature file. Similarly, for after also you can mention in double quotes at the rate login tag name. So this will become the tagged hook now, and this will run this closure code or tear down code will only run after the scenarios, okay, in the login.feature file, not the other feature file scenarios or not any other scenarios. Okay, only the scenarios which are mentioned with at the rate login tag, for them only this tagged hooks will work. So hope guys you got the idea what exactly are tagged hooks and how they are different from the normal hooks in Cucumber projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is tag inheritance in Cucumber? Let me answer. If you specify this tag to a particular parent element, okay, then its child elements are going to inherit it. For example, if you are going to specify this tag above the feature keyword in the feature files, then all the scenarios in that particular feature file are going to inherit that particular tag. Okay, that is one example. Okay, so for example, let me demonstrate it in a practical way where I'll directly go to this login.feature file. Here, if you see on the top of the feature keyword of this login.feature file of this Cucumber project, I provided a tag known as @login tag. Now, I don't have to mention this @login for each and every scenario in this feature file because it is inherited by the all the scenarios. Okay. Now, this particular scenario has not only @login tag, which is inherited, it also has its own tag known as @valid credentials. Okay. Now, this scenario has how many tags? Two tags. Not only login tag, but also valid credentials tag. Okay. Its own tag along with the inherited tag. Even this scenario. Okay. How many tags it has? It has its own tag known invalid credentials tag, and apart from that it has inherited tag from the feature keyword, that is @login. Even though I have not provided @login here, it is inherited from the feature keyword. So here scenarios or scenario outlines are the child elements of this feature keyword. Okay, so if you provide a tag on the top of the feature, they will be inherited by the scenarios and scenario outlines. Similarly, if you provide a tag at the scenario outline level, then it will be inherited by its examples. Okay, so you don't have to mention this tag at the examples keyword level. Okay, it will be automatically inherited. Okay, so like that. So hope guys you got an idea. Okay, what is tag inheritance? So when you specify or mention a tag on a parent element, then its child elements are going to inherit it. Like feature is a parent element, whereas scenario or scenario outlines are the child elements. In case of scenario outline, examples is a child element, whereas scenario outline is the parent element. Okay, so that's all for this session. Hope you got the answer for this question. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the prerequisites for building a Selenium Cucumber automation framework? Let me answer. First of all, we need to install Java. Okay, if you are going to build this Selenium Cucumber automation framework using Java programming and all, then we need to have this Java software. Otherwise, we have to install other programming languages, softwares. Okay. For now, I'll take one example, that is Java programming. So I have to install and configure Java in my machine. That is the first thing. Then I need to download and install any of the IDEs. Okay. Editors where you can write the code. Okay. Selenium automation code with the Java programming, etc., Cucumber and all. Okay, so we can either go with Eclipse IDE or IntelliJ. I prefer Eclipse IDE. Okay, as most of the people prefer. Whereas IntelliJ is also preferred by most of the people, and it's kind of advanced editor. To get started, Eclipse IDE is a better one. And IntelliJ is for some people like, kind of core people who need some advanced stuff. Okay. Like it's an Android and iPhone kind of stuff. Okay. So it's up to you which you want to choose. I prefer Eclipse IDE. Okay. Then Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin need to be installed. Once you have this Eclipse IDE, then you need to create this project. And before you create the feature files, okay, if you don't install that plugin, Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin, and these feature files, when you are trying to create, will give you some error saying that there's no proper plugin installed, okay, to open this feature file. So it's better before creating the project itself, you install this plugin. Okay, how to install in Eclipse IDE? After launching the Eclipse IDE, go to Help, Eclipse Marketplace. Will give you this dialog. Once this find box get enabled, let's wait for the find box to get enabled. Now here, search for Cucumber, and you will get that plugin suggested by this Eclipse IDE, like Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin with this Cucumber icon. So here installed is coming because I already have installed, and that's the reason these feature files that I created in this project are recognized with the help of Cucumber icon. Okay, otherwise you are going to get some errors. You'll not be able to create the feature files properly. Okay, so that is another prerequisite for building a Selenium Cucumber automation framework. Then we need to create a Maven project or Gradle project, whatever you prefer. Most of the people use a Maven project. And with Maven project, you will get this pom.xml file by default. You'll get this pom.xml file by default where you have to add some dependencies. Since it is a framework related to Selenium, Cucumber, automation and all, we need to add the dependencies for Cucumber first of all. Cucumber Java, Cucumber JUnit, Cucumber Core. Search for these things in mvnrepository.com and you will find them from IO Cucumber. The latest versions are at IO Cucumber. Okay. So if you go to this MVN repository, let me show you. Once I open the browser here, and in that I'll take you to one website, that is the MVN repository, from where you will get the dependencies. So here, search for Cucumber. Search for Cucumber, and a lot of things related to Cucumber will come. You see Cucumber Java from IO Cucumber. Don't go for InfoCubes. This is the old one. IO Cucumber is the latest. Go with the latest. Cucumber Java is the one. Since I am using Java programming, I will go with Cucumber Java. And I am using the testing framework as JUnit. So I'll go with Cucumber JUnit from IO Cucumber. And Cucumber Core, one more thing, Cucumber Core from again IO Cucumber. These three dependencies have to go inside and take the latest version, latest common version across three things, and then copy this Maven dependency tags and go to the pom.xml file. Here, open this and go to the dependencies and paste it here like Cucumber Java, Cucumber JUnit, Cucumber Core, and make sure that they have the same version. Okay, whatever the version you give for Cucumber Java, give the same thing for Cucumber JUnit, give the same thing for Cucumber Core. Okay, and apart from that, what else or what other dependencies we need for building this Selenium Cucumber automation framework is testing framework is required. Either you can go with JUnit or TestNG. Most of the people with Cucumber projects go with JUnit, and there are people who also go with TestNG. Okay, so JUnit, if you want JUnit, when you create this Maven project, and if you are using the archetype or template for the Maven template, like Maven hyphen archetype hyphen quick start, then this JUnit dependency will automatically come. Otherwise, if it is not coming, go to the MVN repository and search for JUnit and get this version and print it here, similar to the Cucumber things. Okay. Now, apart from that, we also need to add Selenium. Okay, Selenium library or Selenium dependency. Again, we have to go to same MVN repository, search for Selenium space Java. Okay, you'll get the dependencies. Latest version you take and copy paste here and save the project. All the libraries for this Cucumber testing framework and Selenium, okay, will be automatically downloaded and configured in this project. Okay, so these are the things. These are the prerequisites I can say. Okay, starting from Java software, then IDE, then Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin, Maven project dependencies, Cucumber testing framework dependency, and Selenium dependencies. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are data tables in Cucumber? Let me answer. Data tables in Cucumber projects are useful for passing multiple amount of data from a single step. Okay. So you see, for every step that is written inside the scenario of the feature files, there is a step definition method, right? So if you want to pass this multiple amount of data, not a single data, multiple amount of data from a single step to that step definition method, then we need to take the help of the data tables. Let me explain this with an example so that you will understand in a better way. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where I'll straightly go into this Cucumber framework or project having this register.feature file. If you go to this register.feature file, there is such scenario here. Okay. And if you observe the first step, we are not passing any data. Okay. In this given step, we are not passing any data. But the next step, in the when step, user enters the details into the below fields. You see, I'm not passing a single data here. Okay. For this particular step, I'm not passing a single data like only username or password, but rather I'm passing the first name, last name, telephone number, password. Okay. Multiple amount of data I am passing, but via a single step. Okay. Via a single step. So how to implement such kind of step in the step definition file? For this register.feature file, register.java is a step definition file. If you go here and just find that implemented method for that particular step, user enters the details into the below field step, you see, it's receiving that multiple amount of data. There is no single data being passed from that step. Multiple amount of data, 4 amount of data is being passed, that is captured by the data table. This is what is the purpose of the data table. Now, how you are going to use this data table? You are going to convert this data table into a map. Okay, in Java collections, we have map, right? We can convert the data table into the map like this format, and it will be converted to the map. And once it is converted to the map, then it's very easy to retrieve the data, data map.getOff. If you pass this key, the name of the data, that is first name, then the value Arun will be automatically retrieved here, okay, entered into this and first name field. So similarly, data map.getOff last name, if you say, the data associated with the last name will be retrieved here. Okay. Like this, guys, this is what is the purpose of the data table. Okay. If a particular or a single step need to pass multiple data, okay, to the step definition method, then the step definition implemented method will receive the data, that is multiple data, in the form of data table. And that data table you need to convert into the Java collections map and then retrieve the data based on the names given to that real data. Okay, like first name, last name, like that, and so on. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are Cucumber assertions? Let me answer. First of all, Cucumber tool doesn't have its own assertions to verify the tests. Rather, we have to use assertions that are available in the testing frameworks like JUnit or TestNG. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Cucumber framework or project. Okay. So in this project, okay, we have the Cucumber and all, but it doesn't have its own assertions. Cucumber tool have to use assertions from either JUnit or TestNG testing frameworks. So in this project, so these scenarios in these feature files are implemented in this step definition. So we can directly go to the step definition files. Let's go to one of the step definition file like such. And here, let's see. So these are the methods, steps in the scenarios of this such.feature file implemented in this step definition file. Okay, it doesn't have any assertion. So let's keep moving down. This step also doesn't have any assertion. You see, there is one assertion here, assert true. But this assert is from a testing framework known as JUnit. Okay, if your Cucumber project is using the testing framework JUnit, then the assertions will be from assert true, this kind of assertion to verify or verify the test and to pass, fail the tests. Okay, need to be used from testing frameworks like JUnit or TestNG. Okay, but Cucumber by itself doesn't have any assertions. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how can any scenario in the feature file can be written? Let me answer. In Cucumber projects, when you are creating the feature files, in the feature files, we will be creating the scenarios. How we will be creating the scenarios in this feature file? Very simple, with the help of Gherkin language keywords. Okay, there are different Gherkin language keywords for creating a scenario inside the feature files of the Cucumber projects. Like the keywords like scenario is one of the keyword, then given, when, then, and, but, etc. Okay, so to name the scenario, we use the scenario keyword, Gherkin language keyword, and to write the steps under the scenario, we use the keywords like given, when, then, and, but, etc. Okay, let me practically demonstrate one scenario for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. I'll take you to this login.feature file. And here you see there is one scenario. Okay, or this scenario, any scenario you take. So you see it starts with the scenario keyword. Okay, this is a feature file, login.feature. And in this feature file, we have written a scenario. And the first keyword that we have used for creating the scenario inside the feature file is scenario keyword. And we have named the scenario with some title like login with invalid credentials is a scenario title or name. And under that, we have to write the steps, scenario steps. Okay. So to test the scenario, we have to write these steps. Okay. First, given step we'll write as a prerequisite. Okay. In order to test this scenario, first, we need to have some prerequisites like user navigates to login page. User should be on the login page, right? To test the login functionality like that. Okay. And then when is another keyword? When is action steps like what the user has to do after going to the login page. User has to enter invalid email address. Okay. This scenario is all about invalid credentials. So the action will be like user enters invalid email address into the email field. Use and this when is continued with the help of and. Okay, these are also Gherkin language keywords. User enters invalid password into the password field and user clicks on login button. All these are action steps. And what is the result? That will be there in the then step. User should get a proper warning message about credentials mismatch. Okay, this is a result outcome. Okay, this is one of the examples of how to create a scenario. There are different varieties of scenarios that we can create in the feature file. But if you are able to explain this single scenario in the interview, that will be more than enough. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, mention the main reasons behind using a simple language like Gherkin in Cucumber projects. Let me answer. First of all, Gherkin is a language that Cucumber tool can understand. Okay. So Cucumber tool can only understand this language known as Gherkin language. So why we use this Gherkin language in Cucumber projects? While creating the feature files, we use this language known as Gherkin language. And this Gherkin language comes with a lot of keywords, okay? To create the scenarios in the feature files in the Cucumber projects, this Gherkin language will come with a lot of keywords like given, when, then, and, scenario outline, examples, feature, and many more. But what is the main reason why this Gherkin language has been chosen for the Cucumber projects to create the scenarios in the feature file using these keywords is the question. So this is the answer. Okay, let me read it for you slowly. Okay, so that you can understand it well. Gherkin language has several keywords like scenario, feature, given, when, then, and, but, scenario outline, examples, and so on. Using which automation scenarios in Cucumber projects can be written in a structured way. If these keywords are not there, if the Gherkin language doesn't have these keywords, then if you're asked to write the scenarios, you will write in a freestyle format. Okay, so you will be writing the scenarios in the feature file in one format, and other person in the team will be writing the scenarios in another format. There will not be any proper structure for the scenarios. Okay, like a poet writing some poems. Okay, so different poets will write the poems in different formats, so there is no match there. So we need a proper structure. For the structure to create, we need a language. That language is Gherkin language. Okay, which gives us lots of keywords using which we can structure this writing of the scenarios. Okay, that is automation scenarios in Cucumber projects in a structured way using simple, plain, human readable English language. Okay, this Gherkin language supports English language only. Okay, you will be writing the scenarios in English language, but not like in a freestyle format. Rather, you have to attach these English statements to some set of keywords from the Gherkin language so that they will be created in a proper structure and easily readable. Okay, structure is there means first prerequisites you will write, then action statements you will write, then result you will write, first title you will write. That structure is required. Okay, that's the main reason why Gherkin language is being used. Okay, the simple language like Gherkin is chosen for creating the scenarios in the feature files of the Cucumber projects. So why the people have to create the scenarios in the structured way using this plain, simple, easy language like English, using this Gherkin language keyword and all in these Cucumber projects, so that the end users are the main people who will get benefited from this is the non-technical people. Okay, in a project, if you take, there will be different type of teams. There will be development teams, there will be testing teams, there will be business teams, and so on, and different stakeholders. Not everyone knows the technical stuff, right? So you as an automation engineer knows the Java programming and you know how Cucumber things and all, Selenium and all, you will write all the code. But these things cannot be understood by the business team who are non-technical people mostly. So how to bridge this gap so that even the business team can collaborate with the developers, testers in the projects. Okay, that is with the help of these scenarios that you are creating with the help of this Gherkin language using the plain English language. Okay, that anyone can understand, even non-technical teams can understand and collaborate. The main thing to understand is to collaborate. They can discuss over this stuff. The business team can tell you whatever the scenarios you have written business wise, they are wrong. Okay, earlier it was not possible because if you write all the code in technical stuff, how can the business team review your code and tell you that business wise you have written a wrong automation script? They cannot say. But now, since these scenarios are written in plain English language with a proper structure using the Gherkin language keyword, now they also can understand. Anyone can in the team can understand, in the project can understand, and they can give you the feedback. They can review. Okay, they can collaborate, and everyone can go together in the project. So that's the main intention or reason behind using a simple language like Gherkin in Cucumber projects. If you're able to give at least 50% of the answer that I have given in this session, that will be more than enough for this interview. So for sample, I'll show you one scenario that has been written with the help of the Gherkin language, with the help of some keywords and all. So you see, this is one scenario in the login.feature file. I have used the Gherkin language here. So Gherkin language simply provides you some keywords like scenario, given, when, and then like this. Okay, to structure this English statements. You see all the things, remaining things are in English, right? Even these keywords are in English, but they are from Gherkin language. And they are there for a purpose to structure these statements. If these keywords are not there, this scenario will be written in a freestyle format that not everyone can understand. Okay, where the prerequisites are written, where the action statements are written, where the result is written. That structure will change from person to person and people will not be able to understand the scenarios. Now, since these scenarios are written in plain English language in a proper structure using the Gherkin language keywords, now anyone in the team can, even non-technical users in the team, non-technical team also can understand the scenarios and they can review and collaborate and communicate. Okay, the technical stuff will be written behind these steps. Okay, so for each and every step here, for example, user navigates to login page, it's implemented in the respective step definition file. Okay, that non-technical people will not care about. Okay, user navigates to login page, this is the code. Okay, this kind of code they will not understand, but they can easily understand what automation scripts you are writing business wise, they are correct or not. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is Cucumber report? And mention the benefits of Cucumber report. Let me answer. First of all, what is Cucumber report? In real time, if we are using a Cucumber project or framework, we generally generate Cucumber reports. Okay, these are the famous reports in case of Cucumber frameworks. Okay, if you are implementing BDD in your automation projects, and if you are using the Cucumber as a tool, okay, for building the framework and or project, etc., then the popular report in the market for Cucumber projects or Cucumber frameworks is Cucumber report. So this is what is Cucumber report. In the Cucumber report, we'll get to know which test got passed, which scenario got failed, and so on. Okay. So, and it will be in a descriptive manner. Okay. So, unlike other reports, Cucumber reports will generate the reports and will show the results. Okay. In a very descriptive manner. So, what is the descriptive manner and all? What are the benefits of the Cucumber report? I'm going to cover in this session. So first of all, the first benefit of any report, not only Cucumber report, any report is to show the details of the test execution results. Okay, so whether the test scenarios got passed or failed. So out of 100 tests, let's say how many got passed, how many got failed. Okay, we'll come to know from the reports, not only Cucumber reports, any reports. Okay, so one of the benefit of the Cucumber report, like other reports, is to showcase the results of the tests which got executed, whether they are got passed or failed. And unlike other reports, Cucumber reports will generate the results of the reports or results of the scenarios in a detailed manner. Okay, at the step level also, okay, you will get a tick mark. So if you get a green color tick mark at the step level, means that particular step in the scenario got passed. Okay, we can not only know the entire scenario. For example, a particular scenario got failed. We'll get to know which step got failed, which exact step got failed, because step by step it will mention the result. Okay, not only at the scenario level, but at the step level also the results will be showcased. And along with that, automatically it will grab all your environment details from your machine and showcase them in the reports. And like other reports, any other report, you can share these reports with your stakeholders. Okay, why we generate this Cucumber results reports or any other reports in any automation frameworks and all? Because we want to share these results, test results, with our stakeholders. Okay, we as testers already know which is passing and which tests are failing, but we need to share these results with other members of the project. Okay, so they will get to know and they can take necessary decisions in the projects. Okay, so that's the main purpose. This first one and last one are the common things for any report, but detailed results of the reports, okay, detailed results of the test execution results, okay, in a detailed step by in a step at a step level is possible with Cucumber reports. And automatical grabbing of environment details and putting on the report is also one of the benefit of the Cucumber report. And Cucumber report looks very easy and simple to understand. Okay, when compared to other reports, you will simply can understand what's going on. Okay, which scenarios got passed, which steps got failed, everything you will get to know. Is very easy to understand kind of reports. Okay, so let me practically show you how a Cucumber report will look like. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, and here let's say under the target, let me delete this. Already there, one report is there, but let me generate the report again. For that, I'll go to the test runner, and here, so I'll generate the HTML report. Okay, let me run this. It will run all the scenarios in all the feature files, and it will generate a kind of single report where you will see the results of each and every scenario at the step level, what got passed, what got failed, along with environment details and all those stuff. And you will understand how easy it is to read and understand the results from the Cucumber reports and why they are popular in the market. You will get to know soon. Okay, I have started running this tests or scenarios in this project. They are running now. So it will take a while. Let one of the scenario run. After that, I'll pass the recording and resume once all the tests got run. And once the report is generated, I'll showcase directly. Okay. So one of the tests got completed. I'll just pass the recording and resume once all the scenarios got executed and the report got generated. All the scenarios got executed. We don't know whether they got executed properly or not. Okay. We don't know, but let me refresh this project once. Whatever the report that is generated, let's look into that. Let's look into this, and folder got created. Under that, we got the HTML report generated. Say open with web browser. Okay, let's see what is the result. You see only 50% got passed, and that is 7 got passed, 7 got failed. Okay, you can clearly see login.feature, all the scenarios in the login.feature file got passed. If you expand this, you can see that clearly. You see how detailed the things are. Okay, so you can know like the name of the feature which got executed and scenario details, and at step level, each and every step level a tick mark is coming to name that. Even for the test data also you are getting the tick mark saying that everything got passed. Okay, green means everything got passed. You see all the scenarios in the first feature file got passed. And what about the other ones? This one got failed somehow. What is the reason? We don't know, but it got failed. You never reached your account page, and somehow it got failed. Okay, so it was not able to do some operations, and it got failed. Okay, here we got some experience. You see, you can clearly see like this particular step got failed. Okay, the reason may be anything. You got an exception here because of that, and remaining blue color means they got skipped. If this particular step got failed, failed means remaining steps will not be executed. They got skipped. So blue color thing came, and you see again the same thing. Null pointer exception. The beginning itself. Okay. Web element dot click. Web element is null, null, null. Something is coming. Something is going wrong. That's okay. So let's not investigate why it's happening and all, but let's look into the report. You also got the environment details. You see, it's Windows 11. Yes, my machine has Windows 11 operating system, and whatever the Java version I'm using, I have installed in my machine is coming. Whatever the Cucumber version that is there in my machine, that is coming. How much time it has taken for the execution to be done and all the details we got properly. Okay, all the details we got properly, guys. So this is how the Cucumber report looks like, and by this time you have understood like how easy it was for us to go through the report and understand the details in the report without any problems. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to generate JSON reports in Cucumber projects and what is the purpose of generating such JSON reports in the projects. Let me answer. First of all, how to generate JSON reports, I'm going to show you practically. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Cucumber framework or project. In this, we'll directly go to the test runner file. Let it open. Let the test runner.java file open. And here, in the test runner file, we have a property known as plugin, to which here HTML format report is being specified to be generated. Now, instead of HTML, I'll write down JSON because here the requirement is how to generate JSON. So instead of HTML, I have to provide JSON. And this is a location where you want to generate the reports. That is under the project, under the target folder. Okay, with this name Cucumber reports folder. Okay, a folder will be created. Okay, under the target folder, whatever the name I have given here, with that name, a folder will be created. Under that folder, Cucumber report is the name of the report, and the extension of the report should be JSON. So .json I have to change. So this is the format we have to change. JSON colon location, name of the report, and extension JSON should be the extension. Okay. Now, if you run this, it will run the scripts, or it will run these feature files and automation scripts automatically, and it will generate the JSON report for us. So let me run it. Right click, run as JUnit test. So it will start running the feature files. Feature files will invoke the step definitions where the automation scripts are there. The automation scripts will run where the browsers will launch, the test will happen. So I will not, record the entire scenarios being executed. One scenario will show you like this, one scenario being executed, one scenario done. Now second scenario started. I'll pause the recording and resume once all the scenarios got executed. As you can see, all the tests got executed. Some got passed, some got failed. It doesn't matter for us. Simply refresh this project once. Once the execution is done, simply refresh the project. Once you refresh the project under the target folder, you see Cucumber reports folder got created. Under that, we got the Cucumber report.json file. Let me open this JSON file, open with, let's say, text editor, I'll say, so that you can see the JSON. This is the JSON text, okay? So like this, some JSON thing came. The report got generated in JSON format, not in HTML format. But what is the purpose? We can simply generate the report in HTML format, right? While in real time, people generate the reports in Cucumber project in JSON format. What is the purpose? What is the reason behind it? There is a reason, okay? Not everyone prefer to generate the reports in HTML format. There may be some very rare projects where they want to customize the reports. Okay, they don't want the default generated Cucumber HTML reports. Instead, they want to get the reports in JSON format, and they'll parse this JSON. Okay, using JSON parsers in Java library, whatever it is, they will parse the JSON, and from that they can take the data like how many tests got passed, how many tests got failed, what happened, everything they can take, and with that information, okay, which got retrieved by passing such kind of JSON files, they will create one more report, a customized report for their clients and all. Okay, a better looking reports. Maybe they are not satisfied with the default Cucumber HTML reports. They want to showcase, company specific customized report. In such cases, they generated the JSON reports, and they will parse this JSON files or reports, and they will create some new looking or new customized reports out of it as per their requirements. That is one of the reason why they generate the JSON reports instead of the HTML reports. And other things maybe these JSON reports can be integrated with other tools. Okay, so or systems for further processing or visualization of test results. Okay, you cannot pass HTML as an input to other system. Okay, to analyze the results and all those stuff. Okay, there is a mechanism where if you generate the JSON reports, you can pass it to other tools or systems which will analyze the reports, process the reports, or they can visualize the test results in a better way. Okay, so like that, many things are there, many advantages are there to customize the reports or to analyze or process or visualize the reports in a better way. We can generate JSON reports. Okay, but in real time, most of the cases I have seen people generating the HTML reports only. But in rare cases, in some projects, it may happen where they generate the JSON reports to customize or build some better looking reports, or to pass them to other system to visualize them or to process or analyze them better. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can we use TestNG with Cucumber? Let me answer. The answer is yes. We can use TestNG with Cucumber projects. So most of the times we see people using JUnit testing framework with Cucumber, but is there a possibility where other testing framework like TestNG can also be used with Cucumber? As I already mentioned, yes, it is possible. Let me practically show you that in this session. Okay, so I'll switch to the Eclipse IDE. Here we have a sample Cucumber framework or project, okay, which is using the testing framework as TestNG instead of JUnit. So what are the things that we have to take care? Mainly in the test runner class, okay, in this project, mainly in the test runner class, you have to make sure the test runner class is extending this another predefined class in Cucumber TestNG library. Okay, Cucumber TestNG library, that is abstract TestNG Cucumber tests. You have to make sure your test runner is extending this parent class from Cucumber TestNG library. That is the name you have to remember, abstract TestNG Cucumber tests. Okay, if you extend this, remaining everything is same. Similarly, we have the Cucumber options. You can mention the properties. All those stuff is same. Okay, so hope guys you got an idea like how to use TestNG with Cucumber. Now, if you go to the step definition and all, okay, so there you can use TestNG assertions. Okay, instead of JUnit assertions, you can use TestNG assertions, because in this project we are using the testing framework as TestNG with Cucumber project. So we have to create the assertions like assert dot, assert true, assert equals. Those kind of assertions we have to use from TestNG library. So that's all for this session. Hope you got the answer for this question. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the main difference between scenario and scenario outline? Let me answer. First of all, the scenario and scenario outline are the Gherkin language keywords that we generally use for creating the feature files in Cucumber projects. But what is the difference? If you create a scenario in a feature file with this scenario keyword, then that scenario is going to run only one time, okay, no matter what. Whereas if you create a scenario with scenario outline, then this scenario has the possibility of running multiple times, the same scenario running multiple times, depending on how many sets of data are available or mentioned or specified under the examples keyword. Okay, with scenario outline keyword, another keyword will be accompanying it, that is examples keyword. Under this examples keyword of the scenario outline, you will mention the number of sets of data, like 3 sets of data, 4 sets of data, like that. Okay, depending on how many sets of data you are mentioning under this examples keyword of the scenario outline scenario, that scenario is going to run that many number of times. If you provide 3 sets of data, scenario outline scenario is going to run 3 times. If you are going to specify 5 sets of data under the examples keyword of the scenario outline scenario, then scenario is going to run 5 times. But the scenario which is created with the normal scenario keyword will run only one time. Okay, you cannot specify multiple sets of data there. Let me practically show you that. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where I'll take you to one of the feature file, that is login.feature file in this Cucumber project or framework. And if you see this normal scenario first, okay, you see which Gherkin language keyword is provided? Scenario. Okay, so you cannot specify multiple sets of data here for this particular scenario. And this scenario, if you run, it will run only one time. Okay, this particular scenario is going to run only one time. Whereas I'll show you practically. Okay, I'll show you practically. I'll go to the runner class, test runner. And here I'll mention the tags. Tags is equal to, so that I can run a particular scenario. So I would like to run only this scenario. That is the scenario having this tag. No other scenario has this particular tag. So only that particular scenario will run when I run this. Okay, rightly run as. Okay, when I run it like this, whatever the scenario that is going to run only one time. Okay, because that is a normal scenario specified with Gherkin language keyword known as scenario keyword. You see, it got only run one time. Okay, it got run only one time. If you go here and see whether it got passed or failed, doesn't matter, but it has run only one time. Okay, now what I'll do here is I'll take you to another one. This is scenario outline. Okay, there is scenario outline, and which is accompanying with another keyword known as examples. Under the examples, 3 sets of data are provided. Now, if you run this kind of scenario, this scenario is going to run 3 times, because this is scenario outline and multiple sets of data are provided. So 3 times the same scenario is going to run. So I'll just take this tag name, and I'll just replace it here and run it. The same scenario is going to run 3 times, because it is not scenario, it's scenario outline. You'll see the same running 3 times. First time it is running. You see, with second set of data it will run. Now with second set of data is going to run. Second set of username password, you can say. Now that is also done. Now third set of data also it's going to run. The third set of data also it's going to run. Done. You see, the same scenario got run 3 times. Okay, as you can see here, the same scenario. Okay, login with valid credentials, login with valid credentials, login with valid credentials got run 3 times with the different sets of data. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is, what is the main difference between scenario and scenario outline? So scenario will run only one time, whereas scenario outline will run the number of times, the number of sets of data are mentioned under the examples keyword of the scenario outline scenario. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, create a scenario using scenario outline keyword. Let me answer. First of all, the scenario outline is a Gherkin language keyword. In Gherkin language, we have a lot of keywords like feature, we have background, we have scenario, given, when, then, and, but, scenario outline, examples, and so on. Whereas scenario outline is one of the keyword in Gherkin language. Okay. And who will understand this Gherkin language and its keywords? Cucumber tool can understand. Okay. Using the Cucumber tool, we create the feature files. In the feature file, we will create the scenarios with the help of this Gherkin language keywords, where scenario outline is one of such kind of keyword. Okay. What will happen when you create a scenario with the help of this scenario outline kind of keyword? Okay. We can enable data-driven type of testing. That means we can run the same scenario, okay, with multiple sets of data. Same scenario can be run multiple times with the given sets of data. If you are providing 3 sets of data to this scenario, which is created with the scenario outline keyword, then that scenario is going to run 3 times. If you are providing 5 sets of data, then the scenario outline is going to run the scenario 5 times. And the scenario outline keyword in Gherkin language need to be accompanied with one more keyword known as, okay, examples keyword. Under the examples keyword only, we'll provide the multiple sets of data. Okay, for which the scenario need to run multiple times for every set of data. Let me now practically show you how the scenario outline will look like and how we can use it for data-driven testing purpose. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have this sample Cucumber project or framework. Okay, in that I'll take you to one of the feature file, that is login.feature file. And if you clearly observe this particular scenario, it is created with the help of scenario outline keyword. Okay, this is how the scenario outline will look like. So here under the scenario outline, we have written the steps with given, when, then, and also on. And as I mentioned, scenario outline will be accompanied with one more keyword known as Gherkin language keyword known as examples keyword. Under the examples keyword, you can pass or provide or specify or mention multiple sets of data. So if there are 3 sets of data, in this example, we have 3 sets of data. That is username, password, username, password, username, password. Like 3 sets of data are there. For every set of data, the scenario is going to run 1 time. That means for this set of data, 1 time. For this set of data, 1 time. For this set of data, 1 time. So how many times total in which this scenario outline will run? 3 times, because there are 3 sets of data. Okay. So this is how we need to create a scenario outline. Okay. So to create a scenario using scenario outline, we have to use a keyword known as scenario outline and give the details of the scenario. Login with valid credentials is the name. And under that, you have to provide the steps like given. User navigates to login. This is one of the example. When user enters valid email address, username. From this examples, this email will go into the username. Okay. You see the name is matching also. Username is matching. Okay. We intentionally provided the same name under the examples. Okay. So that this data will be passed to this particular step into the username thing. Okay. And user enters valid password. Now this password will go into this password, into the password field. User clicks on login button. Then user should get successfully logged in. Okay. For every set of data, this scenario will run that many number of times. Okay. Fine. Now, how these things are implemented, how this username password are implemented in step definition files, we can see that also. Just go to the login. User enters valid email address here. Email will come and fall, and that will go into this parameter, and that will be entered into the email address field. Similarly, user enters valid password. Whatever the data that is coming from the examples and going into this username password is being passed here. From here to this parameter of the method, and then it will be passed here. And it will be entered into the password field. Okay. So hope guys you understood how to create a scenario using scenario outline in Cucumber projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, explain the usage of different annotations that are available in TestNG. Let me answer. In TestNG, we have different annotations like @ test annotation, @ before method annotation, after method annotation, before class, after class, before test, after test, before switch, after switch, parameters, data provider. These are the most commonly used test-ng annotations in the project. Okay. So what is the usage of each and every annotation that I'm going to practically demonstrate in this session for you, starting with the first annotation of test-ng, that is @test. So this annotation or any other annotations that have listed down here need to be provided before the methods. Okay. So when you provide this annotation @test before a method, it will get converted into a test-ng test method so that you can run it. For example, if I switch to this Eclipse ID, here already a project is created and the libraries of Selenium and test-ng got already added to this project. So in such kind of project under this package, I'll create one class, say class. I'll just name the class as demo class. I'll not create any public static void main here. I'm not going to use any main method. I'm going to simply create a class. Inside this class, I'll create a normal method that is public void, okay, sample test. Now, after doing this, save this. And if I right click and say run as, I'll not get any option to run it. The reason behind that is it's not a main method. Okay, it's not a main method. If there's a main method, we can run it using Java application. But if I still want to run it, even though it's not a main method, if I still want to run it, what I can do is before this method, I can provide an annotation known as @test. Hold the mouse on @test. Okay, once you hold the mouse on this @test, you'll get this import statement. Import this test from test annotation from test-ng library. Select that. Now, write down one statement here, like a system.out.println statement, system.out.println. And in this statement, just mention executing sample test method. Okay, like that. Something I have written. Now, earlier it was a normal method, but once I provide this @test, this method got converted into a test-ng test method, and automatically Eclipse IDE will give you these options. Okay, run and debug. You can run it if you want. Okay. Now right click here and say run as. Earlier we are not getting this test-ng test option. Now we are getting it. Okay, select it. This method will run and you will get this printed in the output console. You see, in the output, executing sample test method got printed. Okay, the single test method is there that got passed. So with help of this @test annotation, if you provide that before any method, that method will get converted into a test-ng test method and we'll be able to run it. Hope you got the idea how to use, what is the use of this @test annotation in test-ng. Now, next one is @before method and @after method. Okay. So before method will run before this test method. Okay. Now you create some method here, public void anywhere, either below or above this method, public void before m. I'll say I can name it like anything. Okay. So you can name it anything. Okay. And here I'll use before method annotation. Over the mouse on this, import this from test-ng library, system.out.println. Before method got executed. Okay. This method is going to run before test method. Similarly, you can create one more method that is public void after m. You can name it anything. I'm just giving after m as the name of the method. Here I'll say after method annotation. I'll use after method annotation from test-ng. Over the mouse, import this annotation from test-ng library. System.out.println. Just to make sure that in which order these methods are getting executed, I'm just writing this print statement. After method got executed. Now, how this will work? You see, this method is annotated with @test, whereas this method with before method annotation. This method with after method annotation. So before this test method gets executed, this before method will get executed. After the test method will get executed, after method will get executed. Okay. Now run it. Right click run as test ng test. First before method will get executed before the test method. Then test method will get executed. Then after method will get executed. Okay. You see, before method got executed, then executing sample. This is the test method got executed. Then after method got executed. So in this case, only one test method is there. Here, only one test method is there. But if I create multiple test methods, here I'll say login test. Okay, executing login test. Login test method. Okay. Similarly, I'll create some other test methods here. So 3 test methods I'll create. Restart test. I'll just name it as a for sample. I'm just giving different names. Okay, that's it. You can give any name. So restart test. I'll say. Okay, restart test method got executed. Then, and here I'll just convert this into the test method, test method by providing at the rate test annotation. Now one more method I'll create. I'll simply say search test, let's say. Okay, search functionality test. And this is a normal method. Now I have to convert it into test method. I'll just have to write at the rate test annotation here. And here I'll simply say search test. Okay, search test method. Now, earlier only one test method used to be there, but now 3 test methods are there. In this case, how the before method and after method will run? Before method will be executed before every test method. After method will be executed after every test method. That means 3 times before method will be executed, 3 times after method will be executed. Before every test method, before this method will get executed. Before this test method will get executed. Before this test method will get executed. This method will get executed. And similarly, after this method, after method will get executed. After this method, this after method will get executed. After this method, this method, this after method will be executed. This is the flow. Okay. So to make it clear for you, it will be like this. So first, at the rate before method will be executed. Then one of the test method will be executed at the rate test. Okay, it may be test 1, I'll say for now. Then after method will be executed at the rate after method will be executed. Then again at the rate before method will be executed. Then at the rate some other test method will be executed. Then after method will be executed. Then again before method will be executed. Then at the rate test 3. Then after method. After method. Like this, the execution will happen. Before method, test 1, after method. Before method, test 2, after method. Before method, test 3, after method. This is the order in which they will be executed. Then let's run it. You can see the output. The same kind of output you will get. So the way I explained here, this order, the same order will come. You see, just see the output. Before method got executed. First login test got executed. Then after method got executed. Then before method, restart test, after method. Before method, search test, after method. So this how this at the rate before method and at the rate after method. Okay, this is a usage of before method and after method. So before method will generally contain the setup code that need to be run before every test method. Okay, after method will contain the closure code which need to run after the test method. In real automation, okay, for example, generally we use the before method to open the browser and open the application URL. Then we will perform the test. And after the test is completed, in the after method, we'll close the browser like that. Okay. So that's how we do that in real time. Okay. Here test will be run. For example, here, what is their login test, restart test, search test. Okay. So here, open browser and application URL. Let's say, okay. Close browser. Close browser. When you close the browser, automatically application will be closed, right? Now run this. Right click, run as SNG test. You can see the output in a proper way this time. You see? Open browser and application URL, then perform login test, then close the browser. Open browser and application URL, then perform restart test, close the browser. Open browser and application URL, then perform search test and close the browser. Like this. Okay? Like this, it will be executed. Now what next? Now there are few other annotations like similar to before method, after method, we have before class, after class. So there is a, if I say before class, and if I convert this into after class, what will happen here is, over the mouse and import it from TestNG library, after class from TestNG library. The difference here is, unlike before method, before class will only run one time. Before any of the test methods inside this class will run, before class will run one time. And once this before class will be run, then all the test methods will run. Okay? All the test methods will run. After all the test methods got run, then after class method will run. So here you can understand. First, at the rate before class method will run. Then at the rate test1, then at the rate test2, at the rate test3, then after class. Then class. Like this, it will be run. Okay? Like this, they will be running. Okay, this is the order. Let's run it. Just see the output. Open browser and application URL, login test, restart test, search test, then close the browser. Done. This is how the before class and after class annotations will be useful. Okay. They also contain the setup and tear down code or setup and closure code, but before class will run only once before any of the test methods inside the class runs, and after class will run only once after all the test methods inside the class will run. Then we have before test and after test. So what is before test, after test? For that to understand, I'll just make the thing simple for you. I'll delete this file first. And here, I'll just rename this package, refactor, rename the package, let's say pack A. Similarly, in this package, I'll create some classes. This package, I'll create some classes, right? Click new class. I'll say, what I can say, class 1, I'll say class 1, or yeah, class 1, I'll say, otherwise class 1. Inside the class 1, I'll create a method of test method. I'll create. I'll say test A, test 1A. Okay. At the rate test annotation. Just for sample, I'm creating some sample things. System.out.println, just to make sure that this method got executed, test method got executed. I'll just say test 1A executed. Okay. Then similarly, I'll create one more test method here, because a class can contain any number of test methods. So I'm just creating few test methods here, just for sample. Test 1, B, I'll say. In class 1, we have test 1, A and B. Okay, test 1B executed. Done. Similarly, I'll create a few more classes like class 2, class 2. Okay, finish. Here also I'll create some test methods. I'll just copy them. Here I have to convert this into test method at the rate test. First of all, copy this. And I'll just to save time, I'll just paste it here. Here I'll say test 2. Only one method I'll keep it. I don't want multiple methods in this. Just to avoid the confusion and all. Now I'll create one. I'll just name this as class 4 otherwise. Here 4A. Okay. Intentionally I'm doing. Okay. Here under this package we have class 4, class 4 and class 1. Okay. Done. Here 4, test 4A. Okay, done. Now one more. Right click new class 3. Finish. And I'll create one test method here. Just for sample. Test 3. Sorry. Test 3A. 3A. Done. Okay. Like this, some sample things. So in order to explain these annotations, that is after, before test and after test, or before suite, after suite, we need to create this kind of stuff. Okay. We need to create some multiple packages, multiple classes inside the packages, having the test methods and all. Otherwise, I cannot explain that. Okay, that's the reason I'm creating all this stuff. Let's wait until this creation is done. Pack B. Then I'll create some classes. So So class 2, I'll say finish. So class 2, test 2, sorry, test 2A. Here also test 2A executed, done. Then another class 5, class 5, I'll say finish. And in this class 5, I'll create a test method. I'll simply say 5. Here also 5. So there are 2 packages in that different classes are there. That's it. Okay. Now one more class, new class, class 6, finish. Let's say 6 and say done. Now what I'll do here is just observe. Okay. This package A has 3 classes, 1, 4, 3. Okay. Whereas pack B has another 3 classes like 2, 5, 6. Okay. Intention I created. Now I'll create a testng.xml file. Right click on the project. Here go to testng and say create testng or otherwise convert to testng. Okay. This option you have to select. Convert to testng. Then you will get this dialog where you want to create this testng.xml file directly under the project only. And these are all the list of classes we have. Let it be there. Click on finish. Simple. For now, click on finish. You see that testng.xml file got created with all these classes. Pack.class1. You see class 1 is part of the package A. So pack.class1. Pack B.class2. Pack A.class3, pack A.class4, pack B.class6, pack B.class5. So here only one test is there. What I will do here is I'll copy this and create one more test here. Multiple tests I can create. I'll say test 1. Here I'll say test 2. I'm naming them as different tests. In this test 1, I'll put all these 3 classes from pack A. You can whatever you feel convenient. That's okay. Okay, I'm just keeping pack A related stuff. Pack B I'm removing. You can keep both pack A and pack B also, not a problem, but I'm just removing. Okay, just to make it clear. Like this. In test 2, I'm removing pack A. Only pack B related package related classes will be there. Like this. Now we have here we have pack A dot class 1, 3, 4. 1, 4, 3 is there here. Here 2, 5, 6 is there. Okay, done. Now, how this before test, after test will work? So, if you want before test will run before this, any of these classes inside this test, or before any of these test methods inside any of these classes inside this test tag, before test will run. After test will run. Okay, method having after test annotation will run after all the test methods inside all the classes of this particular test tag will run. Similar to same applies for this test also. So, but what I have to do is I have to pick one of the class inside this test. Okay, for understanding before test, I have to pick one of the class inside this. 1, 4, 3 is there. I'll take this 3. I'll go to one of the thing 3, and here in one of the class inside that test tag, I'll create a method public void before T, before test. Okay. At the rate, I'll say before T1, otherwise T1. At the rate, before test, I will say. For the mouse, import it. And here I'll write down system.out.println. Okay. Before test 1, I'll say. Okay. Otherwise. Before test 1, before test 1. Okay. You can understand this is before test tag kind of thing. It is similarly, I'll create after test also. Either I can create in any of these classes, 1, 4, 3, because this particular test tag has 1, 4, 3. You can either create in 3 or 4, wherever. Okay. Or you can create in the same also. Here I'll say after test. Here after test, after T1. Here I'll say after test 1. Okay. For the mouse. Import it. Let's see what will happen. Now run it. Now this time when you are running, how to run all these classes at a go? How to run all these classes at a go with the help of testng.xml. How to run the testng.xml file so that all the test methods in all the classes of this things, two test tags will run. But before test will run only before the test methods inside this class. Any of the test methods inside this class run before test will run now. Okay, because I mentioned in one of the class inside this test tag. Okay, after test will run, after all the test methods inside this particular test tag of this classes are run. Okay, now right click on the testng.xml file either here or here anywhere and run as testng switch. Just see what will happen. You see, before test 1 A got executed, test 1 B got executed. You see, from class 1 these things are coming. Okay, test 3A, test 4A. You see, from 3, from 4, after test 1. After test 1. Then test 2A, test 6A. You see, this one, 4, 5, 2, 5, 6. 2, 5, 6 are coming here. There's one thing that is missing. That is 1, 4, 3, right? 1. Yeah, they are there, right? Total here. Just to avoid confusion, I'll do one thing. In class 1, I'll just remove one of the tests, okay? This one, it is confusing. So now run it again, you will understand. Clear. So before test will run only for these 3 classes, before these 3 classes, and after test will run after this test methods inside these 3 classes. You see, before test 1, test 1A, test 3A, 143. You see, 143 got executed, test got executed, then after test. Then for this one, before test, after test didn't get executed. Because I mentioned the before test and after test annotation only in one of the class of this test tag. Now, if I go to any of these classes, 2, 6, 5, if I go to, let's say 5, and here I'll write the methods. Public void before T, I'll say 2, before T2, some random method I'm giving, and here I'll say at the rate before test system.out.println before test 2. Okay, and similarly after test 2, either in this class or any of this class which is there in that particular test tag, any of these classes 2, 6, 5, any of this you can pick, but I am picking this one after T2, after test. Okay, done. Save this. Now run this. This time you see that other before test and after test will run before any of these classes and after any of these classes. Okay, like okay, testng switch. You see, before test 1, 143 will come after test 1. Then there's one problem. Okay, 1 minute. I have to go to. I just made a mistake here. Here I have to change it to after test. Okay, after test. There is a mistake. Run this. Right click run as testng switch. Errors are there where class 5 after AF here. Now go to testng. Still the errors are not gone. What is the problem? Now the one. Now they are gone. Now run it. Write it. Run as testng switch. This time it will work fine. You see, before test 1, test 1A, 143 is coming, tests are coming after test 1. Then before test 2, 2, 5, 6 are coming, then after test, like that. Okay. So this is how the before test and after test will run before the test tags. Okay, if you provide the before test, after test annotation methods in any of this class inside this test tag, they will run before this test tag things, and after will run after all the things inside the test tags are running. Okay, similar to this one also. Now coming to the other one, I'll remove them for now. Just to avoid confusion, I'll remove this before test, after test from this classes. Here I just mentioned in class 3, right? I'll just remove them. Now let's go to the before suite, after suite. Very simple, right? Before suite, after suite is very simple. It will run before the suite tag. After suite will run after the suite tag. For example, here, if you go to the testng.xml file, only one suite tag is there. Before any of this test inside this, any of these classes inside the suite tag got run, before suite will run. After any of the, after all the classes, all the tests inside all the class of this suite tag got run, after suite will run. Okay, you can mention before suite, after suite, any of these classes. Okay, inside the suite tag, 1, 4, 3, 2, 5, 6, any of anywhere you can write. Okay, for example, I'll choose class 4 here. In one of them, I'll write on public void before S1 before switch. I'm just giving a random name for that, and here I'll say before switch for the mouse, import h system.out.println before switch 1. Okay, similarly, any of the class inside the suite tag, just run after switch AFTR, after switch for the mouse, import h, and here write down after x1, here also after suite 1, so that we can do. Save this. Now run the testng.xml file. This time, before all these things inside suite tag, before suite annotated method will run. After everything got executed inside the switch, then after switch method annotated method will run. Okay, right click run as testng switch. Initially and at the end it will run. Okay, simple. You see, before suite 1, after suite 1. In between 1, 4, 3, 2, 5, 6 are there. Okay, between that all the test methods are there. So hope you understood so far, from @test, before method, after method, before class, after class, before test, after test, how to use them, how to use these different test engine annotations I explained so far. Now there are two more annotations, okay, in test engine that you need to understand. One is parameters, other one is data provider. I'll explain one by one. Okay, so for that this much of stuff is not required, so I'll do one thing. I'll just clear it out. Okay, I'll delete this classes. These are not required anymore. Even I'll delete this testng.xml file. Now here I'll create a single package. I'll simply say test package. Finish. Create one class, say demo class. Just explain this parameters and just need one test method. That's it. Okay. Public void. I'll just create a test method. Sample test. Sample test. Name of the test method. You can give any name, and I'll convert this test method into @test. Convert this method into test method. Testng test method. @test annotation. Import this. Now here I'll write down. So what I will do here is I would like to pass one parameter. Okay, I don't want to hard code. For example, here I'll write down system.out.println. Would like to print the URL of the application. For example, one URL I would like to print. This is the application URL I would like to print. Or you can write the Selenium code also here if you want. Okay, here you can write some Selenium code. Let's write WebDriver. Driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Okay, you can write some Selenium code, no problem, so that you can understand this concept, this @parameters concept well. Import this WebDriver from Selenium library. Import this Chrome driver from Selenium library. Now write down driver.manage.window.maximize. Then write down driver.get and provide the application URL, the sample application URL I told you, right? This one. I just want to, this much enough. Okay, this much is enough for me. Okay, for this test. Now run this test. Right click, run as testng test. The test will run, it will open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, and it will open the application URL. Open the browser, maximize the browser, it will open the application URL in the browser. Everything is working fine. You see, the sample application got opened in the application URL. But my requirement here is, I don't want to hard code this URL here in this particular test, because tomorrow this URL will change and a lot of test methods will be there in this project, and every test method is using this URL. And if there changes, I have to go to each and every test method and update the URL in every test method. I don't want that to happen. So instead of hard coding this, I want to centralize it. Or I want to centralize it and pass this URL as a parameter from some place, some centralized place. So I would like to use testng.xml file as a centralized place. How to do that? So for that to happen, I'll right click on this project and select testng and say convert to testng. And here it would be created like this. Click on finish. Testng test method got created. Now here under the test tag, I'll write parameter. I'll create a parameter tag. I'll just create a name. I'll just name it as URL. I'll just give the value. Value is nothing but the application URL. And self-close this tag. Done. Okay, parameter got created. Now this parameter this value I would like to pass it to this test method. Instead of hard coding, any test method that wants this particular URL, right, has to access it from the testng.xml file. How to do that? For that, above this test method, right, at the rate parameters annotation. Parameters annotation. Meters. Pour the mouse on this parameters annotation. Import it from testng library. And here write down like this. If you have multiple parameters, you can provide curly braces. Okay. Single parameter also you can provide, not a problem. Here, I need to specify the name of the parameter. The name of the parameter is what? URL. In testng.xml file, the name of the parameter is URL. Just copy paste that one here. So the value will be passed here. How to capture the value of this particular parameter, which is mentioned in the testng.xml file? Here, I have to create a parameter here. String, I'll say U, otherwise simple U. Okay. Or application URL, I'll say. Okay. Application URL. Like this, you can give some name. Now, you don't have to hard code it. You just paste this parameter here. Now save this. What's happening here? Okay. From here, this URL will be passed to this, and that will go to this application URL, and it will be given here. Okay. So right click, run as testng test. Let's see what will happen. It's not working. There is a problem. There's a problem. Okay, what is the problem? I'll tell you. I should not be running this one. I should be running the testng.xml file, then only it will work. Right click, run as testng sit. Then only that parameter will be passed to the test method. Okay. When the browser, if it opens the application URL, that means it's being passed. Now this time what happened was, from this testng.xml file, we centralize this testng.xml file to store this URL, because tomorrow the client changes the URL. You can update the URL at this centralized location in testng. All the test methods can access like this and use it in the application, in the test method code. Okay. So this is the purpose of the parameters. Okay. For parameterizing the test, I need to be provided before this annotation need to be provided before the test methods, which receives the data from the testng.xml file. Now there is one more last annotation in testng, and I'm going to explain the use of that okay, at the rate data provider annotation, testng annotation. This for data-driven testing purpose. Okay, to implement data-driven testing, we do that. So for that, what I will do is, we don't need any of this stuff. I'll just remove this method, test method, Control-Shift-O, and I'll create a method, public void login test. I'll say, okay, login test. This is the test method. Okay. Over the mouse, import it. Now here, I'll write down a code, system.out.println, logged in with username Here I'll provide a username, string, username or u I'll say, and say string password, P. Okay, I'll say plus u and password. What is the password? With password plus P. Like this I'll write down. Okay. Logged in with username, u and password P. Okay. So this is a logic I have written, but I want to run this single test method multiple times with multiple sets of data. How to do that? For that to happen, I have to supply the data to this test method. How to supply the data? Here I have to create one more method to supply the data, multiple sets of data. This test method, I don't want to run only one time. I want to run multiple times with multiple sets of data. That is called as data-driven testing. Public void, okay, is data. Just give some name, some random name to this method, supply data or test data or whatever it is. And above this, provide an annotation known as data provider annotation. So whatever the method that is going to supply the data to the test methods, you have to name that and provide the annotation known as which annotation? Data provider annotation. Over the mouse and import this data provider annotation from TestNG. Now I'll just going to name this data provider. I'll say supply data. Okay. This is a name I'm providing to this data provider method. Okay. So instead of method name, I'm just giving a proper data provider name. Okay. Now, how this method can supply the data? Here I have to create a two-dimensional object array. Two-dimensional object array. I will say data, and here now create the multiple sets of data. How many sets of data? For example, if you want 3 sets of data, you have to write like this. 3 inside this curly braces, 3 times 3 curly braces you write. Here first pass the username. Password is 1, 2, 3. Let's say 1, 2, 3 is the password, and here I will say Varun. Let's say password is 4, 5, 6. Okay, randomly. Here I will say Tarun. Let's say password is 7, 8, 9. Like this. Okay. Now this data need to be returned. Return data, I have to say. And the return type should not be void. It should be two-dimensional object array. It should be two-dimensional object array. Now save this. This method is going to supply the data. Okay. 3 sets of data are there. But which method need to receive this data? This particular test method. How to connect the bridge between this data provider to supply the data to this test method? How to specify? Beside this test, write circular bracket and say data provider. This is an attribute. It's not an annotation. It's an attribute. And here in double quotes, you provide the name of the data provider that is going to supply the data. That's it. Everything is done. Now this data provider is going to supply the data. The data provider method, which is provided with data provider annotation, is going to supply the data to this test method because the connection is bridged. And this data, multiple sets of data, this username will go into this U and password will go into this P and they will be printed. You can see that. Okay. Here U will be printed, P will be printed in the print state. And this test method is going to run how many times? 3 times. Let's run this and observe. The same test method is going to run 3 times because there are 3 sets of data. You see, logged in with username Arun and password 123. Logged in with username Varun and password 456. Logged in with username Arun and password 789. Okay, like the 3 times. Okay, the test method got run. The test method got run 3 times. This you see, you can see here login test got executed 3 times with different sets of data. That is the purpose of the data provider annotation. To convert a method into a data supplier method, we have to use data provider annotation. So hope guys you understood the usage of the different annotations that are available in TestNG. Okay, these are the different annotations we have in TestNG. Starting from @test, before method, after method, before class, after class, before test, after test, before switch, after switch, @parameters, @data provider. These are the commonly or mainly used annotations in TestNG that you have to explain in the interview if you get this kind of question. So with practical demonstration, I covered in detail in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to generate XML reports in Cucumber projects and what is the purpose of generating the XML reports. Let me answer. First of all, the purpose of any report It may be HTML report, it can be JSON report, it can be XML report. The purpose is same, to see the results, to see the test results. So the purpose is same. That's the first purpose of any report. Even for XML reports also, the purpose is same, to analyze the test results, like how many tests got passed, how many got failed, and so on. Okay. And apart from this common purpose, what is the other purposes why people specifically go for XML reports in Cucumber projects when they have the facility of generating the HTML reports and other type of reports? Is the CI/CD systems or tools can read this XML reports. Okay, so CI/CD systems can read the XML reports. So we can generate this XML report and provide that as an input to the CI/CD systems, continuous integration and continuous deployment systems. Okay, and using this XML, they will generate the visual representations. Okay, in the CI/CD systems or tools, the visual representation of the results can be represented in the visual format. Okay, by inputting the XML reports. Okay, so that is a one of the advantage. And send notifications. The CI/CD systems, based on the results in the reports, okay, they will collect those metrics or whatever it is, okay, results, and based on the results, they can send notifications. Okay, that's another purpose. Now, these XML reports have the capability to get transformed into a better HTML or PDF documents. Okay, PDF reports. If you want, if your client wants the report to be in PDF format, let's say, so it's very easy to transform this XML reports into the PDF format. And also, if you want to create a customized HTML report, which is, it based on your term, based on how the report should look for the client and all, then we can easily transform these XML reports into HTML or PDF formats. Okay. So these are few advantages, specific advantages of generating XML reports. Most of the cases in real time, we generate the reports in HTML, Cucumber HTML format itself. But in some cases, in very rare cases, here and there, some projects, they may generate XML reports for these specific advantages. So let me practically demonstrate how to generate XML reports in Cucumber projects. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. In Eclipse IDE, we have this project, and here we have this test runner class. I'll open the test runner class. In the test runner class, okay, here only one, otherwise I'll just give invalid one or valid credentials, let it be. So here I would like to generate the XML. If you want to generate the XML report, here in place of this HTML and all this value provided to the plugin, right? Plugin property of this Cucumber options annotation. Okay, what you can do is you just provide JUnit here. Okay, in place of HTML, provide JUnit, and this is a location where the report will be generated. That is under the directly under the project, under the target folder. This Cucumber reports folder will be created. So let's expand this. I'll delete this folder first of all, so that it will be recreated again after running the test. For now, I have deleted it. Again, when I run this, it will regenerate. Under the target, Cucumber reports folder will be created. Under that, a report with the name Cucumber report with extension should be XML should be created. Here we have to mention JUnit, and this is the location, this is the name of the report, and this is the extension of the report. Now run the test. Only the scenarios having this tag, that is valid credentials. There is only one scenario in the login feature file. Okay, which is a data driven, I guess it will run 3 times though. So let me run it. Let's focus more on the result, okay, rather than what I am running and all. Okay. So when I run this, you see the same test is running 3 times. That's okay. So let it run the test and generate the report for us. First test is running with whatever the tags I provided. One of the tests is running. So now second test will start, but I'll pause the recording and resume once everything. All the tests got executed now. Okay. The same test got executed 3 times. In this case, that's okay. That's not our focus point anyhow. Let's go and refresh this target folder here to see whether any Cucumber folder is created. Cucumber reports folder got created. Under that, you see XML report got been created. Okay, Cucumber report dot okay, JUnit XML file has been created. Open with. You can open with JUnit viewer, and you can see the reports like this. Is one way, or you can also right click and open with text editor or XML editor or whatever XML editor. Otherwise, let's see. When I say XML editor, I got the XML content. Sometimes it will open like this with the design. So just click on the source, it will show you the XML content. Okay. So this is the XML format report that is generated in Cucumber projects. And I already have mentioned the purpose of generating such kind of XML reports in Cucumber projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you skip a TestNG test from execution? Let me answer. In order to skip a TestNG test from execution, we have to disable it. For disabling a test from execution, we have an attribute known as enabled. Okay, to that we have to pass the value as false. So once you set this enabled is equal to false to any TestNG test method beside this @test annotation, it will get disabled and it will not run. Automatically, it's nothing but it got skipped from execution. Okay, if you have multiple tests in a class and if you disable one of the tests by mentioning this enabled is equal to false, that test is not going to run and it's going to get skipped. Okay, let me practically demonstrate that for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. Here, there is a TestNG project. That is, there is a project, Maven project, which is configured with TestNG library. And in that, I created one class, demo class. In that, I created two test methods. Okay, just to save time. The first method is sample test one. Okay, if it gets executed, I'll just print sample test one got executed. And the other one is sample test two. If it gets executed, I'll just print sample test two got executed will be printed. Okay, so without adding any attribute here to disable or skip a test from execution, so I'll simply right click somewhere on the file and say run as testng test. Both the tests will run. These both print statements will be printed in the output because you see two tests got run and sample test one got executed, sample test two got executed, got printed. That means two tests got executed. You see here also it's clear, very clear that two tests got executed. Okay. What if I want to skip a test from execution? That means I want to disable a test from running or skip a test from execution. It should not run. That means simple terms, it should not run. In that case, I'll simply say enabled is equal to false. For one of the tests, that is second test, sample test 2, I'm just mentioning enabled is equal to false. That means by default, if you don't mention enabled is equal to false, it is enabled is equal to true by default. Okay. But if you specifically mention enabled is equal to false for one of the tests, this will get skipped from execution. That means it gets disabled. Now run this, only one test will run. Other test is not going to run. First test only will run now. Okay. You see, only one test got run. Sample test one got executed and the other test has not run. Okay, it got skipped from execution. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the hierarchy of TestNG XML tags? Let me answer. In TestNG projects, we have a file known as testng.xml file. In that, there will be a lot of tags. Let me practically show you one example of testng XML file. So here in Eclipse IDE, we have a sample testng project. In that, we have the sample testng.xml file. When I open this testng.xml file, here you can see a lot of tags like sweet tag, test tag. Okay, inside the test tag, we have parameter, classes. Okay, then we have class tag and so on. Okay, there are this kind of tags are there and they have some hierarchy. You see, these test tags are inside sweet tag, right? And these classes are inside the test tag and so on. There is some kind of hierarchy being followed. There are some parent tags and to them, there are some child tags. Okay. What is that hierarchy and what are the different types of commonly used tags in testng XML file? I'm going to cover in this session as part of answering this question. Okay. First, let me show you the common or mainly used tags, different tags in testng XML file. These are the ones. Sweet tag, test tag, classes tag, class tag, methods, include, exclude, parameters, parameter, groups, run. These many tags which are commonly used in testng XML file. Okay, but what is the hierarchy? Which should be the parent, which should be the child of which tag? Okay, for that I created one example. This is one example. Let me copy paste this one. This is not a better viewer to see this okay, testng XML file. Rather, we can use a tool online. Just open the browser and search for XML viewer online. Okay, and there are many XML viewers and all. Okay, XML online viewer and all. Let's try. And here, let's put our XML code. You see, and let's see. This looks good for me already. Just let me maximize it. You can see that. Okay, this is XML. Okay, it's formatted properly now. Now you can see which is child, which is parent, and all. You can clearly see now. So here on the top level, sweet tag is there, and the closing is sweet tag, starting with sweet and closing with sweet. Inside the sweet tag, we can have any number of test tags. Okay, inside the sweet tag, we can have any number of test tags. Okay, so test should be the child of the sweet tag. Inside the test tag, we have the child as classes. Inside the classes, we can have multiple classes like this. Inside the class tags, this can be self-closing tags or they can have ending class tags. Inside the class tag, we can have methods tag. Inside the methods, we can have include, okay, or exclude also. Okay, include or exclude inside the method. So hierarchy is like this: sweet, test, sweet, under that test, under that classes, under that class, under that methods, under that either include or exclude. Okay, this is the format so far. This is a general format that you have to explain in the interview so far. Okay, but apart from that, there are some other tags like parameters, parameter, groups run. Okay, this thing can be provided at the test tag level or at the sweet tag level, up to you. Okay, so but if they are provided at test tag level or sweet tag level, this parameter will be inside the parameter stack and run will be inside the group stack. Okay, like that. So this is the hierarchy, guys. Okay, this is the hierarchy. First, top level sweet, under that test, under that classes, under that class, under that methods, under that either include, exclude, and these parameters and groups can be at the test tag level. Okay, in parallel to the classes, these parameters and groups can be there, or you can have them at the sweet tag level also. Okay, directly under the sweet tag also, you can create these parameters and groups. Under parameters, we have parameter tag. Under groups, we have run tag. Okay. So hope guys, you got an idea of the hierarchy of testng.xml tags. Okay. What is the hierarchy and or what are the different type of commonly used tags in testng.xml file and what is their hierarchy? I covered in this session as part of the answer to this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, explain the structure of testng.xml file. Let me answer. So, what is the structure of testng.xml file? It contains a lot of tags like sweet tag, test tag, classes, class, and so on. Okay. To understand the structure of testng.xml file, first we have to understand the tags. First, I will show you one example of testng.xml file. So this is how a testng.xml file looks like. Okay. So it doesn't include all the tags anyhow, but this is one example. You see, on the root level, we have the sweet tag. Under the sweet tag, we have the test. We can have multiple test tags inside the sweet tag. And inside the test, we have this parameter and classes. And inside the classes, we have the class tag and so on. Okay. This is how a sample testng.xml file looks like. So let's understand the structure of testng.xml file in a detailed manner. For that, first, let's understand the different tags that will be used in testng.xml file for different purposes. So these are the different tags we have. First one is the sweet tag. This is the root element of the testng.xml file. As you already know, it's on the root level. Okay, sweet tag. All the remaining tags are inside the sweet tag. Okay, so it's the root element of the testng.xml file, which includes all the other tags. Then we have the test tag. So this element defines a test within the test suite. Okay. So inside the sweet tag, we can have any number of tests. There's only one test here. You can copy paste this one if you want, like this. Okay. And have any number of tests inside it. Fine. So we can have good number of tests. And you can have multiple test elements within the sweet tag. That's okay. To define the test. Okay. So we can create the test tag. So you can give some names here, okay, to the test, whatever the test you are writing, right? For example, login tests, register test, register test or register test, whatever it is. Okay, like that you can give some names. Then we have classes. Inside this test, we have the classes. Okay, here I created one example. I'll copy this example and I'll show that in a XML viewer. XML viewer online. You take one XML viewer and paste it there. And after that, just format it so that it looks good. Okay, like adjust the size so that you can see. So here we have only one test tag. In real time, we can have multiple test tags. That's okay. Inside that, we have the classes. Okay. Inside the classes, we have the class tags. We can have multiple classes. Okay. Like this, for example, here, one class is there. You can specify any number of classes here. Okay. Class, like this, you can. This classes tag can group multiple classes. So the next one is classes. This element is used to group test classes that contain the actual test methods. For example, these are the classes. Okay. So it doesn't have anything for now. Okay. Any other project we have this. Yeah. For example, there are three things. Okay. If you include these three tests, each and everything is a class. Each and everything is a class. Okay. Login test, restart, search test. You can specify them in the classes. Okay. The package name dot login test, package name dot restart test, package name dot search test, like that. Okay. For example. So this element is used to group test classes that contain the actual test methods. Okay. So inside this classes, we have test methods, right? If you go inside the login test, we have test methods. You see, this is one test method. This is another test method. This is another test method, like that. Multiple test methods will be there inside the classes. So using class tag, we have to refer them. It is nested within the test element. This classes is inside the this classes is nested or is inside the test tag. Okay. Then you can include one or more class elements within the classes elements, like this. Okay, one or more class. You can have one or more class elements inside the classes. That's what it's saying. Then class, we just now understood this element specifies a Java class that contains the test methods. So here inside the class tag, you can refer to the class names, login test, restart test, search test. Okay, each and everything is a class here. Okay, package name dot class. It is nested within inside the classes. Okay, that's okay. Then methods. You see here, inside this class, we can have this methods tag. Okay. So for example, if you want to run all the test methods inside the class, then you don't have to go with the methods. Okay. For example, in the login test, there are how many test methods are there? Many test methods. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 test methods are there. If you want to run all of them, then simply mention the package name dot login test. That's it. It will run all the test methods. Okay. But if you want to customize it, if you don't want to run everything, and if you want to customize and decide which to be included, which method should not be executed, which method should be executed and all, in that case, we have to use this methods. Okay. And use the tags like include, exclude. Include means, okay, let's say there are, in that example, there were 5 test methods, right? Let's copy paste this one. Let's write this. Include the first test method, second test method, exclude the third one, include the fourth one, include the fifth one. Okay. Out of 5 test methods inside that login test, you are only running 1, 2, and 4, 5. Third one you are excluding. Okay. Third one you are not running. Like that you can mention. Okay. That is the purpose of the methods. This element is used to group specified test methods within a class that should be executed or not executed. It is nested within the class. Yes, it is nested within the class, right? It is nested within the class tags. Okay. It's inside the class tag. You can include one or more include or exclude. Okay. In this example, we have include, exclude, one multiple includes or excludes we can mention. Include you just now understood, right? This element specifies the name of the test method to be included for execution. Okay. It is nested inside the methods. Exclude. This element specifies the name of the test method to be excluded from execution. it is nested within the methods element. Okay, it is nested within the methods element. Okay, include, exclude. Name of the test methods that need to be executed, include. Name of the methods that should be executed from, that should be excluded from execution, exclude. Then we have parameter. This element allows you to define parameters that can be passed to test methods. Okay. This element allows you to define parameters that can be, so you can pass the parameters. For example, here you can pass a parameter. Okay. You can centralize the data. If one of the test method, okay, here in one of the test method requires this value URL. Okay. So instead of hard coding the URL directly in the test, in this class and the test methods, we can pass the URL and its value from test.ng XML file. For that, we use parameter, and that should be included or nested inside the test tags. Okay. Then groups. This element is used to define test groups. If you want to run a set of tests as a group, smoke test, sanity test, like that, if you want to group and then run only that particular type of tests, okay, then you can use a group tag. It is also nested inside the test tag, and you can mention the name of the group, okay, of the test that you want to run. All the tests which belong to this group known as smoke will run. Okay, and there is one more, like run. Okay, here run is something like this. Okay, inside the group, if you want to mention the group that need to be included for running, okay, then you have to use a run tag, which should be nested inside the groups tag. Along with the run, we also can nest a define tag inside the groups tag, and it is to define a particular group and mention depends on. Okay, for example, this group doesn't run, then this group also doesn't run. Okay, because depends on is there. Okay, define will define this group and it will make a group depend on other group, like that. Okay, so this is also nested inside the groups tag. So these are the different tags we have, and this is an example structure of testng.xml file. This is like this, several combinations we can create. That's okay, but it is one of the example that you can use in the interviews to explain the structure of the testng XML file. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are the different methods of assert in testng? Let me answer. In testng, we have a predefined class known as assert class, and it has some predefined static methods. There are different static methods of assert class, okay, that we can use for verifying whether a test is passing or failing. Okay, so what are such kind of different methods that assert class in testng contains? So these are the methods. Okay, whatever I listed are the methods. First one is assert equals. Okay, using this method we can compare two values, two string values, two boolean values, two different integer values, etc. Okay, if they are matching, if they are same, it will return true and the test will pass. Assert will pass the test. So assert not equals is an opposite of assert equals, where if they don't match, it will return true, and assert will pass a test when they are not equal, when the values are not matching, whether that may be boolean values, integer values, string values. If this actual value is not matching with the expected value, then assert not equals will return true if they are not matching, whereas assert equals will return true when they are matching. Okay, when they are not matching, it will return true. Okay, if they are not matching in assert equals, then assert equals will return false. Hope you understand. Assert true, so it will verify a condition. If the condition is resulting in true, assert true will pass the test. Okay, it is expecting true and the condition also is giving true, the test will pass. Then we have assert false. It is expecting false, but if the condition is resulting in true, then the test will fail, because expecting false but coming as true. So if the condition is also returning false, then the test will pass. Okay, assert null, it is verifying whether an object is null. Okay, if the object is null, the assert null will return true and the test will pass. Assert not null, object should not be null. Okay, and if the object is not null, then the test will pass. Assert same, it will compare it will check whether two objects refer to the same. Okay, two objects refer to the same memory location or whatever it is. If that is so, it will return true. And we generally don't use assert same, assert not same much. Okay, they are going to compare two objects whether they are referring to the same location or not. Okay, so then we have fail. Wherever you want to intentionally fail based on a, it's not a based on a condition or something, based on programming logic. If you want to fail something, okay, fail the test or something, then you can say assert dot fail. Okay, you can use something like this. Okay, assert dot fail. Whenever the statement is encountered and run, due to some logic in the code, the test will fail. Okay, and you can, in addition, you can also pass a message inside this fail. Okay, why it is failed and all. So hope guys, you got the different methods of assert in TestNG as part of this session. Assert equals, assert not equals, assert true, assert false, assert null, assert not null, assert same, assert not same, fail. Let me show you them practically here. So I'll take you to one of the TestNG project in one of the TestNG test method. Here, if you write down the assert predefined class, assert, then you say dot, all the static methods will come, assert equals, lot of, different type of values you can compare in assert equals. Then after scrolling, assert not equals is there, assert null is there, assert same is there. We have fail is there, assert true is there, assert, okay, false is there, and all those stuffs. Okay, so like this. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, where will the TestNG reports will be generated in the project? Let me answer. When you run the TestNG tests, a report will be generated. That is, TestNG report will be generated. Okay, that report, where it will be generated in the project, at which location of the project or in which folder of the project, this TestNG results report will be generated. It will be generated under test output folder. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample TestNG project. So there are some tests also available here, some sample tests. Let me run this. Right click run as TestNG test. Let this two tests run. Once the two tests run, a report will be generated. Okay, after the execution of these two tests. Okay, the two tests got run. Okay, so one of the tests got run out of two. That's okay. So why? Because there is enabled is called false mention, which got disabled. So one of the tests got run. That's okay. It is one test got run. Now what you have to do is right click on the project and refresh it. Refresh the project. Then you'll get this test output folder. Expand that. Under the test output folder, you will see these reports. These are all TestNG reports. Index.html, emailable-report.html, TestNG-results.xml. All these are the, okay, TestNG reports only. Okay, in different formats and all. So first, let's go to the index.html, which is the main TestNG report. Right click on this and say open with web browser. Now you can see the TestNG report will open in the browser. Okay. So here you see only one test got executed and that test got passed. Okay, you can see that here. You can also switch to the older theme or latest theme in this report. So the location is under the test output folder. Okay, under this project, under the TestNG project. Along with this index.html, we have other type of TestNG reports like for emailing purpose, we have emailable report. We can also open that in the browser. The browser open in web browser. You see, emailable report. So whatever the test that got run, that is this report you can email. Okay. Then we have XML. Okay, TestNG results report got generated also in XML format. Open with some XML editor. This is how it looks like. Okay, fine. So hope guys you understood where exactly the TestNG reports will be generated in the TestNG projects under the test output folder. So in these formats under the test output folder, they will be generated. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you use @ parameters annotation in TestNG? Let me answer. In testng, we use this annotation that is @parameters above the testng test methods to receive the data from the testng.xml files. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you. To receive the parameters or data from the testng XML files, okay, that is centralized testng XML files into the test methods, we use this annotation. So how to do and all, let me demonstrate now. For example, I'll go to this one of the sample testng project. I'll open this class. Here we have two tests. I'll just remove one of the tests. I just have one test. And here I would like to write some Selenium code, let's say. Okay. Web driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Like this, I'll create an object for the web driver. I'll hover the mouse and import this web driver from Selenium and import this Chrome driver also from Selenium. Then driver dot manage dot window dot maximize, then driver dot get. I'll provide this. I'll hardcode the application URL first of all. I'm directly passing the URL of this application here. Okay. Now, if I run this test, the test will work where it will open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, and open the application URL. Everything will perfectly work fine. Let the test run. It need to open the Chrome browser, then maximize the browser and open the application URL in the browser. Let's see. It has done that. Okay, it's working fine. So what if I have more tests? Here only one test is there, only one class is there, one file is there. But there are multiple files and multiple tests like this, and in every test, in maximum every test, this URL is being used. Okay, this URL is being used. And tomorrow what happened is, let's say there are 100 tests here. Tomorrow what happened is, when I run the test, okay, when I run the test tomorrow, what happened was the client has changed the application URL. Then what's the problem? Maintenance is the problem. I have to go to the individual tests and update the URL in every test. Okay, if the URL changes, here I need to update the test. Here also I need to update the URL in the test. Instead of doing that, what if I centralize this data? What if I remove the hard coding of this data? How that is possible? That is possible with help of some annotations and all. I'll cover that. First, we have to go to this testng.xml file of this testng project. And here under the test, where this demo class is being called and all. So under the test, you create one tag known as parameter. Name is equal to, give the name of that value or data. Name is equal to URL. Value is equal to the URL of the application. Here we have to give the URL of the application. That is, this is the URL of the application. I'll mention in the value and I'll self close this like this. Okay. Now I would like to pass this URL data to this test methods. Okay. I have already centralized the data here. Okay. The URL data I have centralized here. I don't have to hard code the data in every test anymore. Tomorrow the URL changes. I can simply go to the testng.xml file and here I can update the URL at one place. I don't even have to touch any of the test methods. Right. That's the advantage. But how to receive that data from the centralized testng XML file? For that, here I have to write @parameters annotation. Okay, this is how we have to use. The question is how to use @parameters annotation in testing. Import this from testng library, and here provide curly braces. If you have multiple parameters, it will be useful. In double quotes, give the name of the parameter that you have centralized it here. Name of the parameter is URL. Okay, the same thing you have to give it here. And here create a parameter string, let's say U. Okay, or app URL. Some name you can give. Okay, it may not be same as this one, but this URL will be passed here, and that one you will remove the hard coding and directly pass it here. Here also same thing. This test method also has to receive the same URL. So here also I'll just give this. You can create some parameter and pass this URL here. I'm now there's no hard coding of the data, right? Anywhere, right? After I copy this here, there's no hard coding. What's happening? I just need to copy paste this one. C, Control V. Yeah, now it got fine. So now hard coding is removed. Okay. Tomorrow, if the application URL changes, the URL will be retrieved from this testng.xml file, which is centralized. If URL changes, I'll just update it here. That's it. And this test methods will read the URL from this testng.xml file. There are two test methods. Now, instead of running the test methods from this demo class, I have to run it now because there is a parameter I need to pass from test.xml file. I need to run this test methods in the demo class from here, from the test.xml file. Like this, I have to run. I should not be running the demo.java, okay, anymore. The two test methods are going to run properly and they are going to load the application URL without any problems. This is how we have to use @parameters annotation in testng. Okay. You see, one test, second test is running. Same application URL will be open. Okay, done. So hope guys you understood what is the user, how to use @parameters annotation in testng. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the use of grouping in testng? Let me answer. In testng projects, we can group the tests into different categories like smoke group, sanity group, regression group, and so on, whatever the groups you want. Okay. Why we have to group? For example, in a particular case, if you want to run only the test related to a particular group, okay, then we can do that. Or out of all the tests, you want to exclude the tests from a particular group. Remaining all the tests need to run except that group of tests. Such kind of facility, if you want, then you have to group the tests, okay, with the help of grouping in testng. So how to do that? For that, this is a syntax. Okay, we have to use this groups attribute and provide the name of the group, okay, for that particular test in order to categorize that test into a particular group. After grouping the test into multiple categories and all, then in the testng XML file, you have to use these tags like groups tag under that run tag. In that, you can include and exclude the groups. Which groups you want to run the test from, which groups you don't want to run the test from, everything you can mention. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this demo.java. And here, two tests are there. Okay, sample test one. When it is executed, this one will be printed. Sample test one got executed will be printed. When this sample test two method got executed, sample test two got executed. So besides the test, I'll just name the groups. Okay, group. Here we have to give groups is equal to curly braces. Mention the name of the group. Okay, I want to categorize this particular test under which group? For example, smoke group. Whereas this particular test, I'll say groups is equal to, and I would like to categorize this test under a different group. Let's say, for example, for sample, say sanity, I'll say. Okay. Now save this. For sample, I am taking only two tests. Okay. Now, if I go to the testng XML file, here we have this sweet test and you see demo class is there. There are two tests from the demo class which need to run. Now, what I have to do here is under the test tag, I have to write like this. Groups / groups. Under that, just mention the tag run /run. And here now say include name is equal to smoke. Only the test related to smoke group will run. Okay. Now I don't want to run the test related to sanity. Then I'll say exclude. 1 minute, include smoke, I'll say flash. And here I'll say exclude name is equal to sanity / done. Okay. That means if I run this testng.xml file, it will run only the tests which are marked under the group smoke. It will not run the test marked as sanity because we are excluding the test from sanity group. We are including the test from smoke group only. For example, if you create one more test here or two more tests here, otherwise, let's create like this. This one also smoke, I'll say, and say this one has 3. I'll say 3 here. Here I'll say 4. Here 4. Now there are 4 tests. 2 tests categorized under smoke category or smoke group, 2 tests categorized under sanity. But I am including to run only the test from the smoke. So only 2 tests will run. Other 2 tests are not going to run. Okay. So sanity tests are not going to run. Only smoke tests are going to run when I run this test XML file. Let's run it. You see test 1 and test 3, which fall into which group? Test 1 and test 3, which fall into which group? Test 1 falls into the smoke group. Okay. Test 3 also falls into the smoke group. Whatever the test 2 and test 4 has not got executed because they fall into the excluding group, that is sanity group. So hope guys you got the answer for this question, that is what is the use of grouping? To include or exclude the execution of the test from different groups, we can use grouping of the tests in TestNG. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between JUnit and TestNG? Let me answer. First of all, both JUnit and TestNG are testing frameworks, but they have a difference. Which one is popular? Compared to JUnit, TestNG is popular and is more advanced. Okay, JUnit is there from long back time. Okay, but TestNG is kind of latest. So as the name speaks, NG means next generation. Okay, next generation testing framework. JUnit is kind of old. Okay, and TestNG comes with a lot of options than JUnit. Okay, so people in real time prefer to use TestNG over JUnit, but both have its own, there are some set of people who still like JUnit only over TestNG, and there are good amount of people who have already migrated to TestNG and they like TestNG. Okay, but TestNG is next generation testing framework with more advanced and features and more options available. Okay, fine. So let me list down some differences for you. That was a high level difference I was talking about JUnit and TestNG till now. But now let's go into the details of the differences, what exact differences we have. Coming to the test configuration, in TestNG, we can configure something like testng.xml file. We have something like testng.xml file in TestNG. Using that, right, it will provide more flexibility, okay, in configuration using that TestNG XML files or whatever it is. So we can define the test suites, tests, dependencies, parallel execution, and many more are available. But if you want to achieve the same thing in JUnit, there is no configuration option. We have to depend on the naming conventions and annotations. For example, this prioritization of the test is there. Priority attribute is there in the TestNG. Simply provide priority is equal to 1, priority is equal to 2. That will, that will take care. Whereas in JUnit, right, we have to go with the name of the methods, test methods. Okay, like that. Such kind of differences are there. So JUnit cannot be configured. Okay, similar to TestNG, there is no XML files to be configured in JUnit. So everything need to be achieved with the help of annotations and naming conventions in JUnit. Whereas in TestNG, we have some extra configurations and extra annotations and all those stuff. Okay, TestNG is more advanced and kind of more latest, you can say. And coming to the annotations, both have the annotations. TestNG has annotations, JUnit has annotations, but TestNG offers more annotations. Okay, additional annotations like before suite, after suite. This before suite, after suite are not there in the JUnit. Okay, so and the name of the annotations differ. If you talk about the difference between JUnit and TestNG annotations, they differ in the name. Okay, for example, in JUnit, there is some annotation like @before, and the same one in TestNG testing framework is called @before method. So the naming is different. Okay, so the name of the annotations is different, and the more annotations are there in TestNG when compared to JUnit. And coming to the test dependencies, if you want to make a particular test dependent on other tests, okay, in JUnit, there is no inbuilt mechanism. Okay, there is no built-in support for that. We have to do some custom coding or programmatically, we have to get it done, or we have to use some external third-party libraries to make this dependency of the test possible. But in TestNG, we have the inbuilt attributes available using which we can simply make one test dependent on other tests. Okay, whereas the other one is parallel execution. Again, the same thing. Okay, so we have to use some external tools or frameworks. By default, JUnit doesn't have anything. Here, JUnit have to write. Okay. Native support is not there or inbuilt support is not there. But in TestNG, we have some attributes and all using which parallel execution is possible in TestNG inbuilt. Whereas in JUnit, we have to depend on some external tools or frameworks. Okay. And then data-driven testing. Again, the same thing, JUnit by default doesn't have this data-driven testing mechanism. Again, we have to write some custom code, we have to write some logic to get it done. Whereas in TestNG, we have some annotations and all using which, by using that inbuilt annotations and all, we can easily achieve data-driven testing. And coming to reporting, TestNG offers more extensive and customizable reporting. Okay, both will provide reporting, but TestNG offers more customizable reporting or more extensive reporting, more detailed reporting. TestNG reports look better than JUnit reports and so on. Okay, and prioritization of the tests I have already mentioned. So there is a inbuilt attribute in TestNG, like priority attribute, using which we can prioritize the test, in which order the test need to run. But in JUnit, it's not there. Okay, that kind of attribute is not there. We have to depend on the name of the, we have to name the test methods in such a way that they execute in a particular order. Okay, so like that, those are few differences. Okay, between JUnit and TestNG, these are the major differences. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between include and exclude in TestNG? Let me answer. First of all, this include and exclude are the tags that we can specify or mention in the testng.xml file to include the groups or exclude the groups, to include the tests or to exclude the tests from running. Okay, you can either include the groups for running or include the tests for running, or exclude the groups from running or exclude the tests from running. Anything we can do. Okay, so let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this demo.java. Okay, here there are 4 sample tests created already. And I intentionally classified this or categorized this first test into the smoke group, second test into the sanity group, third test into the smoke group, fourth test into the sanity group. Okay. And here, if you go to the testng.xml file, here I clearly mentioned groups run, and I mentioned include to only run the test from which group category? Smoke category group. I mean, smoke group test only will run. Exclude, don't run the test from sanity. So in this demo.java, the first test is a smoke, it will run. Second is sanity, it won't run. Third one is smoke, it will run. Fourth one is sanity, it won't run. So only first and third will run. And that too, I mentioned one more thing. Inside these classes, under this class and inside the methods, I specified include tag to run only this one, sample test one. If you go here and see sample test one, which is from smoke, okay, this one should run. Okay, anyhow, the test from smoke category will run, but I again mentioned to run sample test one. Okay, I at the test level. Okay, including the test to run. Whereas exclude sample test 3, even though sample test 3 is from the smoke group which need to run, but here I clearly mentioned to exclude it from running at the test level. So it's not going to run. Total out of 4 tests, how many tests will run now? Only 1, which fall into the smoke group and sample test 1. Even though sample test 3 falls into the smoke, but I have excluded it from running, so it won't run. Only this one will run. Out of 4 tests, only 1 should run with the help of this include and exclude tags. Now let me run it. Run the testng.xml file and see that only 1 test, that is sample test 1 will run, which is included at the group level and test level. Okay, only 1 got run, sample test 1 got executed. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. What is the difference between include and exclude tags in TestNG? So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to execute a single selected method in TestNG project. Let me answer. We can execute a single test method out of many test methods in TestNG project with the help of this tag known as include tag. There are several ways. One of the way or best way is using the include tag. Okay. So let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where I'll open this demo.java file containing multiple test methods. You see, this demo file has one test method, second test method, third test method, and fourth test method. Out of this, only one test method I want to run. Then what I have to do? So if I go to the testng.xml file, here demo class is mentioned. If I run this testng.xml file as it is, all the four test methods are going to run in the demo.java file. You see, right click run as testng suite. All the four test methods that are there in the demo.java file will run. You see, all the four got executed. 4 run, 4 got passed. Sample, test 4, test 1, test 3, test 2, everything got executed. So what if I want to run only one test method out of the 4? So for that, I'll just customize like this testng.xml file /class. I'll just mention inside that I'll create something known as methods, method stacks. In the methods, I'll use include. Include name is equal to slash and give the name of the test method that you want to run out of all the test methods. I want to run only the sample test 1. I don't want to run 2, 3, 4. Okay. So I'll just simply mention the name of the test method here. Now run it. Right click run as testng suite. Only one test method, that selected test method will run. Not all the test methods. You see, only one selected test method got run. So what is the other way? Other way is that here we can group it. Okay. Already these test methods are grouped into some groups, right? Like smoke, sanity, and all. I'll add some group like this. Okay. Some say don't run group. Okay. A separate group like don't run. Okay. So here I'll remove this include thing and all. I'll just make it common again. And here I'll self-close it. Now with the help of groups also I can run a specific test method. So here I'll specify the group. So how to specify the group? Here I'll say groups. And inside the groups I'll say run type. In that I'll say include, exclude, or else include the group. Only this one I want to run, right? I'll say run. Okay. Run this one only. This one only. Okay. Like this, I'll give some name of the group. So I'll simply say include name is equal to name of the group is equal to run this one only group. Okay. Like this also I can do that. Okay. At the group level or the test level, I can specify the particular thing and run that particular test, selective test to run. Now only that particular test having the group mentioned as run this one only will run. Right click, run as testng suite. Sample test 1 will run. You see, only sample test 1 got run. Not all the test methods didn't run. Okay, all the test methods didn't run, only sample test method got run. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how the packages and classes are structured in testng.xml file. Let me answer. In testng.xml file, we can mention both packages and classes. Okay. So how to mention them in testng.xml file, I'm going to cover in this session. Here is an example of testng.xml file containing one test. Okay. Inside the test, you see, you can provide the entire package. In this package, no matter how many classes are there in that class, how many test methods are there, doesn't matter, everything will run. So if you want to specify the classes, okay, if there is a package, but in that package, only few classes you want to run, then you can go with these classes. Okay. So let me practically demonstrate this for you so that it will be more clear for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. First, I'll do some work here. That is, I'll just create some packages and classes here. I'll just delete this existing stuff. And this package also I'll delete. This is a testng project. And here under src test Java, I'll create a package. I'll just name that as package. Different packages I'll create package. Under the package, I'll create a class. Say class 1. Okay. Class 1A, I'll say. So in the class 1A, I'll create a test method, sample test method, public void sample 1A. Okay, sample 1A. Here I'll say iterate test for the mouse on the iterate test and import this. And here write a print statement system.out.println. Sample 1A got executed. Okay, test got executed. Fine, test got executed. And like this, I'll create one more test method here. So sample 1A2. Okay, here A1, A2. Like this, I'll say. Done. So sample 1A2. Here A1. Two methods are there. Okay, two test methods. Similarly, I'll create one more test method, one more class. Say class 1B, class 2, sorry, class 2A. Click on finish. And in that, I'll create one test method. So just copy one test method and paste it here. Just to save time. Here B, sorry, class 2A1 or A is enough. Okay, because only one method in this. So 2A, 2A, 2A. Okay, test got executed. Save it. Now one more package, pack B, and I'll create some classes here also. Here one more class I'll create, otherwise class 3A, class 3A. Say okay. Class 3A, sample 3A, sample 3A. Done. Here only two. I'll just say, just rename them. Right click, refactor, rename them to B. Okay. Here also right click, refactor, rename them to B. Class 2B. Finish. Inside this class 1B, I'll just say B1. Here, I'll remove this. Okay. Only one place I just provided two test methods in other places. That's okay. Plus 1B. And here 2B. 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 Done. Okay. Now we are good. So any other package shall I create? Yeah, one more package will be better, I feel. So I'll simply say taxi. Same. I'll copy paste. Here C. Class 1C, right click, refactor, rename C, I have to give. Okay, here also C. Save it. Here, class 2C. Just some naming, guys, just to differentiate. Nothing more than that. Class class 2C. Class sample 2C. Sample 2C. Okay. What's the problem in this? Okay, just say don't save. Class 2C, open. Yeah, it is there. Class 2C. Class 2C. Save it. Now here we have, in this TestNG project, we have three packages. In the package, in one of the package, we have three classes. Another package, we have two classes. Another package, we have two classes. Let's say there is a requirement where I would like to run all the classes from pack B. That is, these two classes I want to run from pack B, and entire classes from the class pack C also. But from pack A, only I want to run this 1 and 3. I don't want to run 2. This one I want to exclude. That is a requirement. Then how to do that? For that, go to the testng.xml. The answer is simple, guys. Okay. So the answer is nothing but how we structure the packages or how we mention the packages and classes in testng.xml file. We'll answer that. Okay, that's the answer. Simple. So what I'm going to do here is I'll just remove all this stuff. And here there is one test tag. Under the test tag, I'll do one thing. I'll just write packages. Packages. What are all the packages I want to run in full? All the classes in packages I want to run, pack B and pack C. So I'll say packages, package, name is equal to, what is the name of the package? Pack B. All the classes from this package need to run. Okay. Similarly, all the classes from pack C also I need to run. Pack C. These two I will mention under the packages. But this one, I don't want to run all the classes from this package. So I don't want to mention them in the packages list. Rather, I want to run only 1 and 3. I don't want to run 2. So in that case, I will write classes / classes. In that, I will say class name is equal to, here pack A package name dot the name of the class, that is class 1A. I want to run. Okay, like this we have to mention. Class name is equal to pack A from the package A, class 3A. I want to run. Okay, like this. That's it. I'm not running class 3A. Okay, so if I have to run all these 3 classes from this package, then I would not have mentioned these classes. Instead, I will simply say another. I'll copy paste this one and say pack A. That's it. All the classes from the package will run. But here, entire package I don't want to run. Only few classes from the package I want to run. In that case, classes. Hope you got the idea why we have to mention packages and classes and how to structure them in the stng.xml file. Run them. Sample 1A, sample. This one from sample 1. Okay, that is class 1A. From class 1A, this 2 got run. And what is this one? You see, 1C. 1C. This is 1C. Where is 1C? Okay. 1C. And it's kind of confusing, but let's find it out. Okay, sample 1A and sample 1A2 are from class, these classes. You can see sample 1A and sample 2. What about the other ones which got run from class 1B? You can clearly see here better. Instead of output, you can see in this output from class 1A got run. Then here, what got run from package A? Is there anything that got run from package A? You see class 3A. Sample 3A got run. Okay, as mentioned. This one, sample 3A got run. Okay, but class 2A, this one, sample 2A got run anywhere? Sample 2A, no, nowhere. Okay, and remaining all will run. Pack B, you see pack B, class 1B. This one got run. Pack B, class 2B, this one got run. And pack C also 2 classes got run. 1C and pack C. Where is the other pack C? Sample 2C. You see, everything got run except this class 2A. Okay, everything got run. Okay, this proves that. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what are assertions and why we go for them in TestNG projects? Let me answer. We use assertions in TestNG projects to validate the test results. Okay, to verify whether a particular test is passing or failing, we have to use assertions. Let me practically demonstrate that for you. For that, I'll switch to this sample TestNG project in Eclipse IDE. And here I'll open one of the tests. I'll just go to one of the class. Okay, or this class I'll go, class 3A something, where I have only one test. Okay, so I'll show you. Okay, so I will use some assertion here. Okay, to verify this particular test. How to do that? I'll simply write down assert there are different type of assertions like assert true, assert false, assert equals, assert not equals, assert null, assert not null. Okay, like that many type of assertions are there. I'll show you one type of assertion. Okay, assert true. Okay, and there is a condition here. For example, there is a logic here in this code. Int a is equal to 5, b is equal to 10. Okay, here I'll write the condition a less than b. So tell me whether the test will pass or fail. This condition will result in true. A less 5 less than 10 is true. So assert true is expecting true. Since it is true, the test will pass. In real time, we write the Selenium automation code here to verify the stuff. And if there will be some Selenium conditions which will either return true or false. If they return true, the assertion will pass the test. Now in this case, the test will pass. You see here, the test is going to pass. You see, test got passed. Now, a greater than b I'll write, intentional. Okay, 5 greater than 10 is false. It is expecting true. This assertion in testng is expecting true, but this condition is giving returning false. So this will fail the test because improper output or mismatching output is coming. The test is going to fail. Run this test and observe that this time the test will fail. You see, the test got failed and you got the reason here. Expected true but found false. Like the different type of assertions are there. The purpose of the assertions is to either pass the test or fail the test. Okay. So we can use different type of assertions like assert equals. There's one more. Okay. Assert dot assert equals. Just select one of them. Say a comma b here. Okay. 5 equal to 10. No, they are not equal, right? So false. So since they are not equal, this will fail the test. Since the assertion is failing, it will fail the test. You see, the test got failed because expected 10 but found 5. Okay, expected 10 but found 5. So what if I give 10 here? Then it will pass. Both are equal, so they will pass. Okay, this is what is assertions. We generally use them with Selenium automation. Okay, to verify whether a particular automation test is passing or failing. So here, just for sample case, I have taken this kind of example, Java kind of example, but in real time we use with Selenium. So for validating the test results of the test and based on the test result outcome, either passing the test or failing the test, we use assertions in testng projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, write Selenium script using testng for login test. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample project which is configured with Selenium and testng both. Under this package, I'll create a new class. I'll just name this class as a demo class. So inside the demo class, since I have to write the Selenium script with the help of testng, instead of creating the main method, I'll create a normal method. Public void, let's say, otherwise login only, right? Login. Login with valid credentials. This is the name of the test I'm giving. You can give any name. And this is a normal method now. I have to convert this normal method into a testng test method. For that, I'll write @test here. Over the mouse on @test and import this @test from testng library. Now, inside this test method, write the Selenium automation code for logging into the application. First, let me show you the application. So this is application, tutorialsninja.com/demo application. So first we'll go to this page. I'll write down like this, web driver. Driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Now hover the mouse on this web driver interface and import it from Selenium. Similarly, import this Chrome driver class also from Selenium. Then write down driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. Then driver dot get. give this application URL, copy this URL and give it here. Once you open the application URL, then I need to go to the login page. For that, in this application, I have to click on my account and select login option. So inspect this my account option. So here we have this. I need to create an XPath expression. I'll just copy this my account text. Control F, /span, text is equal to my account. Okay. So my account option is getting located. Copy this. Come back here. Write down driver dot find element by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression and say dot click. It will click on the my account option, and then we need to click on the login option. Inspect this login option. Here we have the login. Copy this. It is a link text. We need to click on the login. So driver dot find element by dot link text. Provide the link text locator of that login option and again say dot click. This will click on the login option and you will be navigated or taken to the login page. Now here in this login page, I need to enter some valid credentials. Let's say this is one credential and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is a credential. Let's see whether we are, no, this account is not there. So let's try other account. Copy this login. So this has an account. I'll just log out again. I'll go to the login page again. And here I'll be entering this account. Okay. So this account I need to enter. For that, I need to inspect this email address field. It has an ID. Copy this ID and write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID locator and say dot send keys. And here put a semicolon. And here enter this email address. Now inspect this password field. Here we have an ID. Copy this ID. Driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID of the in password field. Inspect it. Input password. Copy this and say dot send keys. And here give the password as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. Okay. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is a valid password here in this case. Now I need to click on the login button, inspect this login button. I'll create an XPath expression out of it to locate this login button. I'll copy this value. So /input @value is equal to login. Okay, it's locating this login button. Copy this XPath expression. Now come back here and write down driver dot find element by dot XPath, right? XPath. Provide the XPath expression of that login button and say dot click. Once you click on this, you will get logged in. And how to verify whether we got logged in or not? I need to verify whether a particular option is displayed on the page or not. Okay, so I'll create an assertion here. TestNG assertion assert true. I'll write down. Here I need to write down driver dot find element by dot. Here I'll verify whether any of this option which is not accessible for the non-logged in user, I'll be verifying. Okay, only logged in users. If you are logged in only, you'll get these options. Okay? All these options. I'll take one of the option which is only available for the logged in user. So it has a link text. Copy this. If this option is visible on the page, means we got logged in. By dot link text, I'll say provide the link text. Say dot is displayed. This is displayed command will return true or false. Okay. If this option is visible on the page, it will return true, and assert true is also expecting true. If it is true, means the test will pass. So this is one of the sample login test. Okay. This is one of the sample login test. Okay. So if you get this kind of question, if you write such kind of code by explaining all the stuff, then that is good to go. Let's run this and see whether the script is working fine or not. Okay, fine. Let's see whether the test got passed or failed. Passed. It got passed. Additionally, you can close the browser also. Here at the end, right? You can once the test is passed, you can close the browser. Okay. Automatically, it's not closing. We can close it. Okay, if you want. Driver.pit. So let me run it again. We'll open the browser. Maximize the browser window. Open the application URL. Enter the credentials. Login. It is logged in, it will close the browser and you see that test got passed. You can go here and see, you see, it got passed. So, okay, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between parameters and data provider in TestNG? Let me answer. First of all, this parameters and data provider are annotations in TestNG. Okay, there are two different annotations in TestNG and they can be used for parameterization purpose. Both the annotations in TestNG can be used for parameterization purpose for passing the data to the test methods. Okay, but the purpose is different. So coming to the parameters, the purpose of passing the data or values to the test methods is different. Okay, here we use parameters to centralize the data. Okay, for example, there are 100 test methods. Each and every test method is using an application URL. Okay. Tomorrow, if the application URL changes, we have to go to each and every 100 tests and modify that URL manually. That's a high maintenance task. Instead of that, what we are going to do is we are going to put this application URL in a external file. Okay, like testng XML file or whatever the file. And from there, we are going to pass the URL to these test methods. So tomorrow, if the URL changes, you simply have to go to that external testng XML file and modify the URL value there. And all these test methods will get the value from that. So that's the purpose of parameters parameterization. Okay. So the purpose of the parameters annotation is to pass the data or values from the external sources or from an external centralized files. Okay. So that it will reduce the maintenance. So whereas data provider is also for parameterization, but it's not like centralizing the data and all. It's just to supply the multiple sets of data or some data. Okay. So you can using data provider, we can convert a method to supply the data to the test method. Okay. If you provide this data provider, okay, on a particular method, that method will become a data supplier method and it's going to supply the different sets of data to the test method. So this will be useful not only for parameterization, for data-driven testing purpose also. But parameters, the concept is different. Okay, to centralize the data, we are using parameters so that the centralized data, all the test methods will access the centralized data from an external centralized file. Okay, tomorrow any data changes, we just go to that single external file and update the data there. Okay, that's the purpose. Data provider is to supply the data to the test method from whatever the data you have. Okay, that data, if you want to supply to the test method, then you can use the data provider. And if you have multiple sets of data also, you can use. Okay, let me practically demonstrate both of them for you. First, I'll start with parameters. So here there is a TestNG project in Eclipse IDE, and here we have a sample class. Inside this, I'll create a normal method. Public void, I'll say sample test method, sample test. I'll say you can give any name, and here I'll convert this method into a test method, TestNG test method by writing this annotation test. I'll import this from TestNG library. Now I'll write some code, Selenium code, web driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Then for the mouse, import it for the mouse and import this from Selenium library. Then driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. Then driver dot get. Give any application URL. Let's say this application URL I am giving. Okay. I'm hard coding the URL here. Tomorrow, this URL changes. I have to come to this test method and manually update the URL here. So in real time in the projects, only one test will not be there. There will be multiple tests. So I'll create multiple tests here. I'll have sample test 1 here. This is sample test 2. We have multiple tests. Assume that like this, hundreds of tests are there. In every test, we have used this URL. Okay. In every test, we have used this URL. Tomorrow, okay, assume that if you have 100 tests and tomorrow this URL changes, what you have to do? You have to go to this particular test, update the URL. You have to go to the another test, update the URL. Like that, you have to go to all the 100 tests and update the URL. There is a hectic process. So to avoid this problem, what we can do is we can take the help of this @parameters annotation. Okay. So how to take the help? I'll tell you. Okay. So instead of hard coding this URL in every test method, what we are going to do is we are going to create a testng.xml file, right click on the project and go to the testng and say convert to testng here. And it will create a testng.xml file with this class, whatever the class we have, demo class, package name.demo. Okay, click on finish. Testng.xml file will be created. Just open the testng.xml file. In the open testng.xml file, what I will do here is here under the test tag, I'll create something like parameter. Name is equal to, I'll just name it as URL. You can name it anything. Value is equal to, and give the value as the URL, whatever the URL. Okay. Instead of hard coding the URL, you are going to pass the URL from this testng.xml file. From an external file known as testng.xml file, you are centralizing this parameter or URL. Okay. So that all the test methods can access the URL from this testng.xml file. But how to make that possible? With the help of this parameter, just by adding this parameter tag, it's not possible. So we have to go to the test method, and here we have to write @parameters annotation. So this is the annotation we have to use. With the help of this annotation, we can access this value of this parameter from the external file and supply it to this test method and pass it to this test method. Okay, and over the mouse, import it from testng library. Okay, it got imported from testng, yes. And here, curly braces, provide double quote and mention the name of the parameter. Name of the parameter is URL that we are mentioning it here. Similarly, copy this same parameter and mention it here also, because this test method also need this URL. We are not going to hard code the URL anywhere. Okay, we are going to simply pass it or access it from the external file like testng.xml file. To get this URL into the script and all, here we have to create a parameter string app URL. I'll say copy this app URL and paste it here. Now what will happen? These parameters will get this value of this URL from the test external file, and that will be passed here and that we are using here. Okay, here also the same thing. String, can you give any name for this parameter? Paste it here. Now tomorrow, if the application URL changes, I don't have to go to the individual test methods. I simply go to the testng.xml file and modify the URL here. I don't have to touch all the 100 tests here. Okay, simply modify the URL in the external testng.xml file. That will do the job. Okay, that's it. Very simple. Now, let's run this testng.xml file and see whether this URL is being passed to the test methods or not as a parameter. Let's see. 2 test methods should run, and in every method, this URL should open. This is the purpose of @parameters annotation in testng, to centralize the data, okay, into an external file and access it in all the test methods. That's the purpose of the @parameters. See, 2 test methods are running, and in every test, the URL got opened. It's working fine. Okay, 2 tests got passed. Now, there's one more annotation in testng that is known as data provider. The purpose is different. Okay, this also will parameterize the test, but the purpose is different. The purpose is to supply the data, not to centralize the data, but to supply the data. Okay, so what I will do here is I'll just remove this one of the test method. I'll keep only one test method, and even I will remove this test method otherwise. So here I'll create a test method, public void, say login test for sample. Okay, I'll convert this into a test. And just write some print statement. Okay. Here, I'll provide 2 parameters, string, username, string, password. Okay, like this, I'll create the test method. whatever the username password that will be whenever this test method gets executed, whatever the username password that comes to this username and password that I'm printing it here, username plus and password plus password. Okay. Otherwise, I can say logged in using like username password. Okay. Username and password. Like this, we can write down, no problem. So now I would like to supply the data, test data to this test method. For that purpose, we can use data provider notation. So for that, I'll create one more method, public void data supply method, whatever the name you want to give, you just give the method name here. And here, I'll provide the annotation known as @ data provider annotation. Over the mouse on this data provider, import it from SNG library. And you can give a name to this data provider, say data supplier. Okay. I'm just giving some name, data supplier 1 or something. Okay. Now, this method is going to supply the data to this test method, but not now right away. But we have to write some code here. Okay. For that, we have to create a two-dimensional object array. This is the first step inside data. And whatever the number of sets of data you want to pass, you can pass it here. Okay. First set of data, second set of data, third set. If you want any number of sets, you can pass. Okay. For 3 sets, I'm creating like this. And here I'm passing username, password, some dummy. Okay. I'm giving some dummy, but this is a username. This is a password. This is a dummy username, third set of data, dummy password. Okay, just for example purpose. Now I have to return this data. Okay. So this method need to return the data, and the return type should be two-dimensional object array. Till here, good. Now how to connect this, how to make this data provider to supply the data to this particular test method, I have to make a connection. To make a connection, here beside the test method, I have to use an attribute known as data provider attribute. Data provider attribute. And to this, I need to give the name of this data supplier or data provider method. That's it. Things are done. Now multiple sets of data are there. The same test method is going to run 3 times because 3 sets of data is there. First, this set of data will be passed to this test method and the test method will run for the first time. Okay. And this statement logged in using Arun123 will be printed. Arun and 123 will be printed. In the second set of data will be passed again. The same test method will run for the second time. Logged in using Arun456 will be printed. And again, this data provider will supply third set of data. And the same test method will run for third time, where Tarun will go into username and 789 will go into password, and this statement will be printed. Now run this and observe the same. See, 3 times it got executed. It's the same test method, login test got executed 3 times with 3 different sets of data. Logged in using Arun123, logged in using Arun456, logged in using Tarun789. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. Okay. The purpose of both these annotations in TestNG is for parameterization only, but the actual purpose is different. Okay. It is a different purpose. Okay. Though they have a common thing like parameterization, but the way of parameterization here is the purpose of parameterization here is to centralize the data to an external file. Okay. And get the data from an external file like TestNG XML file into the test method. Okay. So that tomorrow, if anything changes, we can update that single centralized file location. Whereas data provider is to supply the test data to the test methods and also to implement data-driven testing to supply multiple sets of data to the same test method. Instead of creating multiple test methods, you can create a single test method and supply multiple sets of data. So the same test method is going to run multiple times with different sets of data. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what problems you have faced while working with TestNG? Let me answer. There is no single answer for this question because it's all experience based. Okay. Different people may have faced different problems or challenges while working with TestNG. So you can feel free to answer your problem or challenge that you have faced while working with TestNG. So in this session, I am going to answer my problem or my challenge that I have faced while working with TestNG. It is up to you whether you want to choose my answer or choose your own experience, okay, that you have faced while working with TestNG. Okay, so let's get started. So these are the two challenges or problems I have faced while working with TestNG. First one is related to the listeners. Okay, so the thing here is I have to fail the test. Okay, when a particular when a particular test fails, I have to take a screenshot. Okay, I don't have to take the screenshot every time. For every test, I don't have to take the screenshot. If the test pass, I don't want the screenshot to be taken. Only when the test fails, I want to take the screenshot. On the top of that, while writing the code for this, okay, for taking the screenshot for the failed test while writing the code, we have to depend on one of the listeners method on test failure kind of listeners method. In that method, we have to write some code where we need to retrieve the driver. We need to get the driver. Okay. Once we get the driver only, we can take the screenshot. Okay. So it was a bit challenging for me because I was unable to. Okay, I tried different ways and all to get the driver, but I tried Google searching online, but I didn't get much solutions. Okay, so how to retrieve the driver from the test method into this listener method? That was a challenge. Okay, so it took some time for me, but I was able to crack it up and then finally got a solution where I was able to retrieve the driver. Okay, that's one challenge. And after getting the driver, you see, once a screenshot has been taken only for the failed test, now the challenge here is okay with the default test engine reports. Okay, so they are very simple and very difficult to customize and all. So I wanted to go for a external third party kind of reporting mechanism or report type like extend reports. So now these screenshots need to be embedded or attached into that reports. Okay. So I was struggling here to find out a way like what is the process for, attaching this screenshot to the reports, extend reports, a third party reports, not test engine reports. Okay. Listeners belong to test engine, whereas extend reports is another library. Now, how to bridge the gap between both? Is there anything in extend report which will allow you to attach the reports which got generated or taken in the test engine listener method? Okay, these are the few challenges I have faced. Okay, so let me practically show you how they look like and all in my project. So this is one of the test engine project I created. Okay, a framework you can say in that. So if any particular test fails, okay, here we have somewhere here some test methods are there. Let me open. Here we have some tests. Okay, inside this login test, there are some tests like verify login with valid credentials, invalid credentials, and so on. So if any of the tests fails, then only the screenshot need to be taken. Screenshot should not be taken for all the tests. Okay, only for the failed test it should be taken. So that's the case. What I have done is I have created this listeners package here. Under that, my listeners I created. Open this, and here the thing here is in this listeners, I implemented iTest listener and all the methods of the iTest listeners I have overwritten here like on test start, on test success, on test failure. And this is the method I was talking about. Okay, this method is inherited from iTest listener interface. Is being overwritten by one of the user defined class here, like my listeners I named it. But when this is invoked, thing is I need to take the screenshot here. Okay, when this method is invoked, that means a test got failed, a test method got failed. That's why it got called. Okay, it will be invoked, and now have to take the screenshot. In order to take the screenshot, I need the driver. Okay, the driver of that particular test method I want, WebDriver's driver I want. But how to get it? So I was not able to find initially, but later I found it. So this was the code. Okay, so from using this iTest result here, okay, this will come by default anyhow. Result dot get test class. This was a code I was not able to find on Google and okay by Google searching and all. So it took some time. Get test class, get real class, get declared field dot get instance. All this code. Okay. So it took some time for me to find it out. Okay. And then I have to typecast with WebDriver. Then I'll get the driver. And now using this driver, I can take the screenshot. Okay. Now using this driver, you see, I was able to take the screenshot. Okay. Capture screenshot method I called. I implemented this method somewhere else and I have to pass the driver to that. Then only the screenshot will be taken. And now we got the screenshot path. Why we need the screenshot path? Because in extend reports, I told you one more thing, right? Here I'm not using the default test engine reports. I need to attach this failed failed test screenshot to the extent report. For that, to add the screenshot, I need to provide the path of the screenshot, okay, where it is in my project and all, okay. So that's the reason I have to retrieve this screenshot path. This method is going to return you the screenshot path, and the screenshot path I need to provide to this extent. This is extent report related stuff, okay. Add screenshot capture from path, and then that will attach the screenshot to the report. These are the few challenges, okay. There are many other challenges, okay, I faced, okay. So there was another challenge where you see this iTest listener is from TestNG library. I was not able to import it. What was the reason? It is in src main Java, okay. But here, if you go to this pom.xml file, okay. So if you see the dependencies, okay, by default, compile won't be there, okay. Some other thing will be there here, okay. Compile won't be there. So if you want the TestNG library to be accessible outside src test Java, then you have to change this scope to compile, okay. You have to change the scope of this dependency tag. By default, if you go and see what is the default scope of that TestNG library dependency tags, if you search for TestNG here, you can find it out, TestNG, and just go here and go to one of them and see the dependency tags. By default, it is test. If it is test, the scope of this TestNG library is up to src test Java, and you cannot access TestNG libraries outside src test Java. But here, I'm using this my listeners, and this is one of the predefined interface in TestNG, and you cannot use it because the library is restricted up to test only. I have to change it to compile in the pom.xml file under the dependencies for TestNG dependency. I have to change from test to compile. Once you change it to compile, you can access it throughout the project. That is in src main Java also, you can access the TestNG library, and you can import this iTest listener, okay. So you can import this iTest listener. You can see here somewhere here I imported, okay. This was not possible earlier. After after changing the scope to compile, that then it was possible. That was another challenge I have faced, okay. So third challenge is TestNG dependency scope, okay. Scope compile, okay. Compile, you have to change it to compile to get it done. Otherwise, you'll not be able to access the TestNG library outside src test Java. So hope guys you got enough challenges or problems, okay, from my experience. You can either use this as to answer this particular question in the interviews, or if you have any other, you can add it up, okay, or you can give your own experiences. That's up to you. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to create suits in TestNG. Let me answer. In TestNG projects, in order to create the suits, first we have to create testng.xml file. Okay. So let's go to one project. This is a TestNG project. In this project, I need to create a testng.xml file. There is an easiest way to create a testng.xml file. In Eclipse IDE, you can right click, select testng, and say convert to testng. Okay, that is one way. Or if you want to create it manually, right click on this project, select new, and select file, and just name this file as anything. Okay, like you can give testng as a name or any other name. Okay, testng1. It's okay. You can give any name. .xml. Just say XML. Click on finish. A file got created. Some XML file got created. First two lines are like kind of declaration we have to write. So like this XML version 1.0 encoding UTF-8 kind of line we have to write. And second line, we have to mention the doc type for testng like this. After these two lines are done, then we have to create the switch tag. Switch. Okay. So what is the problem? We have to give the name for the switch tag. Name is equal to, you just give some name. Say switch 1. You can give any name for the switch. Under the switch tag, create the test tags. You can give any, you can create any number of test tags. Okay. And here give name. Let's say test 1. Gone. One more test if you want to create test. Name. Let's say test 2. Okay. Like the two test, any number of test tags you can create. Inside this test tag, one of the test tag, create classes. Under the classes, create class and give the name of the class as name is equal to, here only one class is there under the test package. Give the package name first, test dot demo. Okay, this is a class and you can still go down. Okay, like if you don't want the entire class to be executed, then you can do this. Okay, now write methods, 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 and in that write include name of the method, test method that you want to include from for running. Okay, I'm just writing like manually, like how to do all this stuff. You go to this demo class, there are two test methods. Only one test method is there, sorry, login test is there. I'll just give that name of that login test here. That's it. Okay, login test, include name login test. If you don't want this also fine, it will still run the login test. Okay, so like this you can create. Okay, this is one example. So I'll just remove this. You can create any number of tests, but I'm just not doing that. Okay, you can repeat the same process for all the tests. Okay, if you have many classes and many packages and all, right, you can do all this stuff. Okay, but for now, this is simple project having a single class. So I'm just going till here. So with this, you can understand how to create a suite. Suite is a root tag. Okay, in test XML file, it's a root tag under which all the other tags exist. And there are other very many other tags like parameter, okay, groups, run, like that. Many things are there, define, many things are there. I am not going deep, but I'm just giving one example. Okay, so fine. Now run this test.xml file. Let's see whether it will work or not. It should run the login test, which is a data-driven test. That's okay. Something should run. You see it got run. It got executed 3 times, and you can see the output. This login test method, which is a data-driven test method, got executed with 3 sets of data that are there in this example. Okay, that's okay. But the main focus is on how to create the switch. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to prioritize the tests in TestNG at class level and suite level. Let me answer. In order to prioritize the tests in TestNG at class level, we have to use this attribute known as priority attribute. Let me practically show you that first. So here we have a sample TestNG project and there is one class, demo class. Inside that there are 2 test methods. And if I have to prioritize this test where I want to run this particular test first and then this particular test need to run. Okay, in that case, what I have to do here beside this @test, I have to write priority is equal to 1. And beside this test, I have to write priority is equal to 2. Okay, this is one way. So at the class level, if you want to prioritize the test, then using the priority attribute and mentioning 1, 2, we can give the order. And this test is going to run as a first priority first and then second priority as second. Okay, so test 1 will run first, test 2 will run second. Now run this, right click run as a TestNG test. You will see that the given priority, the tests are going to run. See, test 1 got executed first, test 2 got executed second. Okay, that's how we can decide the priority. Not only this, we can also prioritize the test at the suite level. Okay, how to prioritize the test at the suite level? So I'll remove this priority from here. Instead of prioritizing the test at the class level inside the class using priority attribute, instead of that, if I want to prioritize the test at suite level, I have to go to the TestNG XML file. Okay, here there is one TestNG XML file. Open the TestNG XML file of this project, and already some tags are there and all. So if I give some order here in this particular TestNG XML file, that order will be considered as a priority. Okay. For example, here include test 1 is there. Before this, I'll copy paste this one. And before this, I'll write down include test 2. Okay. So first, which one will run? Test 1 will run or test 2 will run? As per the TestNG XML file, as per the order from top to down, test 2 will run first. Okay. In these 2 methods, test 2 is going to run first, then test 1 is going to run second. Okay. Because of this order. Now run this. In this case, you see at the suite level also we can prioritize a test, not only at the class level. So based on the order we have given, you see test 2 got executed first, then test 1 got executed second. Okay. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. That is how to prioritize a test in TestNG at class level using priority attribute and suite level by changing the order of the test in TestNG XML file. Okay. So order in which you write classes, methods, okay, class, include, exclude, and all. Whatever the order you give in TestNG XML file, that order will be followed. Okay. And that can be used for prioritization also of the tests at the suite tag level. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to check a particular exception in TestNG test. Let me answer. In TestNG, we have an attribute known as expected exceptions. To this attribute, we have to pass the type of exception that you are expecting, okay, in the test. If the exception comes, the test will pass, okay? If the exception doesn't come in the test method, then the test will fail. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample TestNG project here. Okay, let me close all this stuff. And here we have two test methods. I'll delete one of the test method. Only one test method is enough for us. So here, what I'll do is, here I'll write expected exceptions. Okay, expected exceptions is equal to, and I'll give the type of the exception that I'm expecting, okay, in the test method. If the exception comes in this test method, the test will pass. If the exception doesn't come, the test will fail, okay? I'll show you that. Arithmetic exception class dot class I have to say, okay? Arithmetic exception dot class from Java, okay? That's okay. Now, here I'll write some code which will throw an arithmetic exception in Java. That is, if I try to divide a number by 0, for example, 9 divided by 0, okay? If I try to divide a number by 0, what will happen? This statement is going to give you an exception known as arithmetic exception. Since the exception has come, the test method will pass, okay? So run this and see that the test will pass. Your exception will come, because of which, since we are expecting the exception, the test will pass. The test got passed, okay? Now what if I try to divide this number by 1? In this case, and I'll try to print out the result also, that is A. So in this case, this code will not give you or throw any arithmetic exception, but at the test level, we are expecting this arithmetic exception, which will not come. So the test is going to fail. Run this. This time the test will fail because the expected exception, it will not occur in this particular code of the test. You see, the test got failed. Why? Because it's expecting an exception, test exception. So it's expecting an exception from arithmetic exception, but it has not come. So the test got failed. So hope guys, you understood how to check for a particular exception in TestNG test. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between Maven and TestNG? Let me answer. I would like to answer this question in test automation perspective. Okay. I don't want to go into the technical details of development and all, development projects and all. Rather, in test automation perspective, what is the difference between Maven and TestNG? I'm going to cover in this session from my experience. Okay. Coming to Maven, it's generally known as build automation and dependency management tool. But coming to automation, we can focus more on dependency management. Though it's a build automation and dependency management tool, but coming to automation, mainly it is a dependency management tool. Okay. So if you use a normal Java project and if you use a Maven Java project, what is the difference? In normal Java project, you have to manually go to the websites and download the jar files of the different libraries and copy them and paste them into the project and configure them in the project. And then the libraries will be added to your project. That's a very hectic step. Tomorrow, if this versions change, again you have to unconfigure these libraries, delete these libraries from your project, again download the latest versions of these libraries, and again copy them, configure them in the projects. It's a very hectic and high maintenance process, right? Without Maven projects. But coming to the automation, we generally use Maven projects instead of normal Java projects. We'll use Maven projects. So in Maven, when you create a Maven project, by default, it will come with something known as form.xml file. In that, there will be a section known as dependencies section, where you will simply add the dependency tags of whatever the libraries you want to add. Automatically, when you save the project, automatically these dependency tags related libraries will be downloaded and configured in your project. You don't have to do much. Tomorrow, if the version changes, if you want to change the version, simply go to that pom.xml file, change the version number and save the project. That's it. Automatically, it will remove the old library, download the latest library and configure in your project. So sophisticated it is. So that's why Maven is a dependency management tool. Okay. So you can see here in one of the project, if I go to this is a Maven project, I go to the pom.xml file. Okay. Here we have dependencies. And here you see there is a testng dependency, Selenium dependency, different library dependencies are there. Tomorrow, if this version earlier, let's say 4.9.0 was there, okay? Save this. It will remove the 4.9.1 and download 4.9.0 and automatically configure in this project. You see, building is going on. Everything will happen automatically. Simply, you need to add this dependency tags. You don't have to manually download the software, jar files, and put in the project, configure them. That's a very hectic process. Again, when you need latest versions, just change them. 4.9.0 is removed. 4.9.1 came, automatically downloaded and configured. Done. That's all. Okay, you can directly use this library now, whether it is Selenium or TestNG or PyAPA or Extend Report or whatever it is. This is a simple process. Okay, this is how the Maven is called as a dependency management tool. Apart from that, Maven is also called as a build lifecycle management. Mainly, build lifecycle management is mainly used in development, software development, where they will compile the code the developers have written, they'll pack it, they'll install it, they'll deploy it, and all those stuff. Okay, that process, build management process, is made easier with the help of Maven. Okay, instead of they manually compiling and all, with Maven commands and all, they can do it very easily. Okay. So, but coming to automation, if I have to say the difference between Maven and TestNG, I'll say Maven is a dependency management tool, which will make our life easy for adding the libraries and configuring the libraries by simply getting the dependency tags from a website known as MDN repository. And from there, you just copy paste the dependency tags and just change the versions here. Everything will be done automatically, downloaded and configured. And coming to TestNG, TestNG is a testing framework, while Maven is a build automation and dependency management tool, whereas TestNG is a testing framework. Okay, so testing framework means why we are calling it as a testing framework. It can do unit testing, integration testing, and end-to-end testing, everything. Okay, so that's why it's called as a testing framework rather than unit testing framework. Though developers will use TestNG for unit testing, but automation engineers can use it for this kind of testing purpose. Okay, so end-to-end automation purpose, they can automate the UI tests. Okay, functional UI tests and all those stuff, and all the other things. Okay, so API automation. Okay, everything can be done. That's why we can simply call it as testing framework instead of calling it as only unit testing framework. The better term is testing framework. Okay, so it's the next generation testing framework. And coming to the automation, if I have to differentiate Maven and TestNG, while Maven we use in test automation projects for dependency management purpose, we use TestNG for several things, like to control the execution flow of the test execution flow using the different annotations like @test, @before method, @after method, @before class, @after class. Based on this annotation, the code will run. Okay, the flow of the execution of the code will change. Controls the test execution flow is one thing. Test configuration, we can do the lot of configurations. We can pass the parameters, we can create groups and run the test according to the groups. We can create different configurations for different execution purpose, like smoke test running, regression test running. Therefore, by creating some TestNG XML files, it is possible. Then data-driven testing. Okay, so there are some inbuilt annotations in TestNG where you can run the same test with multiple sets of data. Parallel execution, you can run the same test at the same time. You can test multiple tests at the same time, parallelly at the same time, to save the time and all. Okay, with the help of TestNG, that is possible. Reporting, you can generate the test results reports. All the things are possible with TestNG test automation. So this is what is the difference between Maven and TestNG as part of test automation perspective. You get this question in the interview, better to explain this in test automation perspective. Okay, so Maven is a build automation and dependency management tool, whereas TestNG is a testing framework. So even developers also can use TestNG for unit testing purpose, whereas testers can use it for UI automation and API automation purpose and all. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, do you know any third-party reporting other than TestNG? Let me answer. Apart from TestNG reports, do you know any other reports that we generally use in real time or in real time projects in the market? So if you get this kind of question, you can answer like this. Okay, extent reports are the very good looking and advanced reports. Okay, TestNG reports are very basic. Okay, the look and feel is very basic and customization is not so easy. So, but coming to extent reports, okay, a lot of people go for extent reports. Okay, whenever they are using some hybrid TestNG projects with page object model, page factory kind of frameworks and all, right, they go with extent reports. Okay, so they are good looking and kind of advanced reports. Okay, reporting mechanism kind of reports. Okay, the best alternative we can say for TestNG reports. And the other type of advanced reports we have is Allure reports. They are also there in the market, but most people go for extent reports. And now, if you are using any Cucumber projects and all, then the best reports we have in the Cucumber projects is Cucumber HTML reports. Okay. So they are also very detailed and kind of good looking reports. So compared to TestNG reports, these are the best alternatives I can say. Extent reports, Allure reports, Cucumber HTML reports. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between TestNG and Grid? Let me answer. Coming to TestNG, it is a testing framework. Developers can use TestNG for unit testing purpose, whereas testers will use TestNG in UI automation and API automation. Hence, we can call TestNG as a testing framework instead of unit testing framework, etc. Okay. So TestNG is a testing framework. What about Grid? Grid is one of the components of Selenium. There are different components in Selenium like Selenium IDE, Selenium WebDriver, and Selenium Grid. So Grid is one of the components of Selenium. But contextual wise, during Selenium automation, what exactly is the difference between TestNG and Grid? There is a situation where TestNG and Grid can work together. Okay, that togetherness, how they are going to work and how they are going to, help each other in solving a problem will give the exact difference between TestNG and Grid that I am going to cover now. So coming to TestNG. Okay, when you are using TestNG in Selenium projects, okay, when you are using TestNG in Selenium projects, there is a possibility of enabling the parallel execution of the scripts. Okay, parallel execution of the scripts. That means multiple scripts can run at the same time in the same machine. Okay, simply you can enable the parallel execution using TestNG in Selenium projects where multiple scripts will run at the same time. Okay, simultaneously will run at the same time instead of one after the other, they can run at the same time. But the problem with TestNG is only in one machine, this parallel execution will be enabled, and because of which all the scripts will run parallel in the same machine. Okay, at the same time, multiple scripts are running in the single machine at the same time, because of which the performance of the machine will go down. And though multiple scripts are running parallelly, it will not save the time, rather, okay, it will delay the execution of the scripts because performance of the machine will go down as many scripts are running parallel at the same time. Okay, they will eat up the memory and speed of this computer, so performance of this machine will go down. Okay, so that's where another thing came known as Grid. Okay, so what is Grid? That is Selenium Grid. If you use Selenium Grid, there's a possibility where you can distribute your automation scripts across multiple machines. Okay, you can run your automation scripts across multiple machines in the network like this. Okay, your scripts will be there in this machine. We generally call that as hub. And when you run the scripts here, they may run in any of these machines in this network. Okay, in the network, multiple machines can be connected together, and the scripts run here. Executed here will run here, 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 here. Selenium Grid will only distribute the automation scripts to run on multiple machines. But there's a problem with Selenium Grid. It cannot enable the parallel execution. Okay, grid is only for distributing the automation scripts across multiple machines, okay, which are connected together. So when you run the scripts are running in a sequential manner one by one. After one script got executed here, another machine, it may run second script, but this script need to be completed on this machine for the next script to run on a different machine or same machine. That's the problem with grid. Though distribution of scripts is there, but scripts are not running parallel. So how to solve this problem? For that, we have to use TestNG and grid together. While TestNG will enable the parallel execution and grid will distribute the automation scripts. Now this problem will be solved. So at the same time, multiple scripts will run on multiple machines. They will be grid will take care of distribution of the scripts. TestNG will enable the parallel execution. While one script is running on this machine, another script will be distributed here by grid and it will run simultaneously while the script is running on this machine. So this will actually save the time. For this, both are required. TestNG is required, grid is required. Hope you got the difference. TestNG can enable the parallel execution while grid will distribute the tests. Okay, this is what is the actual difference that interviewer is expecting from you. Okay, though you can theoretically mention that TestNG is a testing framework and grid is one of the components of Selenium at a high level, but ultimately you have to answer this kind of stuff. TestNG can enable the parallel execution. Grid doesn't have the capability of parallel execution, but TestNG parallel execution only in single machine. Grid can distribute the scripts across multiple machines. If both the capabilities are combined, what will happen? While grid will distribute the scripts across multiple machines and TestNG will enable the parallel execution to run the scripts on at the same time on multiple machines. This will actually save the time without impacting the performance of the machines. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you mark a method as data provider using TestNG annotation? Let me answer. In TestNG, we have an annotation known as @data provider annotation. By specifying or mentioning this annotation on top of a method, that method will become a data provider or data supplier. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where first I'll create a normal test method, okay, to which we need to supply the data. Public void, I'll simply say sample test or whatever it is, okay. You can give any name and I'll convert this normal method into the TestNG test method by mentioning @test annotation on the top. Now I'll hold the mouse on this @test and import this from TestNG. Here I'll write down string username, comma, string password. Two parameters. So whenever this test method is executed, I would like to print it out. Logged in using this username and password. Like this, I would like to print, okay? I would like to print the username and password. So how to supply the data to this test method? For that, I'll create one more method to supply the data. Public void supply data method, okay? You can give any name. And here, to convert this normal method into a data supplier method, which annotation I have to use? @data provider annotation, which is the answer for this question, okay? That annotation I have to use here, @data provider annotation I have to use. Now hover the mouse on this data provider annotation and import it from TestNG library. Done. After that is done, now this method need to supply the data to this test method. For that, I need to prepare the data. I'll create a two-dimensional object array. Data is equal to how many sets of data I want to, or you want to supply that many number of curly braces I have to provide inside. Okay, like this. Here, first set of data, username is Arun and password is 123. Here, username is Varun and password is 456. Here, username is Arun and password is 789. Okay. Now I would like to return this data. This is two-dimensional object array. Object array. Okay. Now we are ready with a method which can supply the data to any test method. But this test method want to receive the data from this data provider method. Okay. For that reason, I have to make a connection between this test method and this data supplier or data provider method. Okay. I can give the name for this data provider method also. Name is equal to data supplier 1 or something. Okay. You can give any name. Now simply here, sorry, let's click on stop it. Fine. Let me close this. So here I would like to supply the data from this data provider method to this test method. For that, I have to use data provider annotation, not annotation, attribute. Okay. So, and here is an attribute I have to provide beside the test method, beside the test annotation. And here I need to give the name of the data provider. That's it. The connection has been bridged between this data provider and this test method. Okay. So how many times this test method is going to run? 3 times, because there are 3 sets of data. The first time when you run this test, first set of data will be passed. Okay, logged in using Arun123 will be printed, and again this same test method will be called for the second time, where Varun456 will be passed, and it will be printed. And for third time again the same test method will be running, and this Arun789. Okay, the simple answer is data provider annotation. Okay, how do you mark a method as data provider using test engine annotation? The answer is by using this annotation known as @data provider. I can convert any method into a data supplier or data provider method. Okay. And now let me run this to see whether it is working fine or not, whether this data provider is supplying the data and the same test method is running thrice, because there are 3 sets of data. You see 3 times. Sample test, sample test, sample test, every time with a different set of data. Here you can see the print statements printing, logged in using Arun123, logged in using Varun456, logged in using Tarun789. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, why we have to change the TestNG dependency scope from test to compile. Let me answer. In order to access the TestNG library outside SRC test Java in the project, we have to change the dependency scope of TestNG from test to compile. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample TestNG project. Okay. So in this TestNG project, we have this pom.xml file where we have this dependency tag for TestNG. Okay. So let's find it out under the dependencies. For TestNG, there is a dependency tag, right? This is a dependency tag for TestNG. And here what is mentioned? Compile is mentioned. For this TestNG dependency tag, the scope is mentioned as compile. Okay. So if scope is mentioned as compile, this TestNG library can be accessed across the project. That is, even outside SRC test Java, we can access. Okay. So for example, here, if I open this mylisteners.java, there's a predefined interface known as iTestListener from TestNG library. Okay. This I am able to access outside SRC test Java because the dependency scope of TestNG library is mentioned as compile. If I change it to test, there's a problem. Okay. If I change it to test and save it, you see immediately and come back here, you see error is coming here. What is the reason? I'm not able to access. Okay. I'm not able to access the TestNG library outside SRC test Java. The scope of the TestNG library is up to SRC test Java, not across the project. Okay, that's the reason to access this. Okay, already the import statement is also written. You see the TestNG iTestListener. Okay, this is the one already imported, but still you are getting the error. Okay, the reason is library is not accessible outside SRC test Java. So we have to simply go to this dependency tag of TestNG and change this scope from test to compile. And once I do that and save this, what will happen? Just come back here. Now hover the mouse. Now you'll get the import statement. You see earlier import statement was not coming. Okay, if I change it to test, import statement won't come. Okay, save this and come back here. Hover the mouse on this error. You will not get the import statement. Again, change it to compile. Now you can access the library outside the src test Java. That's what is the use of changing the TestNG dependency scope from test to compile. Okay. Now you can hover the mouse and import this iTest listener from TestNG library. Save this. The errors will be gone. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. Why we have to change the TestNG dependency scope from test to compile. To access the TestNG library outside src test Java, we have to do that. Otherwise, we cannot use any predefined classes, interfaces, and any other predefined stuff from TestNG library outside src test Java in the projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, why do you get no such element exception in Selenium automation? Let me answer. There are several reasons for getting no such element exception during Selenium automation. So the main reasons are wrong locator. Let me practically demonstrate each and every reason for you. Wrong locator. If you provide wrong locator for locating the element, then you'll get no such element exception. So here I'll write some script. Web driver. Driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Over the mouse and import this from Selenium library. Also this one from Selenium library. After that, driver.manage.window.maximize, then driver.get. Now provide the application URL. Once you open the application URL, okay, let's say I want to locate this element, right click inspect this. Okay, so it has an ID, copy this. And here I'll write down driver.find element. Driver.find element, py.id, provide the ID locator of that element and say dot send keys. I would like to enter my name into the text field. Okay. I'm just giving my name. This is going to work without any exception because we gave a correct locator here. So when I run the script, this script is going to work fine and my name will be typed into the text area field on this application URL page without any problems. Yes, observe. We'll open the browser, maximize the browser window, open the application URL, and it will type my name into the text area field. And there's no exception coming here in the output. Okay, there's no exception in the output. That is got passed also. But what if I provide some wrong locator here? I just added 234. Okay, which is a wrong locator. When you provide a wrong locator, Selenium will not be able to find this element, and in return, it will give you an exception known as this exception, that is no such element exception. Let me run this. So this time it will not be able to, Selenium will not be able to find that text area field, and it will immediately give you an exception known as no such element exception in the output. Okay, because they're unable to locate this element with this locator. Okay, that is the wrong locator. This is one case where you get no such element exception in Selenium automation. What is the other reason? Element available on the page with a delay. Okay, if you have not implemented any waiting mechanism and there is a timing problem for the element to be displayed on the page, so Selenium will not wait. Okay, Selenium will only wait for the web page to load. But if the web page is not loading and the element is not coming on time, then Selenium is not going to wait for that element. Rather, Selenium will give you no such element exception because it is not able to find the element. I'll give you an example of that. So let me take you to this application. What I'm going to do here is, there's a button here, drop down button. Okay. So when I click on the button, you see the page is not refreshing. And after a delay, the flip chart option is coming. You see, When I click on this button, immediately the Flipkart option is not coming. It's coming with a delay. And if I want the Selenium WebDriver to click on this Flipkart option, it will not wait for the Flipkart option to be available. Okay. When it is trying to click the Flipkart option is not come yet. So we have to make the Selenium to wait for the Flipkart option to overcome this problem. If you don't wait, you will get no such element exception. So I'll just show you the scenario in real time. So here, first I'll click on this drop down button. Inspect this drop down button. So it has a class. Copy this class and simply write down driver dot find element by dot class name. Provide the class locator and say dot click. Okay. Once you click on this drop down button, the Flipkart option will not come immediately. It will come with a delay. Inspect this Flipkart option. It's a link text locator. Copy this link text locator and write down driver dot find element by dot link text. And in the double quotes, give the link text locator of Flipkart option and say dot click. Here, after you click on the drop down button, you are not waiting for the Flipkart option. You are not making the Selenium WebDriver to wait for the Flipkart option. Rather, you are directly trying to click on the Flipkart option when it is not available on the page, because of which Selenium will not be able to find the Flipkart option and will give you no such element exception. Run this. You will get no such element exception now. So Selenium has not clicked on the Flipkart option and instead you got a which exception? No such element exception. Okay. You see, Flipkart option is not there, it is saying. So what's the problem? Waiting mechanism is the problem. So I have to implement some waiting mechanism like explicit wait or whatever the wait. WebDriver wait is equal to new WebDriver wait. Okay, put a semicolon here. Over the mouse on this WebDriver wait and import this. Here write down driver, comma, duration dot of seconds and give maximum 10 seconds. Up to maximum of 10 seconds it can wait for this wait dot until expected conditions dot visibility of element located by which locator? By dot link text Flipkart option. Just give that here. Put a semicolon. That's it. You are now waiting for the Flipkart option for a maximum of 10 seconds. If the Flipkart option comes within 10 seconds, you will not wait for entire 10 seconds. Whatever the time Flipkart option comes, Selenium will wait only till the time the Flipkart appears on the page and then perform this operation. Okay, this time you will not get any exception. This time it will click on the Flipkart option. Okay. Click on the drop down button. Once the Flipkart option comes, it will click on the Flipkart option automatically. Okay. You see, it's waiting for the Flipkart option and then clicking. Okay. So this is what? So to avoid the exception, we have to implement this waiting mechanism. So for timing issues also you'll get, if you have not implemented the waiting mechanism or if you have timing issues, you will get no such element exception. The other reason why you will get no such element exception in Selenium automation, the main reason is, there may be different reasons, but these are the three main reasons. Element is inside a frame. Okay. Element is inside a frame or on a different window also. Okay. You can also write down this element is on a different window also. Okay. There's one more case also. These are the main cases. Okay. Why you get no such element exception. Element inside a frame. So let me take you to one example page where we have a frame and all. So I'll take you to this one application, that is Internet Heroku app. Okay, just Google search for this Internet Heroku, you'll get this the internet kind of thing. And here on this there is a frames kind of thing. You see frames kind of link is there. Go to that. Go to the normal frame. Copy this URL and paste it here. If the element is inside the frame and you are trying to directly perform the operation on the element, for example, I want to clear this text. Your content goes here, text is there now. I want to clear that out. Okay. So what I will do here is I'll inspect, right click inspect. Okay. So This ID is there. Okay. So ID with the paragraph. Okay. I'll copy this. I'll create an XPath expression. /body @ ID is equal to /p. Copy this. Now simply write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID locate. By dot XPath, right? Sorry. By dot XPath. Provide the XPath expression and say dot clear. Okay. I want to do that. I want to clear the text here. Your content goes here, text I want to clear. So this is not going to work out. Why? Because this particular element which I am trying to clear is inside a frame, which we don't know now. Okay, you will get an exception, then you will find it out. Okay. The text is not going to get cleared up. Instead, we are going to get an exception known as no such element exception. You see, the content goes here is not cleared. Instead, you got an exception known as no such element exception because that element that you are trying to locate is inside a frame. This particular element is inside a frame. How to find out whether that element is inside a frame? There are multiple ways. The easiest way is to use the selector sub plugin. Okay, one way is to right click and see if you are getting any frame options. If you are getting frame options, means this element is inside the frame. The other best way to find out is okay, copy this XPath expression that you created. Go to the selector sub, install the selector sub add-on from Google Chrome, and then go to the Chrome DevTools and go to the this last tab selector sub and press enter. You see one element matching, but this element is inside the frame. Clearly, selector sub is saying that this element is inside the frame. Which frame? Just scroll up, you will find out the frame. You see, this is the frame. The frame has an ID. Copy this ID of the frame, and what you have to do simply is before performing any operation on that element, before performing any operation on this particular element, you have to switch to the frame. Driver dot switch to dot frame of and give the ID of the frame. In the double quotes, mention the ID of the frame ID. Okay, it will switch to the frame, then it will perform the operation. Now this will work. Run this. This time it will clear the text. Okay. You see, the text got clear in the text field and we didn't get any exception. So this is one case where you will get no such element exception, and if you switch to the frame and then perform the operation, you can overcome that exception. The other situation where you will get this no such element exception is when you try to click on an element which is there on a different window. Okay, not on the default window, on a different window which you have not switched to. So I'll give you an example. For example, this application. So from this application, let's say you click on this link, another window came. Now you get this this paragraph text. You have to retrieve this paragraph text and print in the output console. That's what is your task. Let's do it. Copy this and give the URL here. Now name all this stuff. Once you open the application URL, you have to click on this link, inspect this link. So here we got the link text. Copy this link text and write down driver dot find element by dot link text. Provide the link text locator and say dot click. Until click on the link, you'll get this child window pop-up. Okay, once you click on the link, you'll get this child window pop-up. Now I'll inspect this paragraph text. This paragraph text has an ID. I'll copy this ID and get the text between the tags. Copy this ID and locate this paragraph. Driver dot find element. Driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID locator of that and say dot what? Get text. Retrieve the text, paragraph text, string, para text is equal to now system.out.println para text, and finally say driver.pitch. This thing is not going to work anyhow. You are not going to get no such element exception because, okay, you are trying to get this paragraph text from this child window, okay, without switching to it. So Selenium is by default on the default window. So it will try to find this paragraph text on the main window or original window or the default window, and it will not be able to find the para text, and it will give you no such element exception. Okay, so you see, you will get no such element exception because the Selenium is still there on this window. Selenium is searching for that paragraph on this window, not this child window. Then how to make the Selenium move to this window? From here to here, how to move? For that, we have to write some logic. That is, here, before performing this operation to retrieve the text. Okay. So here, after you click on the open a pop-up window link, two windows will come. Two windows will be open. Okay. So main window and child window will open. Two windows will be there. So what I will do here is, two windows are there. So I have to capture these windows. Driver dot. Okay. Get window handles. I have to say get window handles. It will return you the window IDs, the form of set of string. Okay. Window IDs. All the currently opened window IDs, it will be returning in the form of set of string. Now I'll write a for each loop. For each and every window ID is a string window ID colon window IDs like this. For each and every window ID, I'll iterate and I'll switch to one of the window ID, which is coming in one of the iteration. We don't know in which order they are coming because set will store in random order. So we don't know whether the first window ID is a parent window ID or child window ID. So we'll simply blindly switch to one of the window ID, switch to window of, give that window ID, this particular window ID here. Once you switch it, we don't know whether we have switched to parent or child. So for that, I'll do one thing. If driver dot get title dot equals, I'll retrieve the title of that particular window and verify whether that is a child window or not. Okay, if the title is coming as this basic web page title, right, with the page source. Here, this is the title of the page. If this is the title of the window, means that is a child window. Okay, we have switched to the child window. Otherwise, we are on the main window. Close all this stuff. If the title matches, then we are on the which window? Child window. In that case, I'll do this. I'll just do this. Okay, and then simply I'll say driver dot which. Otherwise, I'll simply break and pitch. Okay. There's no need to iterate if I already find the child window. Fine. This is, we'll switch to the child window. This time we'll not get no such element exception because we are switching to the child window and then retrieving and finding the element on that particular child window. Okay. Earlier, we were finding the element on the main window. Now we are trying to find the element on the child window. You see, a paragraph of text working fine. We didn't get any exception, like no such element exception has not come. So, hope guys, you understood the several reasons with practical demonstration on, okay, why do you get no such element exception during Selenium automation, and what are several reasons for that, and what are the solutions to overcome that no such element exception because of these reasons. With practical demonstration I covered in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, write syntax for switching to default content after switching to any frame. Let me answer. When you have already switched to a frame, then how to switch back to the default content? What is syntax for that? The syntax in Selenium automation is very simple. That is driver.switch to default content. This is a command you have to use to switch back to the default content from the frame wherever you have already switched to. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample project, and here I'll write down some code. Okay, so I'll use this application as sample. This is the Internet Heroku app. Just Google search for Internet Heroku, you'll get this. Then once you go there, just go to this frames. Go to one of this, copy this, and write down the code. Driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Import this WebDriver interface from Selenium library. Import this Chrome driver class from Selenium library. Then after opening the browser, maximize the browser. Driver.manage.window.maximize. This will maximize the browser window. Then you have to open the application URL where you want to navigate to. After going there to this page, I want to switch to the frame and clear this particular text. Okay, this text is inside a frame. I know that. Okay, right click here, right click somewhere here, and if you are getting the frame options, that means this particular thing is inside a frame. So how to switch to that frame and all, I'll tell you. For that, inspect this. Okay, this particular thing is inside a frame. Just scroll up. You see, this is a frame. Okay, so it has an ID. Copy this. I'll switch to the frame first. Driver dot switch to dot frame and provide the ID of that frame. Then after switching to the frame, you can perform the operation on this element, okay, which is inside the frame. This is a paragraph, okay, that I need to clear the text. Okay, let's say I'll create an XPath expression out of this. Copy this /body at the rate ID is equal to, give that ID of that, and /p. You see, this element I located, which is inside a frame. First I switch it to the frame, then I located this element. I'll clear the text of this element. Okay, driver dot find element by dot driver dot find element by dot XPath by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression of that element and say dot clear. Once the element text is cleared, then what I want to do here is I want to go back to the default content outside the frame. I want to go outside the frame, okay, to the default page or something. Okay, how to go back? For that, this question is same, right? How to go back? When you already have switched to the frame, then how to come out of the frame and go to the default page? For that, we have a command known as default content. Driver.switch to dot default content. Here driver.switch to dot frame. Here driver.switch to dot default content. This will take you to the original default page. So you'll be out of the frames and all. Now I want to get this particular title of this page, which is on the page outside the frame and all. So this particular title I want to get, it has an H3 tag. So let's see if I can create an XPath expression for this /H3. Is it only the one locating? Yes. Copy this. Would like to get the text. So here I'll write down driver dot find element by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression. Then say dot get text. String text. Otherwise, text on page, I'll say text on page is equal to, and print it out. Some.order.println. I'll print it out, text on page. That's it. Now run the code and see whether this default content is working fine, where you are switching back to the original page for this to work or not. First, it will go to the frame and clear the text. First, it will switch to the frame from the default page to the frame and clear the text. After that, it will switch back to the default page and get this particular text and print in the output console. You see, an iframe containing the tiny so and so editor. Okay, you got it. So this is how we can use a default content, and the answer for this question is driver.switch to dot default content is the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, write syntax for actions class in Selenium automation. Let me answer. Actions is a predefined class in Selenium WebDriver. Okay. In order to use this actions class, we need to create an object for the actions class like this. Actions is equal to new actions. So what can be achieved with the help of this actions class? Actions class contains a lot of predefined methods using which we can simulate the mouse and keyboard actions. Okay. So let me explain or demonstrate one of the simulation of the mouse action with the help of this actions class, where I would like to hover the mouse, hover the mouse onto one element and click on that element. Okay, that's what I want to do. So fine. So let me practically demonstrate that. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where I'll write the Selenium automation code. Driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Now hover the mouse on this web driver and import it from Selenium library. Hover the mouse on Chrome driver, import it from Selenium library. Driver dot manage dot window dot maximize, then driver dot get give the application URL. This is a sample application URL I would like to take. So what I want to do is I want to hover the mouse onto these blocks. From there, I would like to hover the mouse onto Selenium by Arun. Then I would like to click on this. Okay. First, I would like to hover here, then hover here, then click. That's what I want to do. In order to hover and all, I need to first create an object for the actions class. Actions is equal to new actions. This is a syntax. Hover the mouse on this actions, predefined class in Selenium, and import it from Selenium library. This constructor cannot be empty. Here we need to pass this WebDriver's driver. After that, I need to use actions to call this method known as move to element. Okay, one of the command or method, okay, of this actions class, which will hover the mouse onto the move the mouse to hover it on a particular element. Okay, which element? For that element, first I need to create a web element. Okay, so for example, this blocks is the element. Okay, inspect this blocks as an ID. Copy this ID, and here I'll create a web element. Driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID locator of that blocks menu. I'll simply say blocks menu element is equal to, and the return type of the find element is web element. Okay, that will be added here. Now this blocks menu element, copy this and paste it here. After that, what you want to do? After hovering here, now I want to move my mouse onto the Selenium by Arun. Okay, that's the next step. Inspect this. So it looks like some XPath expression I have to give. Control F. I'll copy this text first of all. /a/span text is equal to, like this, some XPath expression I'll create. Okay, you see Selenium by Arun got located. Copy this. And now, okay, now you can't do anything. Here you say dot perform first of all. Okay, after hovering the mouse, then now I'll create a web element. Driver dot find element. Driver dot. Otherwise, I'll simply say actions dot move to element. And here web element is needed for that. For this option, Selenium by Arun, I'll create a web element. Driver dot find element by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression of that element. That is Selenium by Arun. Okay, SBA element, Selenium by Arun element. The return type is a web element. Copy this and paste it here and say dot click. This is mouse which click? Left click, mouse left click. Okay, it simulates the this click simulates the this from the actions class which simulates the mouse left click. Dot build. If you have multiple commands like this, move to element and click from mouse or keyboard, then say instead of directly saying dot perform, say dot build dot perform. Okay, then it will work. Now run this code and see whether it is working fine or not. I'm not going to fiddle my mouse here and there. Okay, just observe what's happening on the screen. Okay, you see Selenium by Arun hovered, blocks got hovered, Selenium, and it got clicked, and you are taken to this page. So, hope guys, you understood the syntax for actions class with practical demonstration in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, write syntax for drag and drop in Selenium automation. Let me answer. In Selenium automation, there is a command known as drag and drop command. Okay, to which we have to pass the source element that we have to drop onto the destination element. Two elements we have to provide, source element and destination element. Source element will be dragged and dropped onto the destination element. For that, we have to use a command known as drag and drop, which belong to the actions class in Selenium. So let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where some Selenium automation code is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing that browser. And here we need to open the URL. So here a sample URL is there where we can perform drag and drop of the elements. I'll paste it. Once you go to this URL, let me open the URL here in the browser. You can see here, once you go here, left side we have capitals and right side we have countries. And what we have to do is we have to drag this onto the country, okay? Respective country. For example, Oslo is in Norway, okay? I have to drag and drop into the Norway. That's what I have to do, okay? So how to get it done? For that, we have to right click on this Oslo, inspect. And here we have an ID. Create a locator for this Oslo. That is driver dot find element, driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID locator of Oslo. Put a semicolon. This is Oslo element. Oslo element is equal to. Now hover the mouse and say create local variable. Similarly, create the element for the country also, that is Norway. Inspect this Norway. It has an ID. Copy this ID of Norway and simply write down driver dot find element by dot ID and put a semicolon here. This is Norway element. Norway element is equal to. Over the mouse, create local variable. It is a web element. Two web elements got created. Now I'll create an object for the actions class. Actions is equal to new actions, using which we can simulate mouse and keyboard actions. Okay, and pass this web driver here to this constructor. Now import these actions from Selenium library. It's a predefined class in Selenium library. Now using this actions object reference, call the method that is drag and drop. Okay, to which we need to pass two elements. One is source element, that is Oslo. We have to drag Oslo onto the, this Oslo we have to drag onto the Norway. So destination element is Norway element. And this command will not work as it is. At the end, you have to say dot perform. Okay, then only it will work. If you forget to mention perform kind of command for the action class related commands, these commands are not going to work. Now run this code. It is going to drag this Oslo onto the Norway. And this is the syntax for drag and drop in Selenium automation. Just see here, open the browser. It will drag and drop the Oslo onto the Norway. Okay, it has worked fine. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can we use implicit wait and explicit waiting mechanisms together in a test case or test script? Let me answer. The answer is yes, we can use them both together. In a single script, we can use both implicit wait and explicit wait together. That will in fact improve the stability and increase the robustness of the scripts. Okay. While implicit wait is a global wait, which will be applicable for all the elements in the script as a common item. Okay. So basic waiting mechanism, whatever that you have to give in the script for all the elements that you can do with the help of implicit wait. Whereas explicit wait is for some special cases where a particular element, which is taking more time than the common elements take. Okay, for such kind of special elements, we can go with the explicit wait and we can use them together. Okay, implicit wait is a global common wait for all the elements. Okay, and explicit wait is a special category where in special situations for a particular element, if you want to wait for more time and all, then you can go with the explicit wait. And you can use both of them together to improve the stability and increase the robustness of the scripts without any problem. Okay, so let me show you practically how you can use them together in a single script. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have some sample automation script already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing that browser. And here we need to open the URL. Okay, so I'll take the sample application as omaya.blogspot.com. Copy this and paste it here. Once I go here, let's say I would like to type my name into the text area field. Inspect this. And here we have an ID for the text area field. Copy this and simply say driver.findElement by dot ID. Provide the ID locator of the text area field and say dot send keys. And I'll enter my name. Okay. So whatever the elements I'm creating here, by default, okay, there is no waiting mechanism. Here, what I will do here is, I'll say driver dot manage dot, okay, timeouts dot implicitly wait. Okay, this is a command. Implicitly wait is a command from timeouts from driver dot manage. So here I have to give duration dot of seconds. Let's say common time I'm giving as 10 seconds. Okay. So for all the elements, it's a global wait. This statement is an implicit wait and it is a global wait. So you don't have to specially mention this for each and every element. By default, for all the elements that you are creating or mentioning in the script, this implicit wait is applicable. For this line, implicit wait is applicable. Okay, whatever the elements you are finding out and whatever the actions you are performing, right? For all the elements, the implicit wait is automatically done. For example, I want to enter my first name into this search box. We'll inspect this. So here name is equal to Q is there. Copy this. For this also automatically implicit wait will be applicable by dot name locator. Provide the name locator and say dot send keys again. Here I'll give my first name and put a semicolon. That's it. Then after entering here my full name, here my first name, then what I want to do is I want to click on this button. Okay, I'll inspect this button. It has a class. Copy this. Driver dot find element by dot class name. Provide the class locator and say dot click. So for all these three elements, implicit wait will be automatically applicable. It is a global wait. 10 seconds of waiting time is by default there for all these three elements. Now, once I click on this drop down button, I'll get this flip chart option. I'll inspect this. It is a link text. Copy this. Create a web element. Driver dot find element by dot link text. Provide the link text locator for that flip chart option and say dot click. And for this flip chart option only, I would like to specially wait. Okay, let's assume that the flip chart option is taking more than 10 seconds or what. It's a common wait is not working out for flip chart, and we have to wait for more time. So I cannot change the global wait, right? So in that case, I'll write the explicit wait here. Assume that. Okay, I'm saying okay. WebDriver wait. This is implicit wait. Whatever I have written in a single line here. Okay, in the beginning of the script is implicit wait. Here, whatever I'm writing is the explicit wait. New WebDriver wait. In explicit wait, we have two types. One is this normal explicit wait, that is WebDriver wait. Other one is fluent wait. But in real time, people don't use fluent wait. They go with the WebDriver wait only as part of explicit wait. Driver comma. Here we have to pass two things. Driver comma duration dot of seconds. And here I'll give it as 15 seconds, let's say. Okay. Then wait dot until expected conditions dot visibility of element located by this locator by dot link text. Put a semicolon here. We are explicitly waiting for the flip chart option here. Okay, and then performing the click here. But here we have implicit wait, which will be applicable for all elements in the script as a common global wait of 10 seconds, whatever we have given. But if a particular element is taking more than 10 seconds sometimes, then in that case, you have to specially wait for that element, let's say. Okay. So we can use both implicit wait and explicit wait together without any problem. Run the script and it's going to work. Okay. It's going to do all these operations one by one. It's going to type my name into the text area field. Everything will happen. The script can include, you see, my name got typed. It has clicked on the drop down button. Cut option also got clicked. Okay. So both explicit wait and implicit wait are working together without any problem. And in fact, they are making the script more robust. Okay. So it is increasing the stability and improving the stability and increasing the robustness of the script when you use them together. In real time, we use them together, okay, in Selenium Java automation. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is BDD one of the agile software development methodology? Let me answer. The answer is no. BDD is not an agile software development methodology. Instead, it is an approach or practice that can be applied in any of the agile software development methodologies. So we have several agile software development methodologies in the market like Scrum, Kanban, Lean, Extreme Programming, Adaptive Software Development, Feature-Driven Development, Crystal, Dynamic Systems Development Method, and many more agile software development methodologies are there in the market. But BDD is not an agile software development methodology. Instead, it is an approach or practice that can be applied in any of these agile development methodologies. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. The answer is simply no. It's simply an approach or practice that can be applied in agile software development methodologies like Scrum, Kanban, etc. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to scroll the web page till the end of the page in Selenium WebDriver. Let me answer. In order to scroll the web page in Selenium automation, we have to run some JavaScript code. And to scroll the web page till the end of the page, we have to use this document.body.scroll height, okay, in JavaScript, which will get you the height of the page, using which we can scroll down till the end of the page. So let me practically demonstrate. These two lines we have to write. First, we need to create an object for this JavaScript executor, and using this object reference, we have to call this execute script command. And in this execute script command, we have to provide a JavaScript code. So this entire thing is a JavaScript code. Whatever you are seeing here is a JavaScript code. Window.scroll to, and here horizontally we don't want to scroll, so 0 we are getting. But here vertically we want to scroll till the end of the page. So how do we know that is the end of the page? By getting the height of the page, complete height of the page. To get the height of the page in JavaScript, you have to use document.body.scroll height. So let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where some sample Selenium automation code is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser. And here we need to open the application URL in the browser. So I'll open this application URL in the browser, copy this, paste it. And once we go to this application URL page, I want to scroll till the end of the page. For that, I'll first typecast the driver with JavaScript executor, okay? Because I want to run some JavaScript code. To scroll the page to the end of the page, I would like to run some JavaScript code. So I'll say JavaScript executor JSE is equal to, the return type will come as JavaScript executor only. Then after that, hover the mouse on the JavaScript executor and import it from Selenium library. Then use this object reference JSE and say dot execute script. Okay, then say execute script, and you just need only one argument here and provide double quotes. In double quotes, we have to enter the or write the JavaScript code. So what is the JavaScript code? Window.scroll to is the command. Okay, we need to call. In this command, we have to pass horizontal scrolling as 0. We should not scroll horizontally, so we are giving 0. But vertically, we want to scroll till the end of the page. So for that, we have to give this document.body.scroll height. Document.body.scroll height. In JavaScript, this will give you the total height of the page. Till the end of the page, we are scrolling. Okay, that's why we are writing this one. So after that, window.scroll to 0. Done. Yes, double quote started here, double quote ended here. That's it. Okay, these two lines are enough. Now run the code and observe that the page will scroll to the end of the page. Using Selenium automation, we are going to scroll till the end of the page. You can focus on the right side scroll bar, vertical scroll bar. Once it opens, it will be a bit fast. You see, it has scrolled to the end of the page. So hope guys you got the answer for this question, that is how to scroll the web page till the end of the page in Selenium WebDriver. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the questions that is burning out nowadays in the internet or in the news regarding Selenium. That is, Selenium going to end supporting Java 8 version. Is it correct? Is Selenium really going to end the support for Java 8 version? Yes. The answer is yes, guys. From September 30, 2023, Selenium no more supports Java 8 version. The basic required version or minimum required version for Selenium to use is Java 11. Java 8 is no more supported. Okay. So let me prove you that. For that, open any browser and just type the official website selenium.dev and say Java space 8. And you'll get one link, Java 8 support in Selenium. And here you can clearly see Java 8 support in Selenium. On September 30, 2023, Java 11 will be the minimum version supported by Selenium. That means they are removing the support or stopping the support for Java 8 from September 30, 2023 onwards. Okay. So better to use the latest versions, guys. Whenever you get some latest versions in Java, that is latest LTS versions, I recommend using latest LTS versions with Selenium going ahead. Okay. So you don't have to worry about whether this version is getting removed or the support is getting over and all those stuff. But for now, the news is that Selenium is going to end the support for Java 8 version from September 30, 2023 onwards. Still September 30, 2023, you feel free to use. But after September 30, 2023, you have to use the basic minimum version as Java 11 with Selenium. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you handle untrusted SSL certificate in Selenium WebDriver? Let me answer. First of all, what exactly is this untrusted SSL certificate? There are some web applications, okay, which give this kind of errors, okay? So let me show you them first. If I open this URL, this example or sample URL in the browser like this, you will get some error messages saying your connection is not private, your certificate got SSL certificate got expired or whatever it is, okay? So, and also here, if you see here on the browser, it's saying not secure. That means this application have, that means this application doesn't have any proper certificate. Okay, it doesn't have any proper certificate, secure certificate, which do the encryption and decryption on this website. Whatever the activities that you're doing on this website, okay, need to be transferred between the client and server machine. Okay, so but during that transaction or while this transaction is going on, communication is going on between the client and server. Okay, so it's not secured. Okay, the hackers can steal your information. That's a problem. Why? Because this website is not okay having any secure certificate. A secure certificate need to be installed, which will do the encryption and decryption for us. Okay, so that even though the hackers steal your information while during the transit of the information between the client and server machine, hackers won't be able to understand because those information will be in encrypted format like credit card numbers, okay, or whatever it is, okay, passwords. They will be encrypted during the transaction between the client and server. Okay, but here this website doesn't have any secure certificate installed. Okay, so that we call it as untrusted SSL certificate. Since there is no certificate, it's untrusted. Okay, so the website is saying HTTPS. Okay, here S stands for security or SSL. Okay, SSL certificate. Okay, S stands for SSL, but this website doesn't have SSL certificate. That's the reason you're getting this kind of page. Instead of getting the actual page, you're getting this kind of page. Okay, you're not able to go to the page. But still, during automation, despite of this application doesn't have a proper certificate, secure certificate installed, even though it is an untrusted SSL certificate, okay, there is no certificate or untrusted SSL certificate. Still, I want to go to the page, web page. Okay, I want to overcome this problem and get on to that. Okay, I would like to take the risk. Okay, I would like to take the risk. I would like to still go to the website page. Okay, even though there is no secured certificate installed or this is untrusted SSL certificate. How to handle such kind of situations during automation? For that, here I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE and I'll simply copy this URL. First, I'll open directly. I'll run the script directly. It will open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, and it will open the application URL in the browser. Once the application URL gets opened in the browser, you'll get this kind of same kind of thing. Okay, nothing different, but we have to handle it. Let's run it. By default, it will give you the same message. Your connection is not private and all the stuff. Just see here what's happening. Your connection is not private. Okay, your connection is not private, so it's not, no secure certificate is installed. So how to overcome this in Selenium automation? For that, simply here create an object for the Chrome options, because it is Chrome driver, Chrome browser, we have to create an object for the Chrome options. If it is a Firefox driver, we have to create option for the object for the Firefox options, like that. Okay, depending on the browser. New Chrome options, like this here, right? And hover the mouse on the Chrome options and import it from this. Okay, now say options dot, here the command is there, that is options dot set accept insecure certs. Okay, options dot set accept insecure certs and set it to true. Accept, we have to accept the insecure certificates and still move forward. And these options you have to provide in the constructor. If you don't copy this options for which to accept the insecure certificate is set to true to this Chrome driver, then it will not be applied. Okay, now it will be applied. Now run it. This time, let's see what will happen. Here we are getting some error. Let's see. Okay, I'm taken to the home page of this website by overcoming that problem. Okay, fine. The script is working fine. Okay, we have accepted the Chrome options and everything is working fine. Okay, so simply close this. Open this once. There's no error actually. Okay, fine. So hope guys you understood how to handle untrusted SSL certificates in Selenium WebDriver by setting the options to set accept insecure certificates as true. Okay, then we can handle the untrusted SSL certificate. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is select class in Selenium WebDriver and how to use it? Let me answer. Select is a predefined class in Selenium WebDriver, and using its methods, we can handle the drop-down field and multi-selection box fields. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have the sample Selenium automation code already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser, and here I need to open the application URL in the browser. So let me open the browser and take you to some sample application. This sample application has a drop-down field and multi-selection box field. I'll show you. You see, this is a drop-down field. This is a multi-selection box field where you can select multiple options. Okay. So let me refresh. So this is the page which has a drop-down and multi-selection box field. In a while, we are going to automate them or handle this drop-down field and multi-selection box field with the help of this select predefined class in Selenium WebDriver and its commands. So first what we have to do is, first we need to create an object for the select class. Select is equal to new select, like this. Now hover the mouse on the select and import this select predefined class from Selenium library. After that, here, this select constructor cannot be empty. Here you need to pass the web element of either the drop-down field or multi-selection box field that you would like to handle. Okay. So first I'll go with the drop-down field. First I'll create a web element for this drop-down field. For that, I'll right click on this drop-down field and select inspect option. I'll get the HTML code. There's an ID, copy this ID, come back here and write down driver dot find element by dot id, provide the id locator of the drop-down field, put a semicolon, and here mention this is a drop-down field element is equal to. Hover the mouse on this and say create local variable. Okay. Now copy this and paste this drop-down field element here. Now using this object reference, select dot. I would like to select an option. Okay. I would like to select an option. Let's say doc3 option. I would like to select in the drop-down field. So select dot, select by. There is something known as visible text. Okay. There are a lot of commands, and this is one of the command. And here I'll just give the visible text, that is doc3. That's it. Now run the code and it will select the option, that is doc3 option in the drop-down field. Using select predefined classes and its commands like select by visible text, we can do that. It's going to select an option from the drop-down field in a while. You see, doc3 option got selected in the drop-down field. Similarly, you can select the options in the multi-selection box field. Simply here, you need to pass the web element of the, okay? Simply here, you need to pass, instead of the drop-down field, web element, here in the select constructor, you have to pass the web element of the multi-selection box field, and you can use these commands. There are several commands here. Select dot, you see? Select dot, select all. This is for multi-selection box field, okay? If I say select by index is there, value is there, visible text is there. A lot of commands. Get all selected options is there, get options, okay? Get first selected option is there, many options are there. I'm not going to dive deep, okay? But I just want to mention what is the purpose of, okay? Using this select predefined class in Selenium WebDriver to handle the drop-down and multi-selection box fields as practically demonstrated in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is an alert in Selenium WebDriver and how to use it? Let me answer. Alert is a predefined interface in Selenium WebDriver, and using its commands or methods, we can handle different types of alerts. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser. And here we need to open the application URL. Let me take you to one sample application URL where there is a possibility of getting an alert. Copy this URL, paste into this command. Once you open this application URL in the browser, like this, now you click on this button, okay? When you click on this button, you will get an alert. So to get that alert, right click on this button, select inspect option. And this is the HTML code. Copy this and write on driver dot find element by dot id, provide the id locator of that button. The button, create a web element for that, over the mouse and say create, and simply say button dot click. When you click on the button, immediately you will get an alert. Now, once you get the alert, how to handle such kind of alert? To handle such kind of alert and to get the text that is displayed on the alert to be retrieved and printed in the output console, and to accept the alert saying okay or whatever it is, we need to use an interface, a predefined interface known as alert. Alert is a predefined interface. So to get that predefined interface, that is alert interface, first we have to simply switch to the alert. Okay, once you click on this button, you got the alert. You have to switch to the alert. How to switch to the alert? We have a command, driver dot switch to dot alert command. Okay, once you say driver dot switch to alert, you will get switch to the alert. Okay, and this alert command will return you an predefined interface known as alert interface. And simply say alert is equal to, over the mouse and say create local variable. The return type of this alert method is alert interface. Now take this object reference, that is alert dot get text. It will retrieve the text that is displayed on the alert. I'll simply say string text on alert, and I'll print it out. System.out.println text on alert. After that, I would like to accept the alert. For that, again, I have to take this object reference alert dot accept. You can also dismiss the alert. We have another command known as dot dismiss and many more. Not only this kind of information alerts, we can also handle confirmation alerts and text. Different type of alerts. Okay, there are different type of alerts like information alerts. Then we have the prompt alerts, confirmation alerts. All the different type of JavaScript alerts can be handled with the help of this alert interface and its predefined methods like get text and accept, dismiss, and so on. So fine, let's run this code and see whether we are able to use this alert predefined interface and its commands to handle the alert or not. That is provided in this example. It will be a bit fast, so just focus. Alert has command gone, and in the output console, you got the text on the alert retrieved and printed in the output console. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is what is alert in Selenium WebDriver. It is a predefined interface. Using this alert predefined interface and its predefined methods, we can handle different type of alerts like confirmation, information, and prompt type of alerts. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is click command in Selenium WebDriver? Let me answer. In Selenium WebDriver, we have a predefined command known as click command, using which we can click on any web element. It can be a button, it can be a link, it can be a checkbox field, it can be a radio button, it can be text field, etc., etc. Any web element, if you want to click using Selenium automation, then we have to use this click command in Selenium WebDriver. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE. So in this Eclipse IDE, I'll write some code. So already some sample automation code is there for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser, and for opening this application URL. Let me open this application URL manually for you. Once this application URL is open, now using click command, whatever you can do on this page, I'm going to demonstrate. First thing is you can click on a button. Okay, you can click on a button. So I'll come to the button later. First, I'll click on I will select the checkbox field. Okay. So here we have a blue checkbox field. Okay, I would like to select that. Inspect this checkbox field. Once you inspect that blue checkbox field, it has an ID. Copy this and write down driver.find element by.id. Provide the ID locator of that checkbox field and say dot click. So see here we have used the click command. Now this blue checkbox field will get selected. Similarly here, I would like to select the radio button, the mail radio button. It has an ID. Copy this. Driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID locator of the mail radio button and say dot click. It will select the radio button. After this two, what I want to do is I would like to let's say click on a hyperlink. Let's say this hyperlink I would like to click on. Inspect this. Or is there any hyperlink? This hyperlink. Let's say I would like to click on this hyperlink, this particular hyperlink. Inspect this. It has an ID. Copy this ID of that hyperlink and simply say driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID of the hyperlink and say dot click. And click on the link. And finally, anything. Okay, button, link, checkbox field, radio button, text fields. So what else? Text field is left out and button is left out. Let's click on the text field. So I would like to click inside the text area field or this text box field. Okay, one by one. I'll first click inside the text area field. This has an ID. Copy this ID of the text area field. So driver dot find element by dot ID. give the ID of the text area field and say dot click. Okay, it will click inside the text area field. I'll just give some thread dot sleep here so that you can see whether it got clicked or not. Okay, over the mouse and say add throws declaration, ignore the exception. And now finally, either text area, text field, both same. I would like to click on this button. You will get an alert means the button has been clicked. Okay. So let me click on this alert button, which will display the alert. Okay. The proof is that if the alert is coming in, the button has been clicked. Driver dot find element by dot ID, provide the ID locator of that button and say dot click. If the button is clicked, alert will be displayed. Okay. Run this code. Let's see what happens. Using click command, we can do a lot of stuff. We can click on any web element on the web page in Selenium automation. You see, it has open the new link, blue checkbox field, mail radio button, alert came, clicked inside the text area. You see, this is highlighted means it has clicked inside the text area field. Okay. So and so on. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is send keys command in Selenium WebDriver? Let me answer. In Selenium automation, using send keys command, we can type or enter text into any text fields like text area fields, text box fields, etc. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have this sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser, and for opening this application URL in the browser. Okay, I'll open this URL in the browser in a manual way to show you this application page. On this application page, we have a text box field. This one is a text box field. This is a text area field. Okay, now I would like to enter my first name into the text box field, my full name into the text area field. Okay, that's what I want to do. Okay, using which command I have to do in Selenium? Send keys command is a command. So let's do it. So for that, first I'll inspect this text box field. Right click inspect. And here it has a name locator, name attribute with value. Copy this name locator, copy this, come back here and write down driver dot find element by dot name locator, give the name locator and provide dot send keys, put a semicolon and here enter, let's say my first name. Okay. After entering my name here, I would like to go to this text area field, inspect this. It has an ID. I'll locate this text area field with the help of the ID. Driver dot find element, driver dot find element by dot ID, provide the ID locator of the text area field and say send keys and give my full name here. Let's say Arun Motori. Now run this code. Using the send case command, we can enter the text into the text fields in Selenium automation. So I have run the script. It will in a while. Open the browser, maximize, open the application URL. And you see, my first name got entered into the text box field and my full name got entered into the text area field. Okay. With the help of which command? With the help of send case command, we have done this. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to read data from properties file in Selenium automation. Let me answer. In Selenium automation, if you want to read the data from the properties file, first we need to create an object for a predefined class in Java known as properties class. After creating an object for this properties class, then we can load this properties file and thereby we can read the data from the properties file. Let me practically demonstrate how to do that. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE and here we have a sample project. In this project, first I'll create a properties file. I'll right click new, select file, and here I'll just give some name to this properties file. Let's say test data, whatever the name you want to give. I'm just giving some random name like test data. dot properties. Extension should be properties. Okay. There should not be any spelling mistakes. Click on finish. You see the properties file got created. Here, whatever the properties you want to give, you can give. For example, I can give first name. I'll give the name as Arun. Last name. I'll give my last name. Okay. I'll say browser. I'll say Chrome. Then URL. Okay. https://www.xyz.com. Okay. Like this, any number of properties you can write down in this mention in this properties file. This is a property name. This is a property value. Now, how to read this particular data like this Arun, Moturi, Chrome, URL, okay, from this properties file, how to do that? For that, I'll come to this demo file. Here, I can write the code. First, I need to create an object for the properties file in Java. Properties prop is equal to new properties. Like this, you need to first create an object for this properties file in Java. Over the mouse on these properties and import these properties from java.util package. After that, using this object reference, you have to call a method known as load, prop.load, and here input stream is required. So I'll simply write down file input stream FIS is equal to new file input stream. Like this, I'll create an object for the file input stream. Hover the mouse on file input stream and import this from java.io package. And this constructor cannot be empty. Here you have to provide the file. So I'll create an object for the file. File is equal to new file. Which file? I have to provide the path of that properties file. Okay. Hover the mouse on this file and import it from java.io package. And here provide the path of this properties file. This file is directly under the project. So I can directly give the name like test data dot properties like this. Okay. We have given the path of the properties file here. This file, I'll paste it here in the file input stream constructor. And this file input stream object reference, I'll paste into the load. Now this will load the file input stream and this will load the properties file indirectly. Hover the mouse on this and say add throws declaration to ignore the exceptions. So once the exceptions are ignored, once the properties file is loaded, now we can retrieve or read the data from the properties file. How? I'll simply say system.out.println. Just see here what I'm trying to do. Take this prop dot get property. There is a command known as get property. Here already we have used one method load to load the properties file. Now another method, predefined method of the properties class we are using, that is get property. Here in double quote, give the name of the property. For example, I'll give browser. Okay, it will get the browser name. Browser value will be retrieved and printed. System.out.println prop dot get property, and here in double quotes, let's say I'll give last name. Your last name will be retrieved and printed. System.out.println prop dot get property. Here I'll give the URL. The URL of the application will be retrieved and printed. And system.out.println prop dot get property. This is a way to read text. Okay, this is a way to read the data from the properties file. Okay, here I'll give first name. Okay, first name, this one. This first name property name. The value of the first name property will be retrieved and printed in the output. Run this. You can see in the output console, Chrome, my last name, URL of the application, and my first name will be printed. You see, like this. So this is how we can read the data from the properties file in Selenium automation. Okay, either in Selenium or outside Selenium automation, the concept is same. In Selenium automation, you can retrieve this kind of URL and pass it to the get command and all. Okay, you can read this URL from the properties file like this and pass this to the get command. Okay, for example, here you load the properties file and let's say this browser. Let's not worry about the browser and all. So let's remove all this stuff. This URL, I'll talk about this URL. So I'll do one thing. I'll write the code here in Selenium automation. If you talk about web driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Okay. Now over the mouse on this web driver, import it from Selenium library. Similarly, over the mouse on this Chrome driver and import it from Selenium library and say driver.manage.window.maximize, then driver.get. And in this get command, you get the properties prop.get property. And here provide the name of the property, that is URL. Okay. and paste it here. Let me give a proper URL here. Okay, I just gave a dummy URL. It will not open in the browser. So let me give a proper URL for Selenium automation purpose. I'll just take this URL, copy this URL. It didn't copy it. Let me do it again. Okay, copy this URL and paste it here. Okay, done. Again, it has not come. Yeah, it has come. That's fine. Now, in the Selenium automation script, we are retrieving the URL from this. We are reading the data from the properties file. This URL is coming from the properties file. That is that sample application. So it will open the browser, okay, and it will open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, and open that application URL that is mentioned here. This URL will be opened in the browser, okay. Now let me run this code, and you will see in Selenium automation, this is how we can read the data from the properties file and use it in Selenium automation. You see, it will open the application URL. This URL is coming from the properties file. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to automate a scroll bar in Selenium automation. Let me answer. In Selenium automation, if you want to automate a scroll bar, that is scrolling the scroll bar horizontally or vertically, then we have to run some JavaScript code. Okay, in Selenium automation, we have to run the JavaScript code. In order to run the JavaScript code in Selenium automation, we have this JavaScript executor. Okay, and we have to use the JavaScript executor. We have to create an object for that, and using that object reference, we can call this execute script command, and in that we have to pass the or write the JavaScript code which will scroll the scroll bar either horizontally or vertically. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample Selenium automation code already written for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser, and opening this application URL in the browser like this. Okay. Once the application URL is opened in the browser like this, for this application, there is a vertical scroll bar. We need to scroll vertically. There is no horizontal scroll bar. So how to do this? How to scroll this scroll bar vertically down or something, okay? So for that to happen, here, we need to run some JavaScript code. For that, we need to typecast the driver with JavaScript executor. JavaScript executor like this, okay? Now JSC is equal to, now hover the mouse and say create local variable. The same JavaScript executor will come here. Hover the mouse on the JavaScript executor and import it from Selenium library. Now use it JSC dot execute script. Okay, and here you need to write some Selenium code. JavaScript code. Okay, window dot scroll by, and here in the circular brackets, first argument is horizontal argument. Okay, 0. I don't want to scroll horizontally, so I'm giving 0. But vertically, I would like to scroll by, let's say 350 or something. Okay, I just want to give a random number. So this will run this JavaScript code, and your scroll bar, that is vertical scroll bar in this page, will scroll down like this. Okay, let's see that happening. Run this. Just observe the vertical scroll bar. It has scrolled down by 350 points. Okay, pixels. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is how to automate a scroll bar in Selenium automation. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, if an explicit wait is mentioned as 10 seconds and the condition, okay, for the element either to appear on the page or to be present on the page, whatever the condition, is met only in 5 seconds. Though maximum time we have given for explicit wait for waiting is 10 seconds, but the element has come or the element has met the condition in just 5 seconds. Then Selenium will wait for this entire 10 seconds or only 5 seconds. Let me answer. Selenium will only wait for 5 seconds in this case, not 10 seconds. This explicit wait or implicit wait, whatever the wait of Selenium that you talk about, are smart waits. Okay, they are not like thread.sleep. If you do the same thing in thread.sleep, it has to wait for the entire 10 seconds, not 5 seconds. Even though element appears or is present or the condition is met, thread.sleep will wait for the entire 10 seconds, even though the element or condition is met. But in case of Selenium waits, it may be explicit wait like, okay, two type of explicit waits like fluent wait, or it can be implicit wait. They are smart waits. Okay, if the element comes or condition is met, it will forget about the maximum time. Okay, it will do the operation. Okay, it will not wait for the entire given time or specified time. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have some sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser, and for opening the application URL in the browser. Okay, and here I'll take you to this sample application, omai.blogspot.com. On this application URL, here there is a button. When I click on the button, some options will come, but they are not coming immediately. They are coming with a delay, right? This Flipkart option, let's say, is after clicking on the button, they are taking some time. So since I've created this application, I know that Flipkart option is taking just 3 seconds. Okay, 3 seconds to be appeared on the page. But what if I wait for this Flipkart option by mentioning the explicit wait condition as 10 seconds? Will Selenium wait for 10 seconds or just 3 seconds for this Flipkart option? If the element is coming, you don't have to wait for the maximum time. Explicit wait is a smart wait. So within 3 seconds, once the element comes, it will not worry about the maximum time mentioned for explicit wait. It will directly perform the operation on the Flipkart. Let me practically demonstrate this. So after launching this application URL in the browser, let's click on this button. So it has a class. Copy this class and simply write down driver dot find element by dot driver dot find element by dot class name. Provide the class locator and say dot click. So after clicking this drop down button, the Flipkart option will come with a delay. Okay, inspect this Flipkart option. It's a link text between the link anchor tags. Copy this. I'll simply say driver dot find element by dot link text. I'll provide the link text locator and say dot click. Dot click. This will fail because while Selenium, okay, tries to click on the Flipkart option won't be there. It comes after 3 seconds. So what I will do here is I'll implement an explicit mechanism or implicit mechanism, whatever you want. I'll implement explicit wait mechanism as per the question. WebDriver wait is equal to new WebDriver wait. Now hover the mouse on the WebDriver wait and import this from Selenium library, and here pass driver comma duration dot of seconds and give the, let's say I'm giving 10 seconds. But if the Flipkart option comes in 3 seconds, the Selenium will not wait for the entire 10 seconds. Okay, it will only wait for the Flipkart option is available within the time. Okay, if it is within the time the Flipkart option comes, it will perform the operation on the Flipkart. Okay, so here wait dot until expected conditions dot visibility of element located. Here I'll give by dot link text, provide that and put a semicolon here. That's it. So if Flipkart option comes in 3 seconds, no need to wait for 10 seconds. That's the answer. Okay, let's run this code and see that once the Flipkart option appears, immediately Selenium will click on the Flipkart option in this case. Okay, it will not wait for the entire 10 seconds as specified in the explicit wait mechanism, because explicit wait mechanism is a smart wait. You see, once the Flipkart option came, it performed the operation without waiting for the entire 10 seconds. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session, guys. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, if an element is loaded by taking more time, then how to handle this situation in Selenium automation? Let me answer. In Selenium automation, a particular element is taking more time than expected, or like it's taking more time than other elements. Okay. So then we have to implement explicit waiting mechanism. Let me practically demonstrate how to implement this explicit waiting mechanism for specially waiting for a particular element which is taking more time. Okay. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser, and for opening the application URL in the browser. Once the application URL is opened in the browser, like this, I'll open the browser and open the application URL in the browser. Once the application URL is opened in the browser, let's say if I click on this drop-down button, some options need to come, which are coming with a delay. They are taking some time. Assume that they are taking a lot of time, more than 10 seconds they are taking. Okay. Let's say this Flipkart option is taking more than 10 seconds to, after clicking on the drop-down button, it's taking more than 10 seconds. In such kind of situations, how to make Selenium WebDriver wait for this Flipkart option so that it can perform option on operation on the Flipkart option. For that, we have to implement explicit waiting mechanism. So for that, we'll first open this browser, application URL in the browser. Then after that, I'll click on this drop-down button. Copy this and write down driver dot find element by dot, okay, by dot class name, provide the class locator, and say dot click. Once I click on this drop-down button, it will take a while, right? So I'll inspect this Flipkart option. It is the link text, copy this link text and write down the code here. Driver dot find element by dot link text, provide the link text, Flipkart option, and say dot click. But here Selenium will not wait for the Flipkart option. So we have to explicitly wait. So for that, we have to write this code. Whatever the code I'm writing is that nothing but I'm implementing the explicit waiting mechanism, okay, to wait for this Flipkart option. WebDriver wait is equal to new WebDriver wait. And here I have to pass driver duration dot of seconds and give, let's say, sometimes the Flipkart option is taking 15 seconds, let's assume. So you can give that time, whatever the maximum time that option is taking. Import this from Selenium library and now say wait dot until expected conditions dot visibility of element located by, give this locator by dot link text and here paste it. That's it. Now put a semicolon here. Now run this. It will wait for the Flipkart option to appear and after that it will perform the operation. Okay. So this is what is how it looks like implementing the explicit waiting mechanism in Selenium automation. So whenever an element takes more time, we generally implement explicit waiting mechanism for waiting for the element. You see, it has waited for the element and performed the operation on the element. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the problem with thread.sleep in Selenium automation code? Let me answer. Thread.sleep is a hard kind of wait. Okay, if you give 10 seconds and if the element appears or condition gets satisfied in within 10 seconds, let's say in 3 seconds, still the Selenium will wait for the entire 10 seconds. Okay, 7 seconds got wasted. Let me explain that clearly for you. For example, let's say there is an element which may appear in between 0 to 10 seconds. Okay. So this is 0 seconds at this time, 0 seconds. And here this place is 10 seconds. The element may appear at any time. And you are implementing a waiting mechanism in Selenium using thread.sleep. And the element has appeared this time in just 3 seconds. Okay. Within 3 seconds, the element has appeared. Now, if you have implemented thread.sleep like this, thread.sleep, okay, and if you have mentioned 10,000 milliseconds, that is nothing but 10 seconds. In this case, what happens is, though the element has appeared in 3 seconds, Selenium will not perform the operation here. It will wait for the entire 10 seconds. Apart from 3 seconds, extra 7 seconds, it is wasting. This amount of time is wasted. Because thread dot sleep is a hard wait. It's not a smart wait, it is a hard wait, which will wait complete time, entire time. If you give 20 seconds, even though element comes in 3 seconds, it will wait for the entire 20 seconds. Okay. So hope you got an idea what exactly is the problem with red dot sleep. Let me demonstrate that practically for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this project, one of the sample project. And here we have the sample automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser. And here we are opening this application URL in the browser. Let me open the same application URL in the browser like this. After that, I would like to click on this drop down button. You see, with a delay, some options will come. This flip cut option is not immediately coming, it is coming with a delay. So sometimes this flip cut option comes in 3 seconds, sometimes this flip cut option comes in 5 seconds, let's assume. Sometimes this flip cut option comes in 10 seconds, sometimes it comes in, okay, like that, 15 seconds, let's say. Then the maximum amount of time the flip cut option may take is 15 seconds, let's say. Then how do you implement the waiting? If you implement in thread.sleep, what is the problem? I'll tell you. First, let's click on this drop-down button in Selenium automation. Let me inspect this drop-down button. There's a class. Copy this class and here come down and write down driver dot find element by dot class name, provide the class locator and say dot click. It will click on the drop-down button. Once the drop-down button is clicked, with a delay, the flip cut option is coming. We don't know in what time the flip cut option will come. It may take up to maximum of 15 seconds. So let me inspect this flip cut option and we got this HTML code. It is a link text locator. I'll simply say driver dot find element by dot link text. I'll provide the link text locator of the flip cut option and say dot click. And I'll implement here just as a waiting mechanism. I'll implement thread.sleep and I'll provide 15,000 milliseconds, that is 15 seconds, because flip cut option may take up to 15 seconds sometimes. Okay, sometimes it may come fast, sometimes it may come late. Maximum 15 seconds it may take, let's assume. Now if I run this, though the flip cut option comes way before 15 seconds, still Selenium will wait for the entire 15 seconds. Okay, if the flip cut option comes in 3 seconds, that extra 12 seconds is wasted by Selenium. It is a hard wait, it's not a smart wait. Okay, just see here. Now you can practically see the problem with thread.sleep and why it is not recommended in Selenium automation. It is the last option in Selenium automation. Within 3 seconds, flip cut option came, but Selenium is not clicking on it. It will wait for the entire 15 seconds. Let's wait with Selenium for the entire 15 seconds. After 15 seconds only, it will click. That's the problem with Selenium. That extra 12 seconds got, we have to unnecessarily wait, even though the flip cut option came. It's not a smart wait. What if I use WebDriver explicit wait in place of the thread.sleep? It is a smart wait. So it will wait only for that just 3 seconds. Okay. If the element comes, it will perform the operation because Selenium waits are smart waits, WebDriver wait. Instead of thread.sleep, I use WebDriver wait. New WebDriver wait, driver comma duration dot of seconds. And if I give 15 maximum seconds, it's a maximum only. It's a smart wait, so it will not wait for the entire 15 seconds if the flip cut option comes way before. Import this WebDriver wait from Selenium library and say wait dot until expected conditions dot visibility of element located by dot link text. Put a semicolon here. Done. Okay, we'll wait for the flip cut option for a maximum of 15 seconds, but not entire 15 seconds here because this WebDriver wait is a smart wait, unlike the thread.sleep, which is not smart, which is hard wait, which will wait for the entire time. In this case, the moment the flip cut option appears, the Selenium will perform the operation, that is click operation in this case. Just observe here. First, it will click on the drop down button. The moment flip cut option comes, it will click. You see, it has not waited for the entire 15 seconds. So hope guys, you got the idea what is the problem with thread.sleep in Selenium automation code. So we don't prefer, okay, when there are smart waits in Selenium already, like WebDriver wait and implicit wait, explicit wait, whatever the waits in Selenium, all the waits in Selenium are smart weights. So when there are such kind of smart weights in Selenium, what is the use of, okay, what is the use of, using thread.sleep? Thread.sleep should be your last option in Selenium automation code, okay, because of this problem. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to verify the background color of an element in Selenium automation. Let me answer. We need to write some logic case. Okay, first of all, we need to use one command in Selenium WebDriver, that is get CSS value, and pass this background hyphen color to that, so that you will get the color of the particular element on the page in RGB format. Okay, not in the required format. We need the color to come in X format. Okay, so color formats are different. Okay, RGB format colors are there, hex format. Okay, once you get the color in the hex format will look something like this. Okay, hash 333 kind of stuff. Okay, so but RGB will be like RGB open circular bracket, some numbers and closure circular bracket, but that we cannot compare. So we need to convert that into as hex format and then compare it to verify the background color of an element. Okay, so let me practically demonstrate this for you so that it will be more clear for you. Okay, all this logic and code. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample project. In this sample project, we have some sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser, and opening the application URL in the browser. Once this application URL is open in the browser, like this, once the application URL is open in the browser like this, so you see the background color is in some kind of, it's not black, it's neither hash, somewhere, we don't know. Okay, so as per the requirements, okay, given by the client, the background color should be of that particular element should be like this. Okay, I'll show you what color that is. In the hex format, the background color should be something like this. Okay, the client has given the requirement where the expected background color should be hash 333333. This is a hex format. Okay, hex, and you can see somewhere here, this is a circle, this is a somewhere area. Okay, and what kind of color that is and all. Okay, if you want to explore more, it's a X color. So some kind of dark charcoal. Okay, dark charcoal kind of color. Okay, this particular element has a dark charcoal kind of color. It's neither black nor ash kind of thing. So we know expected X format color is this one, but how to get this actual thing from the application element using Selenium automation and all. For that, we have to write some code. First, we know Spring expected color in which format? X format. Okay, hash 333333. Okay, let's confirm that. Hash 6 times you have to write 3. Okay, this is the expected color. So now let's try to retrieve the actual color from the web application page, this element. So for that, I'll right click inspect this element for which I would like to retrieve the background color. So this element is getting located, this HTML code is getting located. I need to create an XPath expression using the ID of the parent element. So /div @id is equal to, under this, we have that /ul to locate that element. Once the element is located, copy this and come back here and say driver.find element by .xpath, give the XPath expression of that thing and say dot get CSS value to get the background color of any element. This is the element for which we need to get the background color. So to get the background color of the element, we have to write get CSS value. Here, we have to provide one CSS attribute value, that is background hyphen color. Okay, like this we have to provide. So this get CSS value will return the color in string format, spring, but this is RGB color. Okay, you'll get RGB format color. Okay, this is the actual color of the element, but it is not in the expected hex format. It is in the RGB format. Okay, system.out.println here. Let's print this RGB color. How does it look like and all? The retrieved actual color of the page. Driver.quit. Close the browser once this task is done. Run this. You will get in RGB, circular bracket, some numbers kind of color you will get in the output. You see, you got the output. Actual color we got in RGBA format. Okay, it's not RGB, it's RGBA. It's RGBA format color we got. Okay, this format we have to convert into hex format. How to convert that? Okay, for that we have to write this logic, that is color dot, okay, from string. First we need to convert this RGBA color to color, selenium color. Okay, so for that what we do is color dot, okay, what is that? Color dot for from string, okay, from string, from the string convert into the color. Put a semicolon here and pass this RGBA color, and the return type is let's say color. For the return type of this from string is color again. For the mouse and say create local variable, you'll get this color here. This color is coming from Selenium library. Make sure you are importing this from Selenium library. If it gets imported from any other library, ignore that and try to import it from Selenium. Okay, support.selenium.support.color. Okay, like that. Now it's very easy for converting this color to the hex format. For that we have to write color dot has x. That's it. Okay, color dot has x. Sorry, color dot has x. It will return you the color in the x format in string. Okay, string x color. Okay, this RGBA format color. This x. Okay, this actual color only. Actual color in RGBA format. Here also x is actual color of the element on the application page, but it is in hex format. Got converted into the hex format. Okay. Now let's print it out and see how does it look like. Okay. Okay. Now run this. How the actual color x color will be printed after converting from the RGBA type of format color to the X color. We'll see in the output console. You see the way we want. Okay, hash. This is expected one, right? That's actual also is coming as expected. Now let's compare that. How to compare this thing? It's very easy to compare. This is expected color. This is the actual color. Simple words. Okay. So I'll simply change it to actual color. Okay. Now we know what is actual color and all. So now I'll simply use text engine assertions like asset dot asset equals, and here the expected color is this one, which is in X format, and actual color in X format is this one. I think first we need to write the actual. Okay, I think actual should be first, and this is expected. Expected color should be next. Put a semicolon. If both are equal, then the test will pass. If they are not equal, the test will fail. That's it. Run it. Let's see whether the test will pass or fail. If it is passing, means we're able to verify, okay, the background color of an element on the web page. That will be the final code. Let's see whether the test got passed or failed. The test got passed. Okay, the test got passed because the colors were matching. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for this question. Okay, that is how to verify the background color of an element. So it looks simple, but we have to write some logic and conversions and all those stuff. This is the simplest way I feel. Okay, there are other type of logics available to convert. Okay, if you go with some programming logic, converting from RGBA to XS, you can write some a lengthy code also for that. But this makes very simple. Okay, this is very just by 2 lines you can convert the RGBA color format to the X format. But there's other way also, but this is the simplest and easiest way, okay, to do so. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to change the URL on a web page using Selenium WebDriver. Let me answer. In order to change the URL on a web page using Selenium WebDriver, we have to use this command known as navigate.to command. So let me practically demonstrate this command for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample automation code which is already written in Selenium for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser. And here we are opening one application URL. Now I would like to change this application URL or navigate away from this URL page to another page, another URL page. So initially in the browser, this URL is opened. This URL page is opened initially like this. Now from this page, I would like to navigate to a different URL page. For example, I would like to navigate away to this page. Okay. Selenium143.blogspot.com. This page I would like to navigate away to. So what I have to do here is I have to write down driver.navigate.to. And here I need to, in double quotes, I have to provide the different URL that I would like to change the URL page. Okay. Now, just for demo purpose, I'll just give the red.sleep so that initially this URL will be opened. And after that, this URL will be changed to, okay. This URL will be changed to this URL, okay. Or we'll get navigate away from this page to this page, okay, whatever you feel. So here I'll just give 2 seconds, not more than that. So here, ignore this checked exception and simply run it. That's it. Initially, it will open that omaya.blogspot.com. After 2 seconds, it will navigate away to another web page, okay, by changing the URL of the page to a different web page. That is Selenium 143. After 2 seconds, it will navigate away to different web page, selenium143.blogspot.com. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is how to change the URL on a web page using Selenium WebDriver by using this navigate.to command. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, write a program in Selenium to return the number of rows and columns in a web table. Let me answer with the help of XPath expressions. Especially if you're good with XPath expressions, it's very easy to write a code in Selenium automation to retrieve the number of rows and number of columns in a table. Let me practically demonstrate how to do that. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code, which is already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser. And here we need to open the application URL in the browser. I'll take the sample application, that is omaya.blogspot.com. I'll copy this URL and paste it here. Once I open this application URL in the browser, here we have a web table, right? Here we have a table. So in this table, I would like to get the number of rows and number of columns. So let me first inspect this table and create some XPath expressions which can give you the count of, okay, the count of number of rows and number of columns, okay. So this is a table. I'll use this selectors hub add-on, okay. It's not compulsory, but if you use it, is kind of more. Or without using it, let's try it once. So table has an ID. Copy this. Control F /table @ID is equal to, give the ID. The table got located. Under the table, all the rows are mentioned with tr tag. So /tr you say. Total how many came? 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Total 5 rows, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can see that in the UI. First row, second row, third row, fourth row, fifth row. Okay, like that. So this is this XPath expression will give us how many rows are there. Okay, so I'll simply write down the code like this. Driver dot, instead of find element, I will say find elements. Here I'll say by.xpath, because find elements can locate multiple elements. The XPath expression which can return you multiple rows. So here I'll simply say rows, okay, rows over the mouse and create. The list of web elements will come as a return type of this find elements. And here I'll simply write down system.out.println. Okay, system.out.println rows dot. Here list is a collection. So from collections framework, we got the list. So rows dot, there is a predefined command known as size in Java in collections to get the number of rows. Okay, rows dot size. If you print it out, it will print the count of the rows. Okay, so I'll simply say rows count colon plus rows dot size. Okay, this will get you the number of rows in the table. Similarly, I'll create an XPath expression which will get us the number of columns in the table. So the number of columns is equal to number of table headings. Name, age, place are the table headings. Here th tag is there. Simply I'll say TH here instead of TR. So it's giving you 3, 1 of 3. So first, second, third. Okay, you can see on the UI. First column is name, second column is age, third column is place. Okay, copy this XPath expression and come back here and write down driver dot. Again, find elements you have to say, because this XPath expression is going to give you multiple columns. So multiple element columns. Okay, so put a semicolon here and say COLS. COLS means columns. And the return type is obviously again the same list of web elements for the find elements. And here write down system.out.println, system.out.println columns dot size. Again, the same command in collections, that is size, using which we can get the number of columns. After that, I'll simply quit the browser so that in output console, we'll get this number of rows printed, number of columns printed. Here, I'll just add some text so that it will be better. Columns count, plus. Okay, done. Now run the code and it'll get you the number of rows and columns in the given table. Let's wait for the output. You see number of rows count is equal to 5, columns count is equal to 3. That's correct, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows, 1, 2, 3 columns. Done. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, write a program to return data from third row and fourth column in a table using Selenium automation. Let me answer. It's not about third row and fourth column. We can write the logic in Selenium Java where you just provide the row number and column number and we can retrieve the data accordingly. Okay. So not just the third row and fourth column, any row, any column, just dynamically you can provide and you can get the data out of that particular cell in the table. Okay. Let me practically demonstrate this. So before going to the practical demonstration, you need to understand that you should be good with XPath expressions. Okay. In order to write a logic for this, you need to be good with XPath expressions. Without that, you'll not be able to get this logic. Okay. So let me switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code already written for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser, and for opening the application URL where we have a table available. Let me show you this application URL in the browser. So in the browser, I open the application URL and here we have the table available. Okay. So now next thing is, okay, fine. So next thing is we need to get, let's say this is the table and from this table, I give some row number and column number and we should get the data out of this. For example, if I give third row and second column, let's say, okay, if I give third row and second column, okay, here in this example, it's like fourth column, but in this example table, we don't have 4 columns. Okay, so I cannot go with this, but I'll give you the logic. Okay, you can convert that for third row and fourth column, no problem. So here only 3 columns are there. So rows are 1, 2, 3, 4. Data related rows are only 4 rows, but columns are 3. Okay, if I say third row and second column, first, second, third row, second column is what? 29. We need to get this 29 out like that. Okay, like that we need to write the logic. So what I will do here is here we'll open the application URL. After that we'll inspect this and create an XPath expression. So this is the table. It has an ID. Sorry. Copy this ID of the table and say control F / table ID of the table. You just give the ID of the table. The table got located. Copy this. Okay. Once you get the table located, now in that you need to find or create an XPath expression where it can take number of rows and number of columns. So /tr I will say, and here you can give, if you give 1 means it will go with the first row. If you give 2 means it will go with the second row, like that. Okay. So here we have to give some number. I'll give third row and /td I'll say. TD of second. Now you see 29 is getting located. Okay. TR3, TD2. 1, 2, 3. and in that second column is 29. Okay, like this, we have to create an XPath expression. And now come back here. Now driver dot find element y dot XPath, give the XPath expression. Okay, put a semicolon here. So for example, here you can customize this. For example, if you want to dynamically give the number of rows and columns, okay, it's better you can give it here. So what you can do is int row number is equal to, let's say 3. Int column number is equal to 2. Okay, now I'll create an XPath expression. String XPath expression is equal to, here I'll copy this XPath expression, paste it here, and so how to customize this XPath expression? I'll just put a colon here and say plus, and here also plus, and again double quote, and I'll take it till here, again put a plus, and after this plus and double quote, put a semicolon. Okay, like this I'll customize, and here in place of 3, I'll give row number, and in place of this 2, I'll give column number. Okay, so I'll simply pass this XPath expression in this by.xpath. This is the way to do so. So let me copy it properly. Copy this XPath expression and paste it here like this. Done. Okay. So it will get you the value. Okay. So it will get you the web element, and from that web element we have to retrieve the value. So you can also say dot get text. Get text here, because you see, if you go and see the cells, the data 29 or whatever the data is between the tags. So get text will work out here, and it will return you string cell data, and just print it out system.out.println cell data. Okay, if you're good with XPath expressions and how to create the dynamic XPath expressions, it is very easy, guys, to write this logic driver.quit. Finally, I'll say driver.quit. So if you give third row and second column, you will get 29. This 29 should be printed in the output console. Let's see whether this logic is working fine or not. You see what is the logic, what got printed 29. Okay, I'll change something here. Okay, I'll not give third row, I'll give, let's say, second row and third column. Okay, Pune should come. So I'll give second row and third column. Here I'll change the row number to 2 and column number to 3. Now run this. You'll get Pune printed in the output console. You see, you got Pune printed in the output console. So hope, guys, you got the answer for this question. That is, write a program to return data from third row and fourth column in a web table using Selenium automation. It's not just third row and fourth column. You can give any row number, any column number, and you can retrieve the data from that particular cell in the table. Okay. So you need to be good with XPath expressions for this, as I already mentioned and practically demonstrated. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, tidy Gherkin plugin is not working. Is there any alternative? Let me answer. In Cucumber projects, we use this tidy Gherkin plugin to save time. Okay, how? You see here, this is one of the Cucumber project. When you create the feature files and scenarios, and if you want to create the step definitions for each and every step in the scenario, then we need this plugin, that is tidy Gherkin. Instead of manually writing the methods for each and every step here as part of step definitions, okay, we generally use tidy Gherkin plugin. But the problem is it is not working. Let me show you first how it is not working. So for that, I'll open this browser and Google search for tidy Gherkin. So Google tidy Gherkin, click on this link. You'll be taken to this Google Chrome store where you will see this TG tidy Gherkin plugin. It looks like everything is fine. When you say add, so nothing happened. Again, let me click on add. we got this dialog, add app. In a while, Tidy Gherkin will be installed in our browser. Okay, you say it got installed, but when you click on it, it says it's no longer supported. Chrome browser is no longer supporting this. Okay, so it's asking us to remove it. Okay, we cannot support Tidy Gherkin app anymore, and it's available only in Chrome browser, guys. And I searched in Google for any alternative we have for Tidy Gherkin because a lot of people were asking me from few days like Tidy Gherkin plugin is not working, what to do, kind of. But even I don't have any clue. So finally, I felt like, okay, can we use ChatGPT? Is there any possibility where ChatGPT can auto-generate this step definition methods for us? I just gave it a try, and luckily it is working, guys. Okay, let me show you practically. So I'll just go to the ChatGPT. Since Tidy Gherkin plugin is not there, Tidy Gherkin plugin is not there, can we use ChatGPT? So I'll copy one of the scenarios in the feature file for which I would like to generate the step definitions. I'll copy this scenario, and here I'll write down like write step definitions for in Selenium Java for this scenario. Okay, for the below scenario, like that I'll write. Then it will say there is certainly how it is writing. I didn't give the scenario actually. Maybe it's taking a sample scenario. Okay. Did I copy paste anywhere? Maybe it's taking from my previous history. Let me delete this again. Let me try it again. Let me say new chat. Write step definitions in Selenium Java for the below scenario hyphen. I'll just copy paste another scenario otherwise because I just generated this earlier. I'll take another scenario for which I would like to generate. Maybe I'll take this scenario which has even parameters and all. So let's see how does it react. And I'll just paste it here, simple, and run it. Let's see what will happen. Here is an example step definitions in Selenium Java for the given. You can copy the code. Okay, you see it's writing. You see it's writing. User navigates to login page. User enters valid. Okay, you see it got converted. Everything is working fine. You see user clicks on login button. So you want to try with a complex scenario, let's say. Okay, so let me give an example. So it's kind of like maybe I'll go with this restart.feature, and here I'm passing some data. So for this in step definition, data table is required. So I'm just choosing this scenario. Can you do the same for this scenario? Hyphen, paste it and run this. That's it. Let's see whether it will generate the step definitions. You see it's generating step definitions. So even though there is no Tidy Gherkin plugin, still you see it's generating some sample code also. If you want to take that code in the methods, that's okay. Otherwise, you can remove and write your own code. Okay, it's kind of creating, and it's going an extra mile than Tidy Gherkin, I can say. Okay, you see here for this, it has taken the data table. You see data table things and all those stuff. Okay, data table is also taken, and map and all. It's writing in its own way. You can customize it if you want. And this how, okay, we can use ChatGPT. Since Tidy Gherkin is not working, you can take the help of ChatGPT, okay, for the same thing. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question, and hope many people will use ChatGPT in place of Tidy Gherkin plugin, okay, to get this done, okay, as a solution. Maybe tomorrow we may get a direct plugin, okay, or the same Tidy Gherkin upgraded version. We don't know, okay, because these plugins we cannot rely every time. They keep changing, they get removed, they will not get supported by browsers. A lot of things with plugins, guys. Okay. So at least we have ChatGPT for now until we get a proper separate thing for that. So hope you guys will start using ChatGPT for generating that step definitions for that scenarios in the feature files. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is JavaScript executor a class or an interface? In Selenium WebDriver, JavaScript executor is a predefined interface. Let me practically show you first. For that, I'll take you to the official website of Selenium, selenium.dev. Once you go to the official website of Selenium, go to the downloads page and go to the API docs and click on all classes and search for JavaScript executor. Once you search for JavaScript executor, it will get highlighted here. Just click on that. You see, in Selenium library, JavaScript executor is a predefined interface. Let me practically show you in Selenium automation how to use JavaScript executor. We generally use JavaScript executor to run the JavaScript code in Selenium automation. Okay, I'll try to run a simple JavaScript code in Selenium automation. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample Selenium automation code for opening the Chrome browser, for maximizing the browser, and for opening the application URL in the browser. Let me copy this URL and open in the browser like this. So on this URL, I would like to display an alert. Okay, I would like to display an alert with some message and all. So for that, what I want to do is there is no direct command in Selenium automation to display an alert on the web page. So I have to run some JavaScript code. To run the JavaScript code, first I have to write this WebDriver driver and typecast that with JavaScript executor and put a semicolon here. Now create a variable like JSC or whatever the name you want to give and hover the mouse and say create local variable. The return type will come here. Now hover the mouse on the JavaScript executor and import this predefined interface from Selenium library. Once that is done, use this object difference and call the method dot execute script. And you don't need this two arguments at this moment. You may use it in other cases, but for now, one argument is enough. Put double quotes. Inside this double quotes, you have to write any JavaScript code. I'll write the JavaScript code to display an alert. Simple command, guys, alert. And here I'll just give, let's say, my name. Okay, my name will be displayed as a text on the alert on the page. Now let me run this code, and in this particular application will be opened in this Chrome browser, and in a while an alert will be displayed with my name on it. Okay, let's wait for the Chrome browser to launch first. Then it will get maximized. Then in a while an alert will be displayed with my name on it. So hope guys you understood the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you fail test cases in TestNG? Let me answer. Though we intentionally don't fail any test cases using TestNG, but we have to know in what situation these TestNG tests generally fail. Okay, that is the right way to put in. Okay, but if the question is asked in the interviews like this, you can mention that. Okay, so we intentionally don't fail the test using TestNG, but occasionally we see the TestNG test failing due to this so and so reasons, and then you can answer this different ways. First, straightforward way is using the assertions. I'll write one more assertion here. I forgot. Assert equals. Okay. All these are the different varieties. You see, whenever we come across this assert.fail, automatically the text fails. Okay. For example, here I'll write a logic. Int a is equal to 5, b is equal to 4. If a is less than b, if a is less than b, then I'll write down assert.fail. Okay. And here I'll write a message. If you want this optional, but you can write. Okay. A is less than b. If a is less than b, then it will fail. Okay. A is less than b, hence failed. Okay. Hence failed. Like this. Okay. Based on a condition, your own manual condition, if you want to fail, that is. Okay. I'm not writing in Selenium automation code. I'm using only Java code here. You can also combine or mix up the Selenium code. Okay. For this examples, I'm just taking, because it is a TestNG question, so I'm just taking the Java code only. Okay. Run this. The test will not fail this time because 5 is not less than 4, so will not go inside the if block, and this fail statement will not be encountered and the test will pass. Okay, the test will pass, it will not fail. But what if I'll write 3 here? Then 3 less than 4 is true, A is less than B, and failed. This time the fail condition is encountered, fail command is encountered, and the rest will fail. This time the rest will fail because A is less than B. And it will print the message also. You see, assertion error because A is less than B and it's failed. Whatever the message I have provided in this, A is less than B and failed, that message is coming in the output here. Okay, that message is coming in the output. You can also see in the results. Okay, assertion error, A is less than B and failed. Okay, so that's the message. This is one of the situations where your test may fail because of the assert.fail and assert true. Okay, assert true. This is another thing. I'll write down like this: assert true, assert true, and here write down A less than B. So if this condition is resulting in true and assert true is also expecting true, okay, since the condition is also returning true and assert true is expecting true, the test will pass. Okay, the test is going to pass in this case. You see here, the test is going to pass. So now let's go back and change the condition here. Instead of 3, I'll make it 13. 13 is not less than B, that is 4. So it will return false, but it is expecting true. In this case, there is a conflict and this assertion is going to fail the test. This is one of the case where the test may fail. Okay. So assert true may fail the test because of that condition is returning in false. It is expecting true, but the condition has written false. This condition has written false, hence the test got failed. Similarly, we have an opposite version, that is assert false. If the condition is returning in false, the test will pass. Okay, it is an opposite version. This time you see the test will pass. 13 is less than 4 is false. It's expecting false only, so the test will pass. What if the condition is returning in true? 3 less than 4 is true. It is returning true, but we are expecting false. There is a conflict, so the test will fail. So via different assertions, okay, the test will either pass or fail. Okay, so I explained assert dot fail, assert true, assert false, assert equals. We have assert equals version also, where you can compare literally anything, any type of data. It can be Boolean values, it can be integers, it can be string type, any type of data you can compare. And here assert equals, if you hover, it is expecting actual here and actual is here and expected is here. Okay, so just give something like, for example, this is actual and this is 4 is expected. 4 is expected, but 3 is coming. Okay, so 3 is there. So 3, 4, they are not equal. Hence, this will fail the test. Okay, the test will fail because 3 and 4 are not equal. In place of 3, 4, you can also provide some string text and all those stuff. Okay, you see, expected 4 but found 3. That's a problem. Now here, if I make it 4, here it's expecting 4. Actually, I should be writing A comma B. That will be a correct version. Okay, it's expecting 4, but here we have 4. Okay, in this case, it will pass the test. Okay, it will not fail, it will pass because 4 and 4 are equal. It will pass the test like that. Okay, so and other cases during any exception, if any, apart from these assertions, okay, there are a lot of other assertions in TestNG because of which the test may fail. These are the common assertions that we generally use in real time. And apart from that, during the execution, if you get an exception, for example, if I write something like this, int a is equal to 9 divided by 0, this will give you an arithmetic exception because you cannot divide a number by 0 in mathematics. Okay, so this will give an arithmetic exception. Because of that arithmetic exception, the test is going to fail. This is another case where the TestNG test may fail. Okay, it got an arithmetic exception because of dividing a number by 0. Hence, the test got failed. You see, TestNG test got failed because of this arithmetic exception. So apart from these assertion errors, okay, assertion failures, okay, test failing because of this assertion, different type of assertions in TestNG. For exceptions also, whenever an exception occurs also, the TestNG test generally fail, okay, during real time. So with practical demonstration, I covered how the tests or TestNG tests generally fail in real time. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the sequence of execution of test-ng annotations? Let me answer. So first, at the rate before switch, annotation will be executed. Then at the rate before test. After that, at the rate before class. After that, at the rate before groups. After that, at the rate before method, then at the rate test, then after method, then after groups, after class, then after test, and finally after switch. This is the order of the execution or sequence of execution in which these different test ng annotations will be executed, starting with before switch and ending with after switch. Okay. Before switch, before test, before class, before groups, before method, test, after method, after groups, after class, after test, after switch. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is batch execution in TestNG? Let me answer. In TestNG, we can run multiple test methods from different classes, okay, as a batch, that is together. That is what we call it as batch execution. That is possible with the help of testng.xml file. In testng.xml file, we will mention different test methods from different classes and will run them together. Okay. So let me practically demonstrate that for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample project. In this project, we have this testng.xml file. You see, this is a testng.xml file. Let me open that. And this testng.xml file is mentioned with this register test. Okay, this register test. So all the test methods inside the register test will be running. Okay, so there are different test methods like this four to five, four test methods are there in the register test. Okay, and similarly we have other classes like login test and search test from different packages. So in login test, how many tests are there? In login test, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Total 5 tests are there. Okay. Again, we have the search test, a different class, and it contains these 3 test methods. Okay. TestNG test methods. So like this, if you want to run the test methods from different classes or different packages, classes, whatever in this project at a go, okay, in a single run, then we have to use this testng.xml file. And how to batch run? Simply right click here somewhere on the testng.xml file, run as testng switch. Okay, or you can also right click on this testng.xml file and say run as testng switch. Anything is fine. So it will batch run all the tests at a go. Okay, as a batch. This is what is called as batch execution. Let's say one or two scripts and then we'll close it. Okay. Okay, here parallel execution is also enabled, so multiple scripts are running in parallel. That's okay. Somewhere in the testng.xml file, if you go and see. Okay. Like that. I'll do one thing. I'll stop this and go to the testng.xml file, and here I'll remove this. Okay, this attributes are mentioned because of which the tests are getting running in parallel. Okay, so let me just run it again. Right click, run as testng suite. This time the test will run in a sequential order instead of parallel execution, so that you can understand. Test will run one by one after the other, but as a batch. This is called as batch running, where multiple test methods from multiple classes can be run in a single code with a single run. Otherwise, okay, just run the testng.xml file. It is running multiple classes from multiple test methods from multiple classes. You see, second test method is running. Then third will run. So all the register tests are running, as you can see now. Okay, first register test methods are running. There are 4 register test methods. One by one, they are getting running. Okay, they are running. The last one from the register test is also running. Done. Now the test methods from different class need to be running. Okay, so now it's running the test methods from a different class. Let's see. You see the login tests are running, right? Okay, and so on. This is what is called as batch running, guys. Okay, this is what is called as batch running. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. What is batch execution in TestNG? Okay. So you are executing multiple test methods from multiple classes in a single run with the help of testng.xml file. Okay. And run right click on the testng.xml file and run as testng script. This is called as batch execution in TestNG. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the execution order for the test methods with the different priorities like 1, 2, 3, and there is no priority set for one of the test method. So in that case, the execution order will be something like this. First, the test method for which there is no priority set will be executed. Then priority is equal to 1, set test method will be executed. Then priority is equal to 2 test method, set test method will be executed. Then priority is equal to 3, set test method will be executed. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to the Eclipse IDE where we have the sample testng project. And here we have a class. Inside this class, I'll create some test methods. So I'll say sample 1 and I'll just provide the red text annotation on the top of this. For the mouse and select something for the mouse and select import this test annotation from test. Done. Problem. Let me do it again. Public void sample 1 and here I'll provide @test annotation. Now hover the mouse on the @test and import this from testng annotation. Now copy paste this test method like this and here for one of the test method you write down system.out.println sample 1 test method got executed. Okay. Now here I'll say priority. I'll not give any priority. Okay. Let's see whether sample 1 will be executed first or not. Okay. Then sample 2. For this, I'll set the priority as priority is equal to 1. Okay. Here I'm not setting any priority, but here I am setting the priority. System.out.println sample 2 test method got executed. Then we have this priority is equal to 2 and I'll just change it to 3. System.out.println sample 3 test method got executed. Then here I'll say priority is equal to 3 and I'll just change it to 4. Now here I'll write down sample 4 test method got executed. Done. Now we have 4 test methods. Now let's run this particular class and see in which order these test methods will be executed. First, the test method for which no priority is set will be executed. Then you say sample 1 test method got executed, then sample 2 test method got executed, then sample 3 test method got executed, then finally sample 4 test method got executed. So first, the test method for which there is no priority set got executed. Then for the test method, where the priority is equal to 1 is set got executed. Then for the test method where priority is equal to set test method got executed. Then finally priority is equal to 3. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can we start from priority 0 for testng test methods? The answer is yes. And what will be the execution order? So if you set a test-ng test method as priority is equal to 0, and there are other test methods whose priority is set to priority is equal to 1, priority is equal to 2, priority is equal to 3, then which test method will be executed first? The test method for which the priority is set to 0 will be executed first, then priority is equal to 1 test-ng test method will be executed next, then priority is equal to 2 next, and priority is equal to 3 next. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample test-ng project. Here in this class, we have some sample test methods. For this test method, already the priority is set to 1. And for this test method, the priority is set to 2. For this test method, the priority is set to 3. But for this test method, I'll set the priority as priority is equal to, I'll just set it to 0, guys. Okay. So what will happen? Which test method will be executed first? This test method for which the priority is set to 0 will be executed first, followed by the other test methods. Okay. So let's run this and see. Sample 1 will be executed first, whose priority is set to 0. Then sample 2, then sample 3, and so on. Okay. Sample 1 got executed first, then sample 2 got executed, then sample 3 got executed, and finally sample 4 got executed. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, tell me any 5 assertions of test-ng which we can use in Selenium automation. Let me answer. These are few regularly used assertions from test-ng which we use in Selenium automation. Okay. So first one is like assert.fail. Okay. Whenever this statement is occurred in the test-ng test methods, the test will fail. Okay. Then assert true. So inside this assert true, there will be a condition. If the condition returns true, the test will pass. If the condition returns false and this assert true is expecting true, hence the test will fail. Okay. Then we can also use assert fail, which is expecting the failure of the condition which is going to be mentioned in the circular brackets. If it returns false, okay, then this is assert false case. Okay, there's a mistake. Assert false. It is expecting false, but if the condition inside it returns true, then the test will fail. If the condition returns false, then the test will pass. Okay, then assert equals. Okay, so the next one. So here we can provide two things. One is actual and another one is expected. And if they both match, then the test will pass. If they don't match, okay, if they match, then the test will pass. If they don't match, the test will fail. Okay. Assert not equals is an opposite version of assert equals, where here if they match, the test will fail. If they don't match, the test will pass. So like this, there are other assertions also available in test-ng that we can use in Selenium automation. Since the question is asking me to mention only 5 assertions, these are the assertions I would like to answer in the interview. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can we have negative priority set to test-ng test methods? The answer is yes. We can set a negative priority, like priority is equal to -1, priority is equal to -2 kind of priorities we can set. So what will be the execution order and all? Let me practically demonstrate. Okay. So for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample test-ng project, and there's a class containing multiple test methods for which I'm going to set different priorities. For example, here for sample 1, I am setting priority is equal to -2. Okay. And here I'll set priority equal to -1. Then here I'm not going to set any priority. Here I'm going to set priority is equal to 0. I'll give one more test method. I'll create one more test method here, or 2 more test methods. Okay. So here I will say priority is equal to 1, priority is equal to 2, and here I will say 5. and here I'll say 6. So in which order these test methods are going to get executed? Let me tell you. First, the negative, highest negative we have to take. Okay, out of all this, which one is negative? -2. So this one will run first. Then -1, priority is equal to -1 will run next. Now here there is one test method having no priority and there is one test method having priority 0. Out of which one will run first? Priority is equal to 0 will run first. Okay, then the one which doesn't have any priority will run next. That is, after sample 4, sample 3 will run. Then priority is equal to 1, then priority is equal to 2 will run. Okay, let's see whether that is happening or not. You don't set the priority, and if you set the priority to 0, which one will run first? 0 will run first, and then the one which doesn't have any priority will run next. Here you see sample 1, which was set with the priority -2 got executed first, then -1 priority sample 2. Then you see 4 came. Okay, 4 is the one whose priority is set to 0. Then sample 3 came, whose priority is not set at all. Okay, then priority 1, priority 2. Okay, so here 4 has come. Maybe I need to just go here and change the things. Here I have to say 5 and here I have to say 6. Remaining all good. Let me run it again. You can see print statements, there are some mistakes. And now you can see sample 1, sample 2, then 4 having priority set to 0 will run. Here sample 3 whose priority is not set will run. Then 5 whose priority is set to 1. Sample 6 whose priority is set to 2. Here -2, -1, 0, no priority set, priority 1, priority 2. That is the order. Okay. So anyhow, to the question, the answer is yes. Can we have negative priority set to TestNG test methods? The answer is absolutely yes. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, which TestNG test method will run first? The test method which has priority set to 0 or the test method whose priority is not set. Which one will run first? The answer is the test method whose priority is set to 0 will run first or before than the one whose priority is not set. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample project. And in this project, we have this class. Inside this class, we have these 2 sample test methods. So for one of the test method, beside the iterator test annotation, I'll mention the priority as priority is equal to 0. And for the other one, I'll not mention the priority. Okay, I'm not going to use a priority attribute. So which one out of these 2 test methods will run first? The one whose priority is set to 0 is going to run first than the one whose priority is not set. So sample 1 will run first, then only sample 2 will run. Okay, let me say run on and you will observe you'll see the results. Okay, sample 1 will run first, after that sample 2 will run. Sample 1, sample 2. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can you describe major features of TestNG? Let me answer. You don't have to mention each and every feature of TestNG, but just try to mention the major ones. So here, you can see on the screen, I have listed down only the major features of TestNG. Okay, though there are many features in TestNG, I have listed down the top major features of TestNG. The first one is annotations. Okay, everyone who starts their journey with TestNG starts with annotations. Okay, there are different annotations like @before method, @after method, @test, @before class, @after class, @before test, @after test. Okay, like that many annotations are there in TestNG. The purpose of those annotations is to control the test execution flow. Okay, in what way the code need to be executed, in what order, okay, or the flow in which the code or the automation code need to be executed. And also at the same time, before every test, what code need to run. After a test, what code need to run. Okay, when a test method runs, before that, what is the setup code and what is the closure code? Like for example, in automation, the setup code will be like launching the browser, maximizing it, and opening the application URL. Okay, that code can be moved into a separate method, and we can provide one annotation like before method or whatever it is. Okay, to convert that into a setup kind of code. Okay, so with the help of the annotations, post code or post conditions of the test are like closing the browser, closing the application. So such kind of things we can move on to the after method or some kind of annotations we can use before the methods, so that they will become the post conditions for every test method in your automation. Okay, so with the help of automation, okay, with the help of annotations, we can control the execution flow of the automation code and set up the pre and post conditions. Then the second one is test configuration. In testng, okay, we have this file known as testng.xml file. Okay, you can name it anything. It can be an XML file. Okay, in that you can provide the testng configurations. Okay, like you can define the suite. Under the suite, you can define the test. Under the test, you can define the classes, methods, etc., 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 and you have a lot of possibilities of configuration, and even you can enable the parallel execution by mentioning some attributes and there are some values in the this testng XML file. Okay, so with this configuration we can decide, okay, a lot of stuff. This is one of the powerful feature or major feature of testng. Okay, so that we generally use. First one is annotation, second one is the test configuration, third one is parallel execution. Okay, so with the testng you can enable the parallel execution. Okay, so if you are running the automation scripts, instead of running the scripts one after the another one, you can enable the parallel execution where the test will run parallel at the same time. The intention is to save the time. Okay, so if multiple tests run at automation scripts run at the same time, the time will be reduced. Okay, the time of execution will be reduced. That's the main intention. That is possible with the help of testng. Then we have data driven testing possible in testng, where instead of creating multiple methods for multiple sets of data, you just create a single test method and supply it with multiple sets of data. So the same test method will run repeatedly for every set of data. Okay. Then we have test reports as another major feature. Like Selenium by default doesn't come with any test report. There is no default mechanism in Selenium for generating a test report containing the test results. Rather, okay, if you integrate Selenium with testng and all, then testng reports will be generated after you run the automation scripts, and those generated HTML testng reports will contain your results, test results. Okay, which test got passed, which test got failed, and all the other things. Okay, so these are the major features of testng, and there are many other features in testng, but these are the major ones. Okay, these five are the top five major features you can say. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, can we run testng class code without using any testng annotation? Let me answer. The answer is no. Without using testng annotation, we cannot run testng class code. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample testng project. In this, we have a class. Okay, testng class. In that, we have a method. Okay, so let me clear this out. If you have this annotation used, then only we can run this test method inside this class. Okay, so if I say run, it will run because we are using an annotation from testng, that is @test annotation. So the test has run and we got the result also. Sample one test method got executed, got printed here, right? This particular print statement got executed inside the method. Now, what if I remove this annotation? Is it possible to run the testng test without using any annotation? It's not possible. Now right click, run as testng test, see what happens. You see, it has not run. Okay, zero tests got run. Again, if I add one annotation like @test on the top of it and import this @test annotation from testng library. Then if I right click and run as test-ng test, now you'll get this particular test method will run. Okay. Without annotation, it is not possible. Okay. Only with annotations of test-ng, it's possible to run the test-ng class code. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to accept exceptions in test-ng. Let me answer. In test-ng, if you know that a particular exception is going to occur, okay, in our test method, then if you want to accept that and pass the test still after the exception occurs in the test method, then we have to use an attribute known as expected exceptions. And you need to provide the name of the exception that you are expecting in the test method. So after writing this attribute with this exception name and dot class and all those stuff beside the test method of that particular test, okay. So if the exception occurs, the test will still pass, okay, because we are expecting that exception, okay. We are accepting that exception to occur in that particular test method code. But what if the test, what if this exception doesn't occur in the test method? The test method will fail, okay. So fine. So let's see practical. Okay, with practical demonstration, let me show you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample test-ng project. In that, we have this test method. And here, let's say, I'll write some code. Int a is equal to 9 divided by 0. Okay, so what will happen? This will give you an arithmetic exception. So I'm not providing any or I'm not accepting an exception by using this attribute here. In that case, what will happen? This particular test method will fail. Okay, here arithmetic exception is going to come, because of which the test method is going to fail. So run this test method and see that this will fail and we'll get an exception known as arithmetic exception. You can see that we got an exception known as arithmetic exception, right? Because we are trying to divide a number by 0. So what if I want to run the test and pass the test even after this exception comes? So for that, here we have to write an attribute known as expected exceptions is equal to, give the name of the exception, that is the arithmetic exception. I just copied from the output, dot class, I will say. In this case, even though the exception occurs here, it will accept the exception. Okay, it will ignore the exception or accept the exception and the test will pass still. Run this and see, this time the test will pass because we're expecting that exception. You see, the test got passed and we didn't get any exception kind of error in the output. Okay, so how to accept exceptions in test-ng? With the help of this expected exceptions attribute. For that, we have to pass the name of the exception and say dot class. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, explain about test-ng listeners. Let me answer. Using test-ng listeners, we can listen to the events triggered by test-ng tests. Okay. So in our Selenium automation project, if we have some test-ng tests containing this Selenium automation code and all, and when this test-ng tests trigger any event like the test is passed or test is failed, test is skipped, test has started, test has finished execution, and all this kind of events. Okay. When they are triggered, these events will be listened by test-ng listeners. Okay. So why we use test-ng listeners? Commonly used for logging purpose. And the other thing we can get benefit from test-ng listeners is taking the screenshots for only the failed tests. Okay. For example, in your project, there will be multiple tests, but all the tests will not fail. Only few tests out of this test will fail. Only for the failed test, if you want to take the screenshot, then we can use test-ng listeners. Okay. With the help of test-ng listeners, it's possible to take screenshot and attach them to the reports only for the failed tests. Okay. Collecting the logs, okay, of whatever the events happening in the test-ng tests. And finally, reporting purpose, okay, for generating the reports on finishing the test also, we use test-ng listeners. Let me practically show you the project and all. where TestNG listeners are used. So this is one of the TestNG project. Here we have created some listeners. My listeners is a user-defined class that we can give any name, but it need to import a predefined interface known as iTestListener interface. And we have to override this particular user-defined class need to override the methods from this iTestListener. Whatever the methods you want to override, you can add them here. Okay, for example, on start, when the test execution starts, this particular method, okay, when the testng test method, for example, in this such test.java, okay, when you run the code, if this particular test method starts execution, okay, if the execution starts, then this particular method in the listeners class will be invoked automatically. Okay, these listeners will listen to the events triggered from this test inside this, okay, such test or whatever the test classes. So, and when it starts, it is generating an extend report, and that is when the execution starts, it will generate the extend report. Then on test start, when a particular test starts, this method will be invoked where, okay, we are adding the logs. We are adding the logs to the extend reports here in this case. Okay, in real time, mostly people add logs to the extend reports these days. Then we are creating the test in the extend report, and in the extend report, we are adding the log saying that that particular test execution started. On test success, if the test passes, then this particular method, listener method, will be invoked, and it will mark the particular test as pass in the report, test extend report, and in this particular project, and it will, it will add this log saying result.get name, that is test method got successfully executed. If it fails, in case of pass, we are not taking any screenshot, but in case of failure, we are taking the screenshot, we are capturing the screenshot only for the failed test, and we are adding the screenshot or embedding the screenshot to the extend report and adding some logs to the extend report saying the exception details for the failure of the test, and this particular test got failed kind of log also will be recorded in the extend report. Here, when a particular test skips, we are marking that particular test as skip in the extend reports, and we are adding this log to the extend report. Okay, so like that. Okay, these are like methods. Okay, finally on finish, we have to generate the report. Okay, without flushing, the report will not be created. Okay, report will be created, but you will not see any results in the report until you flush. All these activities, whatever we tracked and all, will be done only after flushing. Okay, so this is the case. So simply, at a high level, if I have to explain, listeners, that is TestNG listeners, can listen to the events triggered by the TestNG test, like test passed, test failed, test skipped, test started, test finished execution, and so on. Based on the events, appropriate listener methods, TestNG listeners methods will be invoked, and whatever we want to do when such events gets triggered, we'll write some code in the TestNG listener methods, and accordingly the things will happen. Okay, we generally use this TestNG listener methods for logging purpose, for taking the screenshots for the failed test, and for generating the report, and so on. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how many tests we can run in parallel using TestNG. Let me answer. The answer is unlimited number of tests we can run in parallel using TestNG. There is no limit, but practically that is not feasible. Okay, so maybe up to 3 to 4 tests if you run in parallel in a single machine, in a general common single machine. Okay, so according to the resources that particular machine has, there may not be any problems. But when you reach or increase the count beyond 4, 5, okay, there's a possibility that because of the limited resources that particular machine has, okay, when multiple browsers open up at the same time and the tests are running, automation scripts are running, there is a possibility that the system will break down, okay, or the scripts will run very slow. Okay, there is no use of running them in parallel. the main intention of running the test in parallel is to, save the time. But ultimately, what's happening? Up to some tests, it's okay. Like up to 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 2, 3, 4 tests, it's okay. So optimal, we have to find out the optimal number of tests, okay, that we need to run in parallel without impacting the performance of the machine or the resource, without impacting the resources of the machine. Okay, if you find something optimal and then we are able to save the time because of running the tests in parallel, that's okay in practical world. But if you simply give the count saying that, okay, you can pass any number of tests, okay, you can run any number of tests in parallel, and if you give 100, let's say, okay, if you mention 100, what will happen? When you run the scripts at a time, 100 browser instances will open at the same time. In every browser instant, one test need to run. And unfortunately, the machine where you are running your tests may not be able to bear that load. Okay. And the resources of that machine may not support this many number of tests to run in parallel. And because of which either your system will break down or the scripts are going to run dead slow. They're going to take a lot of time, okay, when compared to the running the tests in sequential manner or one after the another. This 100 tests running in parallel, let's assume, okay, may take more time, okay, when running parallel. So that is against the use of parallel execution, right? With parallel execution, we should save the time. So the answer is, we can run unlimited number of tests in parallel. There is no limit, okay? If you go to this project and simply go to this testng.xml file, here you mention parallel is equal to test and you mention thread count is equal to 5. So up to 3 to 4, it's okay. But when you give like 100, for example, okay, if you give 100, this will impact the performance, okay? In the single machine, 100 tests running in parallel is not practical, okay? So like this, generally people will give something like this and tests will run in parallel and they will save the time, okay? So hope guys you got the answer for this question. The answer is unlimited number of tests we can run in parallel, but in practical. So when you are explaining this, if you simply say unlimited and if you don't complete that saying that if you give more number of tests to run in parallel, if you specify more number of tests to run in parallel in test.xml file, then what will happen to this particular attribute thread count? If you give more number here, okay, then what will happen? The test will slow down or the machine will crash because it may not have that amount of resources which can bear that load, and the system may even go down also. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between @after method and @after test annotations in TestNG? Let me answer. If you specify this annotation from TestNG, that is @after method, before any method in the project, that code inside the method will run after every test method. Okay? For every test method, after it gets executed, immediately the method which is annotated with @after method will be executed. Then what about after test annotation? If you specify this annotation, then what will happen here is, if you specify this annotation before a method containing some code, then that code will run after all the tests in all the classes mentioned inside the test tag of the test.xml file got executed. Okay. So this may be, you may not understand well now, but let me explain it in a practical way so that you can understand both the annotations in a more better way. Okay. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample testng project. Okay. So coming to the @after method annotation. Okay. If you go here to search test.java, let's say, and here we have @after method annotation. So this code, like closing the browser, will happen or run for after every test method get executed. For example, this particular test method got executed. After this test method got executed, immediately after method will get executed. Okay. After this another test method, second test method get executed, then after method will be executed again. Then we have one more test. After this test method got executed, then after method, annotate method will get executed. Okay. So like that, guys. Coming to the after method, this is how it will work. After every test method, the code inside this method will run. Okay. Now, what about this after test annotation? If you use after test annotation, then, for example, here, let's say this is one test tag. Okay. So in this test tag, there are multiple classes. In this login test class, there are around in login test class, there are around 5 tests. And in such tests, there are 3 tests. So if you are using after test annotation, then in any of these classes, you can mention that after test annotation method. And that code will run after all the test methods inside all these classes of this test tag are completed executing. Okay. Once all the test methods in all these classes specified in this test tag are completely executed, then only that after test method will be executed. Okay. Hope guys, you got the idea or you understood the answer for what is the difference between after method and after test annotations in test engine. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the use of XML file in TestNG? Let me answer. In TestNG projects, we create an XML file. We can name it anything. We can name even testng.xml file also, or we can give any other name. But what is the use of it? For configuration purpose, okay? The main line or at high level, if I have to say, the use of XML file is for configuration purpose, okay? TestNG XML file is nothing but a configuration file using which we can configure many things in the TestNG projects. Like the first one, we can configure the batch execution. Look, okay? So if you go to this one of this project and one of the testng.xml file in this project, you can see, so for batch execution, like which tests need to be executed and in which, so we have to mention all the classes and all those stuff, okay? So that they will run together, okay? Not only the test related to the register test will run, but also the test related to the login test related to the search test class, okay? The test from all these classes will run as a batch, okay? So if I remove one of this class here, only the test from this register test and search test will run like that, okay? So for batch execution, we can do that, okay? So parallel execution, we can enable the parallel execution. You see, just use these attributes here. Parallel is equal to test, the rate count is equal to how many tests you want to run in parallel at a time, how many tests you want to run, okay? For that, to configure that also, we use XML file in TestNG, order of execution. So here, as per this TestNG XML file, first the test from the register test will run, then the test from login test will run, then the test from search test will run, okay? So the order in which you specify them, the same order in which they will be executed. Parameterization. Here I have not specified any parameterization, but you can parameterize, okay? For example, here you can add parameter. Let's say name is equal to URL, value is equal to some http://www.xyz.com. Just for sample purpose, I'm writing this and just close it. That's it. So now this parameter we can pass, okay, into any of the test methods, okay, inside these classes. So if you use this URL in any of the test methods inside these classes, this value will be, okay, if you use this URL as a parameter, it will retrieve the value, this particular URL, okay. To parameterize the test also, we can use this XML file. For listeners, okay, so to activate the listeners, you see here I mentioned the listeners here and this my listeners, the location of the listeners class. And so based on the tests that are getting executed, they will fire some events. Based on that events fired, appropriate methods, listener methods inside this my listeners will be invoked when you specify this listeners, okay, or listeners path in the XML file. Then running specific groups or tests, okay. If you want to run specific groups or tests, okay, so you can do that. You can say groups. Otherwise, here I write down. At any level, you can write groups. Okay. Then run. Then you can say include or exclude. You can say, okay, include name of the group, okay, smoke group. Only the tests from smoke group will run in this case. You can also write exclude means apart from smoke group, any other group, any other test can run, okay, except the test from the smoke group, everything will run, okay. So for this also we use for configuring that running of specific groups or excluding the specific groups from running, we can use including even tests also, okay. So we can also include or exclude the tests, okay. We can also include or exclude the test. For example, instead of writing like this, we can write class / class, okay. Then here we have to write methods / methods, and inside this methods we have to write include name of the test. The register test register with valid credentials, register with all details. Okay, like this one test method is there. So from this class, in this register test, there are multiple classes, and in that only register with verify register with all by providing all fields, okay, or whatever it is, okay. I gave it wrong name, but you have to give a proper name here. Only that particular test method will run from this register test, okay. And if I say exclude means apart from excluding. Exclude means apart from this test method, remaining all test methods in this class will run. Okay, like that we can include or exclude. So this is what will happen. So what I'll do here is I'll just remove this method thing and then self close here, so that all the test methods from this will run. Okay. So like that, many things are there. Okay, these are the high level things I covered. There are many other advantages of this configuration file, that is configuration test.ng XML file in test.ng projects, but these are the main ones. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to make changes in test.ng XML file so that second test should not be executed. Let me answer. In test.ng XML file, you have a tag known as exclude, okay, by using which we can exclude a particular test from execution, okay. Let me practically demonstrate this for you so that you'll understand well. For that, I'll switch to one of the project, this test.ng project. In this, I have opened this, this test.ng.xml file here, and you can see there are classes here. This register test has 4 classes. Login test has register test has 4 tests, whereas login test has 5 tests. Search test has 3 tests, like that. I'll pick this login test. Okay, if I expand this login test, you can see there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Total 5 tests are there. In this 5 tests, okay, I don't want to run the second one. Second test I don't want to run. Remaining the first one, third one, fourth one, fifth one, I want to run. Okay. In that case, what I will do is, instead of specifying the class like this, I'll just remove the self-closing nature here and press enter here and say /class. Inside this, I'll write methods. Okay. I'll say methods tag. And inside this methods tag, I'll write include. Include, I'll say name is equal to, in double quotes, you give the name of that particular test method, test.ng test method that you don't want to run, which is nothing but the second one. Verify login with invalid email and valid password. Okay, write the name of that one. Verify login with invalid email and valid password. Okay, like this. In test.ng XML file, you just have to make this change. Remaining all the test methods in this login test class will run except the second one, which is having this name. Okay, by doing this stuff. Now, if you run this test.ng XML file, except this test method, remaining all, the first and third, fourth, fifth will run. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how do you configure only required test cases for running in test.ng? The simple answer is by configuring the test.ng XML file. Okay, we can configure the test.ng XML file in different ways by using which we can achieve this. That is, we can run only the required test cases. What are such kind of configurations we have to do in test.ng XML file? You can follow any of these ways. Okay. First one, grouping tests. Okay. If you want to run only some specific test cases instead of all the test cases or all the test ng tests, then we can group the tests and run only the test from that particular group. For example, here, if you come here, I'll just close all this stuff. Here, there is a sample test ng project. So what I'll do here is I'll go to this class files containing the test methods, login, register, search. Let's say I'll go to the login. And here, I'll add, okay, I'll add something like this, okay, comma, groups is equal to, curly braces, I'll just mention, let's say smoke group, okay. Remaining all test cases like second test case, third test case, fourth test case, fifth test case, I'm not marking any group. If I go to the register test, in this register test, there are 4 tests. Okay, one of the tests, I'll just say groups is equal to, just for example case, guys, groups is equal to smoke. Other tests also, the same thing I'll do. I'll just pick one of the tests and say groups is equal to, here I'll say smoke, a particular group. Okay, I added one test in login test into this smoke group. I have mentioned one of the tests in register test as a smoke group, and such test one of the tests as a smoke group. Now, if I go to this test.ng XML file, what I will do here is, here I'll write down something like this. Groups. Okay. Run. Include only the group. Include name is equal to smoke. Include name is equal to smoke. Self close. Okay. Okay. I'll just do one thing. I'll just edit it the test tag level. Okay. Okay. Similarly, for this test tag also, I'll write the same. And when I run this test.ng XML file, only the tests which belong to the smoke group will run. Remaining tests won't run. Okay, this is one way. So the question is, how do you configure this test.ng? Okay, how do you configure in test.ng so that only required test cases will run with the help of test.ng XML file? So in the test.ng XML file, we have to change the configurations where we have to specify the groups that you want to run. There is one way. Are there any other ways? Yes, there are other ways also. Either with the help of groups, we can do that. Let me remove the groups from each and every. Just for example case, I added that. Here I'll remove this. I marked this test method into, or moved this test method into one of the group. Register test also the same thing. One of the tests is into this group. With the help of groups, we can run specific tests in test.ng. And here, this one. Let me remove this, clean up. I've cleaned it up. Now let's go with other way. That is by specifying the classes containing the tests. Here, if you go to the test.ng.xml file, I'll mention the classes that I want to run. For example, here, only one class register test is there part of this test. Whereas in the other test, we have 2 classes. We have 2 classes here, login test class and search test class. What I will do here is, okay, I want to run the test only from login and register. I don't want search. I can remove it from here. Okay. Now, if I run this test.ng XML file, only the test from the register test and login test will run. Search test will not run. Okay. So if you want to run specific test cases from specific functionalities, this is another way. Okay. With the help of groups, we can do that, or we can specify the classes. We can mention the classes from which we want to run the test, and we don't want to mention the classes that we don't want to run the test from. And by that way, we can configure only required test cases running in test.ng. And the other way is by including or excluding the tests. Okay, I'll just write it back. For example, in login test, I don't want to run all the tests. Okay, in login test, if you expand here, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tests, but I don't want to run all the tests. So I want to run only specific set of tests from this login test. I'll write something like this. Okay, methods. Here I have to say include name is equal to, I want to run out of this 5, I want to run only 2 test methods, let's say. Okay, verify, login with valid credentials. Okay, this is one test I want to run from this login test. This is the one. And verify login without providing credentials. Okay, this is also I want to run. Remaining 3 I don't want to run. Only 2 out of 3 tests I want to run. 2 out of 5 tests I want to run. Verify login without providing credentials. This is the other one. Okay. Only these 2 I want to run. Remaining I don't want to run. Okay. Remaining total 5 are there. 2 I want to run. 3 I don't want to run. Okay. This is one way. So what will happen when I run this? All the tests from register test will run. But from login test, only these 2 tests out of 5 tests will run. And from the search test, 3 out of 3 tests will run. Okay. Or you can also say exclude. Instead of include, write exclude. What will happen if I say exclude here instead of include? Except these 2 test methods, remaining all test methods in the login test need to run. That means verify login with valid credentials. Okay. Verify login with valid credentials. That will run, and verify login that will not run. And the other one is verify login without providing credentials. Except that every other test will run. So out of 5, 3 will run, 2 will not run. Okay. Whatever I mentioned in exclude will not run. Okay. So this is the other way. So like this, there are multiple ways for configuring the test.ng XML file to run the tests, to run required test cases, either by grouping and specifying to run only the test from that group. We can do that to run the required tests, or we can specify the classes or remove the classes from the test.ng XML file. So based on that also, we can run required tests. And third one is by including or excluding the tests from individual classes with the help of include and exclude tags. With that also, we can configure test.ng XML file to run required tests. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how will you get the application URL from test.ng XML file? Let me answer. It's possible to get the application URL, not only application URL, any other value like browser name, etc., from test.ng XML file by using parameter tag in test.ng XML file and @parameters annotation above the test.ng test methods. Let me practically demonstrate how to use them to get the application URL from test.ng XML file into the individual test methods. So let's switch to this Eclipse IDE where I have the sample project. Let me close all this stuff, close all. And here we have the sample project. Okay, in this project, we have these 3 classes containing the test methods and all. Okay, so for example, I'll open the search test or whatever the test. And do you have anything here? No. Or else I'll just do one thing. I'll just go to the sample test.ng project. It's better. And I'll go inside this demo.java. Here a test method is there. Into this test method, I would like to get the data from the or values like application URL and browser name, etc. from the test.ng XML file. Okay. So how to do that? For that, first I have to open the test.ng XML file. Okay, here. Okay, let me remove all this stuff. I'll just specify the class. Here demo class is mentioned. Demo class. This is a demo class in which we have this test.ng test method. Right. Now here, under the test tag, I'll write down something like parameter name of the parameter is, let's say, URL. Its value is the application URL value. Okay. So it can be like, for example, I'll write some dummy. Okay. XYZ dot like that. This application URL, let's say. Okay. Like this, we have to create this parameter tag. We have to, with the help of parameter tag, we have to give the name for that parameter and the value for that parameter. Now, how to get the value of this particular URL parameter from this test.ng XML file into the demo.java test.ng test. For that, on the top of @test, write @parameters annotation. Encircle, hover the mouse on this and import this from test.ng. Import this parameters from test.ng, and after that, here in this, provide curly braces and provide the name of the parameter whose value you want to retrieve from the test.ng XML file into this test method. The name is what? URL, right? You remember this is the URL, the same name I have given here. This parameter will be retrieved from the test.ng.xml file. And now I'll create something like string app URL. Okay. So from here, it will come here and you can print it out if you want. System.out.println. And here simply print app URL. Okay, whatever that is received from the test.ng XML file. Now go to the, so don't run this test directly because it will not happen. You have to go to the test.ng XML file, which is passing the parameter. From here only you have to run, right click, run as test.ng switch. Okay, this demo class will run, which has only one test method. And you see it has printed the application URL. From where this application URL has come? From the test.ng XML file. It went to the parameters annotation here. And from there it is passed to this parameter. And from this parameter, we have printed it out. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. That is how you'll get the application URL or browser name from test.ng XML file. We have simply centralized the application URL or browser name in the test.ng XML file. So that tomorrow, if the application URL changes, if the client changes the application URL and asks you to run all the automation scripts on the new application URL, if you specify the URL in every individual automation test, then it will become very difficult for us to update the URL later. Okay, maintenance will become high. Rather, if all these test methods are retrieving the URL from this test.ng centralized test.ng XML file, then if the application URL changes, I just need to go to the test.ng XML file and update the URL only at this place so that I don't have to touch the individual automation tests. So fine. So that's the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to install test.ng in Eclipse IDE. Let me answer. In Eclipse IDE, we can install this test.ng plugin. So let me practically show you how to install that. For that, we need to go to one website. That is the official website of test.ng. That is testng.org. When you browse here, you'll be taken to this page. And on this home page, you will see this Eclipse option. Click on that or select that. And you will get this table of contents. In that, select the first one, that is installation. Once you select the installation, you will be taken to this section where here follow the instructions to install the plugin. This is the hyperlink. Just click on this link. Now, once you go to this page, scroll down until you see this Eclipse plugin option. And here, install from update site will be there as a subheading. Under this, some instructions are provided. Okay, in Eclipse IDE, we have to select help and then select install new software. So here is Eclipse IDE. In this Eclipse IDE, I need to first select help and then select install new software. I'll get this dialog. Once I get this dialog, what I have to do next? I have to simply follow these instructions. Enter the update site URL in work with field. Okay, this is update site URL. Copy this URL, copy link address, and go to the Eclipse IDE. And in the work with field, paste it. So in a while, here we are getting pending. Now it got converted to test.ng. Select this test.ng option. Okay, and next select this test.ng option and click on next. Okay, click on next. Checkbox option should be selected and click on next. And the test.ng will start installing. Okay, that's the process. Okay, Eclipse IDE will guide you through the process. The next step is Eclipse IDE will then guide you through the process. Okay, so we can close this now. So simply let's go through the process that Eclipse IDE is suggesting us. It will take a while, guys. So I'll just pause and resume the video here and there just to, increase the speed or not to waste your time. So once the progress is completed, have been taken here. These are the things that are coming with the test engine. Okay, these things keep changing. That's okay. Whatever that comes, that's okay. Click on finish. Installing software is coming here. 3%. It need to be completed. Again, I will pass the recording and resume once it is completed. You'll get this kind of dialog. If you get this kind of dialog, okay, then you select the checkbox option and this one also and select yes, I accept the risk. There's no problem in that and say trust selected. That's it. The installation will continue now. Okay. Once you get the dialog, the installation will stop here and now it will continue. So almost 83%. Once the progress is completed here, we'll get this dialog saying restart now. Select the restart now. And once the Eclipse IDE is restarted, TestNG will be installed successfully. Okay, that's the last step. Okay, TestNG is already installed, but it's asking us to restart the Eclipse IDE so that, it's better to restart the Eclipse IDE once you install any plugin. That is also automatically guided by Eclipse IDE for you. Just you need to select the restart now and the Eclipse IDE will get restarted. After restarting, some progress is going on, some checkup process is going on. That's okay. Let's wait for this checkup process to be completed. It got completed now. Now, how to check whether the test engine has been successfully installed? There are different ways to do that. For that, you can go to this window. Okay. First, you have to go to window, show view, select other, and search for test engine. And if you get this test engine option, means test engine has been successfully installed. Another way is click on help, go to install new software. Okay, go to install new software and click on already installed. And here search for test engine. If you get this test engine option, that means test engine has been successfully installed. So other ways are like this. Now, if you take any test engine project, right click on test engine XML file and select run as, you should get this test engine option. Then that is also another way. Okay, like this, using multiple ways, you can confirm whether test engine has been successfully installed or not. So hope guys, from this session, you understood how to install test engine in Eclipse IDE. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to verify whether TestNG is installed in Eclipse IDE. Let me practically demonstrate. So for that, I'll switch to Eclipse IDE. In this Eclipse IDE editor, already TestNG is installed. Okay, but how to confirm that the TestNG is really installed or not in this Eclipse IDE? Okay, first of all, TestNG is a Eclipse IDE plugin. Okay, it's a plugin. Okay, it gets installed in Eclipse IDE as a plugin. So how to find it out? Go to Window, say Show View, and select Other, and here search for TestNG. If you get any option, that means TestNG is installed already. Okay, this is one thing. What are the other ways? Go to Help, select Install New Software. Then you will get this dialog. Here, what is already installed option will be there. Click on that. You will get this Eclipse IDE installation details dialog. In this, search for TestNG. If you get any TestNG options here, that means TestNG is already installed in our machine. Other way to confirm is right click on any TestNG XML file and say run as. And if you get this TestNG suite option, or go to any individual test, okay, go to any individual test like this. Let's open this and right click here and say run as. If you are getting TestNG test, that means TestNG has been successfully installed. These are the multiple ways to confirm that or to verify whether TestNG plugin is successfully installed in Eclipse IDE or not. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, how to uninstall TestNG from Eclipse IDE. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to Eclipse IDE where TestNG plugin is already installed. How to check whether TestNG plugin is already installed in this Eclipse IDE editor? Just go to Window and simply say Show View and say Other and search for TestNG. If you get this TestNG option, that means TestNG is already installed. Okay. Now I'm going to show you how to uninstall TestNG from this Eclipse IDE. Okay. How to uninstall TestNG plugin from Eclipse IDE. For that, click on Help. Select Install New Software. You'll get this kind of dialog where you will see already installed option. Just click on that. You will get this dialog, Eclipse IDE installation details dialog. Here, search for TestNG. And whatever that things that come when you search with TestNG, all these things we have to uninstall one by one. Select this TestNG and click on uninstall. Okay, you see the process is going on. Click on finish. It will ask you to restart. Multiple times we have to restart for this. Okay, to uninstall TestNG in our Eclipse IDE, we have to restart multiple times. So for now, we have uninstalled one of the thing in TestNG. Then after that, let the Eclipse IDE launch or restart. Once launched, again go to Help. Click on again, Install New Software. Again, you will get the same dialog. Click on Already Installed again. And here you will get this dialog. Here, search for TestNG. Here, only two things. Earlier, you got three things. Now you got two things because one thing got installed. Now select this one, second one. Okay, and click on Uninstall. The uninstallation process for this one is going on. It'll ask us to click on Finish, and then we'll give a dialog to restart again. Okay. So once this progress is completed, it will give a dialog to restart the Eclipse IDE editor again. Okay. Let's wait for that restart option to come. Restart option came. Click on Restart now. Now Eclipse IDE will get restarted again for the second time during this process of uninstallation. You see, Eclipse IDE is getting restarted here, as you can see. Okay. Again, it got restarted. Now again, go to Help. Okay, click on Help. Click on Install New Software for third time. Click on Already Installed. Then you'll get the dialog. And here's Filter, TestNG. You'll get the only one option left out. Select that option and click on Uninstall. This is the last step. Okay. The uninstallation process for the third thing is going on. Click on Finish. And it will give you a restart option again. Once the progress is completed, you'll get a restart button here, asking us to restart Eclipse IDE. Like this, click on Restart Now. And again, Eclipse IDE will restart. So with this, we are done with uninstallation of TestNG plugin from Eclipse IDE, but let's confirm. Okay. So to confirm that, again, the Eclipse IDE has to restart. Let's wait for the Eclipse IDE to get restarted completely. Once the Eclipse IDE got restarted, now how to confirm whether TestNG plugin has been successfully uninstalled from the Eclipse IDE? For that, very simple. Click on Window, Show View, select Other, and search for TestNG. If you are not getting anything, means TestNG plugin has been successfully and completely got uninstalled from Eclipse IDE editor. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what we have to write inside a .bat file to execute Selenium scripts using TestNG. Let me answer and practically demonstrate that for you in this session. So we'll go from scratch. So first I'll open this Eclipse IDE and I'll create a new workspace. Okay, I'll say switch workspace and say other, and I'll browse for a location in my machine where I'll create. Okay, I'll simply name it something like a sample space. Okay, sample workspace, and say select folder. This is a new workspace I'm creating for you freshly. So we'll start from scratch because A lot of people get confused, like how to create that bad file and what are the commands we have to run it from that file to execute the Selenium scripts using TestNG. Okay, so we'll start from very basic scratch where I have just now created a workspace in Eclipse IDE, and the Eclipse IDE will now launch in a while. Okay, Eclipse IDE is launching. Let's wait for it. So Eclipse IDE has been launched, and you will get a welcome screen like this. I'll close this, and I'll just close all this stuff. Now I'll simply create a new project. I'll just select this project and search for Java here. And in the filtered options, I'll get the Java, either here or here, anything you can select. Click on next and give a name for this project. Okay. Let's say batch demo project. Okay. Click on finish. You can give any name here. Remember my region. Say open perspective. Okay. I'll just minimize all this stuff except this one. Some demo project is there here. I'll expand this project, expand this SRC. Some default file is coming. I'll delete this file, right click on this file and simply say delete and say OK. Now right click on this SRC, create a new package. Name this package as sample pack. And under this, create a new class. Just name the class as demo class. Demo class, you can give any name. Click on finish. The class will get created and will get opened, but the font size is very less. So what I'll do is I'll go to Window, Preferences, General, expand this, Appearance, expand this, Colors and Fonts, Basic. Under that, go for Text Font. Click on Edit. I prefer 18 as a size, font size. Apply and close. Now you can see the code properly on the screen. Now inside this, I'll create a TestNG test method. Public void sample test, I will say. Some random names I am giving for everything. And I'll convert this normal method into a TestNG test method. @test I'll give. Click on save. Hover the mouse on this. You see, I'm not getting any import option to import this test annotation from TestNG library, because in this project, TestNG library is not there. So what I'll do is I'll just right click on this project, create new folder. I'll just name this folder as lib or library, whatever the name you want to give, you can give. Now, I would like to get the TestNG library for you. How to get that? For that, I'll go to this website, that is MVN repository. I just now opened the browser here. And in this, I'll browse for MVN repository. In this MVN repository, search for TestNG like this. Once you search for TestNG, you'll get this TestNG from org.testng. Click on that. Now I need the jar file. Okay. So I'll take the version 7.8.0, which is the latest. And here I can see the dependency, and here I can see the jar file. I'll click on this jar and it started downloading here. You see the jar file is getting downloaded here. Right click on this and say show in folder. You will be taken to the location where it got downloaded in our machine. Okay. So this one, once you get here, copy this jar file, come back to the project and paste it under the lib like this. Okay. Now, right click on the project, configure that jar file. For that, select properties. Here, Java build path option will be there. Select that. Now select libraries. Here, module path, class path is there. If class path is not there, directly you can add jars. If class path is there, select the class path and say add jars. And the project will come, the same project will come here. Expand that, expand the library and select this jar file, say OK and say apply and close. That's it. This TestNG got configured successfully in this project. Now hover the mouse on @test and import this test annotation from TestNG library. That's great. Now inside this, I'm going to write some Selenium automation code like this. Web driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Hover the mouse on this I'm not able to import because this project doesn't have the Selenium library configured. So I'll go to the official website of Selenium, that is selenium.dev, and go to the downloads. Here under the Selenium client and WebDriver language bindings, I'll go to the Java, and under that I'll find this first one. Click on the link. It's getting downloaded here. Once done, say show in folder. It's taking some time, some more time. Here folder option should come. Let's wait for it to download completely. As we can see, it got downloaded, and we can open this in the folder now. And we got this zip file. Now extract the zip file here. Right click, extract all. Click on extract. You'll get all the jar files related to Selenium on extracting that zip file. So let's wait for this to complete. Okay, it's asking me to replace the files in the destination. Selected option, no problem. It completed. The extraction completed. And now we got this extracted folder here. Open that. You'll get all the jar files of Selenium. Okay, copy all the jar files, whatever you see on the screen. Better say type, and I will get all the jar files together like this. Okay, copy from here to here. These are all the list of jar files which are outside the lib folder for now. Copy them and paste them here. This is one step, and go inside the lib folder and copy the remaining jar files from here to here. Copy them and paste it here. Right click, paste, done. Once you download and copy paste all these jar files of Selenium, right click on this project, select properties, select Java build path, go to libraries tab, select class path, click on add jars. Same way, go to the lib and select all the things except that testng thing. Select everything. Okay, so testng is already configured. So remaining jar files of Selenium, you just select and apply here. All the icons will get changed here and say apply and close. Done. You see everything got configured. Now hover the mouse on WebDriver here, you will get the import statement because Selenium library is now configured. Now write down driver dot manage dot window dot maximize and driver dot get. Give any application URL. This much is enough, okay, for us to prove. So I'll just take you to some sample application. Copy this URL and paste it here. That's it. The sample script I would like to run. Okay, so fine. Now let me run it from here instead of from the bat file. Let me run it and see what's happening here. The problem is I'm not getting any testng option to run. The reason is in this Eclipse IDE, I need to install the plugin known as testng plugin. Okay, how to install? For that, we have to go to the official website of testng, testng.org. Select Eclipse, select installation, click on install the plugin, scroll down, Eclipse plugin section, install from update site, copy this URL, come back here, and what we have to do here is we have to follow the instructions here. Select help install new software here in Eclipse IDE, help install new software. You'll get that dialog. Now copy this URL and paste into the work with field. Okay, here paste it here. Here pending is there, it will get converted to testng in a while. Select that, click on next. Now we are installing testng plugin in Eclipse IDE so that we can run testng test methods in this project. It will take a while. I'll just pause and resume the recording whenever required. Now simply click on finish and select this unsigned. Select always trust all. Yes, I accept the risk and say trust selected. testng is now getting installed in this Eclipse IDE as a plugin. Once that is there, we will be able to run this testng tests. Let's restart. It's asked. So I have just selected restart. In a while, this Eclipse IDE will get restarted and testng plugin will be successfully installed and be ready for us to run the testng tests. So let's wait for the Eclipse IDE to Eclipse IDE has successfully launched now, and we have to make sure whether that TestNG plugin has been installed or not. Simply right click here and select run as. If you are getting the TestNG option, that means TestNG has been successfully installed. Let's select the TestNG test and see whether this particular test runs or not. If it runs, we'll open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser window, and it will open the application URL in the browser. But there is a problem. What is the problem? This kind of error is coming. You can see is expected. What we have to do to overcome this error, I'm going to tell you. Unable to initialize main class of TestNG remote TestNG caused by Java lang no class def found error com bust jcommander. So we have to search for jcommander in MVN repository. Go for MVN repository and search for jcommander. And from com.bust, you will get this jcommander. And in this, take the latest version, whatever you have. And again, click on this jar. The jar file for jcommander will get downloaded. Click on this folder and it will be taken where the jcommander jar file is available. Copy this and paste it here in this project under the lib folder. Paste it here. Okay. Once pasted, we have to configure it. Right click, properties, Java build path, class path, add jars, again the project, lib folder, and go for jcommander. Select it. Only this one you have to select. Say OK. Now say apply. Here the jcommander icon will change. Say apply and close. That's it. Once that is done, once the progress is done here, simply right click, run as TestNG test. Let's see what will happen this time. This time it is running fine without any error. The error got resolved. Okay. Earlier we got the error when jcommander was not there. Now the error got resolved and is working fine. Now, once the project situation is like this, I want to run this TestNG test by using a bat file, .bat file. How to do that? For that, right click on the project, select TestNG and say convert to TestNG. So a TestNG XML file will be directly created under this project with this configuration and all. Click on finish simply. Once this is done, now what we have to do next is we have to create a bat file containing some instructions. Okay, how to create the bat file? So for that, simply type notepad. You'll get this notepad app or notepad, whatever it is. Just select that. It will open the notepad. And in this notepad, we have to type some commands. Here I have listed down the commands. First command is set project location and give the project location. Okay, write down set project location. This is the name of some variable kind of stuff is equal to give the location where the project is available. Right click on this and select properties and go to resource. You will get the project location. Copy this project location, cancel, and come back here and paste it. This is the first step. After this, what we have to do? We have to say cd and say same project location. Copy this project location and before and after that, put percentile symbol so that it will take the value of the project location here. Done. That is second command. Okay, you can see here. Now we have to set the class path. Set class path is equal to, for that we have to go till the project location, that is till here /bin folder. Okay, but the .class files are available. And a semicolon, one more thing, one more location we have to give for the class path, that is where the libraries like TestNG library, Selenium libraries, jcommander libraries are available in the project. Okay, 2 paths we have to give. For that, simply set class path, again percentile, project location, percentile, same thing. This one you can copy paste if you want. Then /bin folder. Okay, bin folder where .class files will be available in the project. And other class path location you have to give is again the project location slash lib folder. Here in the project we have this lib folder where the jar files are available, right? That lib folder. Under the lib folder, all the jar files. Okay, this is what we have to write. And after this, we have to simply write one more statement, that is Java org dot stng. After that, give the project location like this. After the project location, we have to give the path of the testng.xml file, which is directly there under the project location path under the testng.xml file. Testng.xml file. That's it. These steps we have to write. Now after this, for the command prompt to not exit and all, we have to write pass here, say file, save as. I'll go to the downloads folder and here I'll save this. You can go any location in your machine where you have less files, and so that you can identify this bad file, and simply name this as demo.bat. Okay, and I'll change it to all files and save. A demo.bat file will be created and it will contain all these commands. Now go to the downloads folder. You see where the demo.bat file is available. Now double click here. From the command prompt, all the commands will be running. Whatever the commands I mentioned in the demo.bat file, one by one they will be running. You see the everything. You see, you can see the script running also. This is how we can run the Selenium scripts from a bat file using testng. Okay, that's what is the question, right? What we have to write inside a .bat file. This is what we have to write inside a .bat file to execute Selenium scripts. Okay, to execute Selenium scripts using testng. Okay, with the help of testng. So these are the instructions we have to write. So hope guys you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration and all. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is error collector in JUnit and what is its use? Let me answer. Error collector in JUnit is similar to what we have in testng known as soft assertions. Okay? In testng we have soft assertions, whereas in JUnit we have error collector. So what is the use of this error collector? You see, when you use error collector in JUnit test scripts or tests, okay, whenever there are any errors or failures in the midway of the script, the error collector, as the name speaks, it will collect those errors. It will not fail the test and stop the test there itself. Rather, it will keep collecting the errors and the test script execution will continue. Okay, the script execution will continue despite of these errors or failures or exceptions or whatever it is. It will simply collect this failures or errors while the script is running, and at the end of the script, okay, at the end of the script, okay, when the test has to report the results, then it will report all these collected errors. Okay, it will report all these collected errors. So simple terms, if you use error collectors in JUnit tests, if there are multiple errors or whatever the errors during the execution of the script will not stop. Instead, the error collector will keep collecting these errors or failures while the script is running, and it will encourage the script to continue the execution till the end of the script. Once the script is completely executed for the test, then error collector will report all these errors and will be able to see them in the output console or in the report, etc. Okay. So how to use this error collector in JUnit? So for that, here is a code, some sample code. For example, this is a JUnit code. Okay, assume that this is a JUnit. You see JUnit test. So this is a test method from JUnit. Here we have written some JUnit test, and it has some script written. And during the script, there are multiple cases where we are checking whether something is equal to something. This is an assertion. This assertion may either pass or fail. We don't know. Here one more assertion is there. This assertion may pass or fail. We don't know. If they fail also, the script will continue the execution. Why? Because of the error collector. Okay. So what we have done is before this test method, we created this line. You see, public error collector. We create an object for the error collector class in JUnit. And on the top of that, we have mentioned an annotation known as @rule annotation. Okay. After that, we have used this object reference collector, and then it has a method known as check that, and we have performed the assertions. If these assertions fail, the test will continue still because this error collector is collecting these errors. And once all the errors are collected, okay, at the end of the script, these collected errors will be reported and the test will be marked as failure. Okay. But the script will continue the execution, guys. Okay. If this particular check or assertion fails, okay, it will not stop. It will continue. Okay. That's the purpose of error collector. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is what is error collector in JUnit and what is its use. It collects all the errors or failures in the test script without stopping the execution in between. Okay, in between the script execution, and finally reports them at the end of the test script. Okay. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how to customize HTML report using TestNG. Let me answer. In order to customize the TestNG HTML report, we have to implement listeners. Okay. In this TestNG project, okay, in order to customize the TestNG HTML report, we have to implement listeners by implementing the predefined interfaces from TestNG. That is, iTestListener is one of the predefined interface from TestNG that we have to implement and create a custom class implementing this interface, and we have to override some methods, okay, from this iTestListener interface and write our own code for generating the logs or taking the screenshots and customizing the reports. Similarly, we can also implement another interface from TestNG library, that is iReporter. So with the help of these interfaces, by implementing them and creating a custom class implementing this interfaces, okay, we can override the methods from these interfaces and thereby customize or write the code for customizing the HTML report in TestNG. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is TestNG test output folder? Let me answer. In TestNG projects, when you run the test automation scripts, once this test automation scripts got executed, a folder will be created. That is test output folder. What does this folder contain? It will contain the TestNG generated reports. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample TestNG project. Okay. So before running the script, as you can see in the project, there is no test output folder. Now let me run this one of the tests in this TestNG project, TestNG test in this TestNG project, and see. So let's wait for the test to get executed. The test got executed, it got passed. As you can see, the output sample1 test got executed. Okay, it got printed, and this particular TestNG test got executed. That's fine. Now, do you see any test output folder? Not yet. Simply right click on this project and refresh. After running the scripts, just refresh. Then you will see this test output folder, okay, which got created after running the scripts or tests. Now expand this test output folder. It will contain something known as index.html, which is nothing but a TestNG report. Simple open with web browser. You can see the TestNG report opened. Okay, this is a TestNG report. You see one got passed. Okay, sample one test got passed. You can also see one more TestNG related report, that is emailable report. So if you want to send this TestNG report in email format, then we generally use this emailable report. Okay, it will be looking something like this. Okay. So what does this test output folder contain? will contain the test engine reports. Okay. And this test output folder will be created after running the test engine tests in this test engine project. So hope guys you understood what exactly is test engine's test output folder. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the difference between WebDriver listeners and TestNG listeners? Let me answer. Coming to the WebDriver listeners, they listen to the events that are filed or triggered by Selenium scripts. For example, in Selenium automation, we have a command known as click command. Okay. When you perform click operation on an element, an event will be fired by Selenium. That event will be listened by this WebDriver listener, and they can perform something like before clicking, something can be done. After clicking, something can be done. Okay. That is possible with the help of WebDriver listeners. Okay. With the help of WebDriver listeners, we can perform some operations before clicking, and we can perform some operations after listening. Simple terms, WebDriver listeners listen to the events fired by Selenium, and some methods in this WebDriver listeners will be activated based on this event file. Okay. And in that methods, we can write our own code. Like there can be like a before click method and after click method. So into that, we have to write some code based on that. Okay. Before clicking on element, something if you want to do, you can write some code there. Okay. After clicking on element, this event will be fired and you can perform something in that after click kind of WebDriver listener method. Okay. Like that. And coming to the test engine listeners, they listen to the events fired by test engine tests. Okay, whether the test is passed, whether the test is failed, whether the test is skipped, whether the test execution started, whether the test execution finished. For all these things, events will be fired by TestNG, and they will be listened by TestNG listeners. And the TestNG listeners are nothing but the methods, okay, which will be activated according to the events fired by this TestNG test. When a particular test is failed, a method in the TestNG listener will be, invoked. Okay, on test failure kind of method. In that, we can write the code like take a screenshot and all those stuff. Okay. So fail the test in the report, take a screenshot, embed that report and embed the screenshot into the report. All these kind of things we can write into that test engine listener method, which will be activated when a particular test engine test fails and that kind of event is fired. Okay. So to conclude, the difference between WebDriver listener and test engine listener, WebDriver listener listens to the events which are fired by Selenium scripts, whereas test engine listener listens to the events which are fired by test engine tests. Okay. So hope guys you got the idea and the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye.